degeneration of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every single meter. Alienated, paranoia, enemyless, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
That was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built 5 cabins.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. For Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for New Tech Sciences, IONS, named after the new sphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of new ticks. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of new tech science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
subtitle. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kima. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. Don't destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin, now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rap into my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, Jiggler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Endless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream of human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, mastering tactics full of advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory alibi brought to the kings of me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus with construction, nano-net filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. cause now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent military legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To hidden cages, you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hitting all chrome, hitting with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel.
More than rock the sound. You know the vibe, baby. DJ Crush, she get down. You know the vibe, baby. Caminati get down. You know the vibe, baby. The most step keep the crown. Representing Brooklyn. You know the vibe, though. From all borders, doorways, and gates. Resurrection drawing near as mankind awaits. When you're living in this world, you got to survive. She torn is looking on the left, attacking from all sides. Witness before all eyes, the evidence of unseen. The power past our comprehension that controls all things. The battle for by good and evil is a real contest. It is the outcome of the struggle that brings play contact. To all sections, cruddy cliques, crews and clans. Good greens to badlands, jump up to understand. I'm just a man, not the universal architect. We tread the face of this heavenly place and show respect. Tokyo, raise your hands where you at. Osaka, raise your hands where you at. Yo, she want to die in the Goya Sapporo, East and die. DJ Crush, most death on the touch. We live fire. I send my salam to my entire squad, my sahab, yo, wherever you are. Stay on your jaw, struggling hard to overcome the perils of life. We writing rhymes on enemy lines to shine light. Stay in meditation to keep the head right. Spreading wings like heavenly things. We take flight, fly, 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 fly. Everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. And you got to believe. Everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. And you got to believe. Everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. Said you got to believe. Said you got to believe. Yo, bust it, baby. Me and Crush, we politicking, building on this money mission. Send me a foot and something, so I had to stop and listen. If time forever ticking, my gift forever clicking. I'm trying to get mine, cause sun is here for the getting. A lost provision, but hope us live the providential. My pad and pencil, or transcribe the elemental. The raw essential, the southbound residential. The pure simple, to resonate in your mental. I flash the temple, my key gon' shine like precious metal. Left the raw, living alone. About to settle fast, trying to gas so down and save your petrol. Cause the beat don't stop, like yellow cabs in the metro. Before traverse the earth is the first and next. This is a daily operation like birth to death. And I burst the rap, yeah, some so-called rap. Or orchestrated designs while they set quiet is kept. Everything that you heard in advance was just a glance of the landscape. Furnished with crops and props, still sunsets and treetops. Backdrops of pure skill. Ignite, I do right to excite. But you got to believe that the most high I see every degree of this 3C, X to E. We maintain sun and carry on officially. We're talking projects to the shores of Tripoli. I speak prolifically, I write specifically, transmit upliftedly. It sounds terrific, G. Allah has gifted me with great ability to speak to my beloved and make them all love it. Fine, rugged, a product of the ghetto public. Allah is the king of the world, we just subjects. Allah is the king of the world, we just subjects. Allah is the king, Allah is the king. You know everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. And you got to believe everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. And you got to believe everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. What's the baby? So moody, they get down and so DJ Yard, they get down and so DJ Hide, they get down and so DJ Kinsey, they get down and so DJ Hasu, they get down and so DJ Radio, they get down and so DJ Patrick, they
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we got a special compilation of material for you here today. I'm trying to keep this show on Wednesday more exposing different content and material. Then on Saturday, I could sort of give an expansion of that. And then the Tuesday stream, the one we do on Tuesday night, little short stream we do, is possibly to introduce the material for the stream here, right, on Wednesday, right? So we did a extra stream yesterday, okay, in which we covered lots of different material. And there we focused on the state, right? The entrance of the state into the whole historical drama. Right now, where are we today? Now we're in a political fusion of different ideals, right? And of course, we're talking here online, and the mediums that we're using or the channels that we're using are completely controlled, right? The means, okay, we're dealing with the complexification of means, right? And of course, that's the problem, is that when we speak, when we communicate, right, there's a poisoning of the well, right? First, there's an externalization of the ego, right? The foggy somatic detachment and mediation through the use of tools, right? And that comes with just the fact that we have to communicate through the use of machines, and communication is not always the same as language, right? And language is not always the same as symbols. Right now, of course, today's age, we're dealing with the total plasticity of content, right? And that means that everything is layered contextualization, right? As I wrote earlier in the chat, mimetic complexity is ontological doom, right? And we've totally have a lapse of meaning, right? I'm in the means we employ, right? Okay, it's not just that there's huge organizations and government and the state involved, right? But also, corporations are pseudo-governmental entities. Obviously, we're living in an era of international trade, right? And the state somehow consolidates these various techniques, right? So it becomes sort of a tool for centralization, right? And we're living in an era of scientific totalitarianism, right? And we're living in a world technological system, right? So it's important for us to realize the objective factors of power in our world, right? And understand how the complexification of means and the use of symbols came about, right? And how this mimetic complexity and subsequent ontological doom took place, right? Through the loss of traditions and the separation of man from nature, right? So this dual edge, right? Okay, that technique has introduced into the subconscious, and obviously it's affected man on a psychological level, right? It's transformed man from a psychological level, right? I wish there was a room for dictators, in our current scheme of things, but it looks like there's not, right? Because fascism was a response to liberalism, and liberalism, it's on its deathbed, right? According to Ellul, right? Let's go up to, he says, liberalism gave birth to its executioner. To 2:15 a.m. Blessings. I appreciate you. Right, we got our friends from overseas. Blessings. I appreciate your company and your your correspondence with my content and material. Bless you, Vanta. Thank you for joining and watching and all that. Peace be with you, Nick Volt. the professor, a man of science. Blessings. We got Panelverse Presents, produced one of the most watched videos of the machine lies of all time. So go and watch the Panelverse Presents. Okay, he reproduced 2 interactions I had with those jokers and clowns. Andrew Wilson and made by Jimbot. Android Wilson and made by Jimbot. Right? I think they're half machine, half human, some type of hybrid. You know what I mean? But yeah, totally controlled entities. You know, from what I've seen, robosexuals, you know, fucktards of the highest level. You know, and you know, obviously we give no credence to that line of thinking. Assimilation is futile. Ooh. Complexity breeds assimilation, right? And complexification of means, massification of means, right? And you know, efficiency as a goal. Okay, instead of as a means to an end. So Ellul describes many different ideas. Yeah, Technosis is the book that's mentioned in the beginning by Eric Davis, I believe. Technosis, right? Okay, he's talking about different ideas coming to fruition about the universal mind, the singularity, how these 2 concepts relate. Right? Of course, we talked about how universalism and progress are interrelated concepts. Right? Many times on this show. Right? And I'm going to go into the mimetic complexification. Yeah, resistance is fertile. Somebody's got the love bug. I appreciate you. One up. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. ESP revaluation is on it. Exactly. World brain. Universal mind. Okay, universal mind was created, right, to separate man from nature, right? To say that you're not your body, essentially. Right? And then the collective spirit was forged through the idea of the universal mind, right? So you have 2 or 3 movements there, right? Paranoia is fertile. Oh, futile. Sorry. Blessings. Paranoia is fertile at the moment as well. Pregnant with possibilities, as they say. Okay. Yeah, I mean, blessings to all the people. My heart is broken, but I'm nonetheless here with you guys. I mean, I'm kind of having a existential crisis of sorts. Oh, how do you say? Panic attack, nervous breakdown. I mean, the performance of AI will never surpass the potential of Aether. The coming technological singularity will be the end of human era. We will advance technologically at an incomprehensible rate. I think the human era has ended. I think man has become the object of technique. Unfortunately. You know, unfortunately, we got AI government here. Blessings. You know, the big dog, the big enchilada. Ethernet cable will burn or not function at all, maybe. Oops. One can only hope for the best. Yeah, blessings to Denise. Yeah, mimetic complexity is ontological doom. List of problematics is being developed. Of course, divinity is unquantifiable. You guys are funny. Blessings to you guys. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. The wood is dead. If the wood is dead. A lot of witchy vibes. Okay. Almost made a little hint of Indian accent almost came out there. But yeah, we're communicating through complexified means. And that leads us to the layered contextualization, right? Overloading of symbols through layered contextualization, right? Which is the basis for what I'm talking about, mimetic complexity, right? And content plasticity, right? Information overload, right? And that is the loss of meaning. Not only have we lost meaning of what is nature, what is mind, what is man, right? Okay, we become separate from nature. Okay, and this was when we got placed in the scope of the universal mind, right? And then the universal mind became collectivized, right? Now, this happened through several changes, which I explained, right? Through Rousseau. Okay, where he said that first man saw nature peopled with spirits or something like that. Then he took the spirits out of nature, placed them in the temple, right? And then we took the gods out of the temple and made sort of the world our own kingdom. We became we took dominion of the world, as it were, right? We became our own gods, as it were, right? Okay, so this different level of this where man himself becomes a symbol, right? Through the notion of the archetypal man, right? And universalism, right? And then man's creations define the world, right? Through this notion of ontological doom, right? We define the world through our own creations. Okay, what is an example of that? Like simulation theory, right? Okay. Yeah, blessings, guys. Yeah, I know there's some crazy weather today. I mean, but I appreciate you guys being here with me. Yeah, blessings, Lizard Tree. Okay, so we had the spirit, right? Would be part of nature, right? Then, right, we took the intelligence or the spirit, right, out of nature, placed it in man, from there placed it in some ethereal realm, right? Through that, right after the loss of the transcendental scope, it became part of the collective spirit, right? And this is where you have the forging of not only the civic religion, as we talked about yesterday, right, but also the apotheosis of the state, right? The apotheosis of the state is beginning of the myth of progress, right? Okay, you have several ideas that came together at the same time, right? You have Marx, right, who talked about international sort of world revolution, right? You have Hegel, right, who came before Marx, who's talking about sort of progress. You have the species man coming into being, right, through the notion of the archetypal man and the hierarchy of being, right? That has to be discarded. right? So let me read a passage. Yeah, blessings, Nick Volt. From Ghazali, right? That talks about the kingdom, right? Man's relation, okay, to God and the kingdom of man, right? Being expressed through, you know, the relation between God, right, as a ruler, right, and man governing his own desires and faculties, right? Okay, he says, okay, for the carrying okay, he says that the first step to self-knowledge is to know that thou art composed of an outward shape called the body and an inward entity called the heart, okay, or the spirit. The heart, I do not mean the piece of flesh situated in the left of our bodies, but that which uses all other faculties as its instruments and servants. In truth, it does not belong to the visible world, but to the invisible world, and has come into this world as a traveler visits a foreign country. He says, for the carrying on of this spiritual warfare by which the knowledge of oneself and of God is to be obtained, the body may be figured as a kingdom, the soul as a king, and the different senses and faculties as constituting an army. Reason may be called a vizier or prime minister, passion, the revenue collector, and anger, the police officer. Under the guise of collecting revenue, passion is continually prone to plunder on its own account, while resentment is always inclined to harshness and extreme severity. Okay? No wonder we're in trouble. Right? We're letting the revenue collector and the policeman rule the state. Both of these, the revenue collector and the police officer, have to be kept in due subordination to the king, but not killed or excelled, as they have their own proper functions to fulfill. But if passion and resentment master reason, the ruin of the soul infallibly ensues. A soul which allows its lower faculties to dominate the higher is one who should hand over an angel to the power of a dog. And of course, the ego is compared to a dog. Okay, because it has to be made to obey. If it rules over the heart, then, and it masters reason, then the ruin of the spirit infallibly ensues, he says. So the dominion of man was likened to the dominion of a great king, which is likened to the rule of the creator. Let me go to the next passage. He says, as we arrive at some knowledge of God's essence and attributes from the contemplation of the soul's essence and attributes, so we come to understand God's method of working and government and delegation of power to angelic forces. By observing how each of us governs his own little kingdom. To take simple instance, suppose a man wishes to write the name of God. First of all, the wish is conceived in the heart, it is then conveyed to the brain by the vital spirits. The form of the word God takes shape in the thought chambers of the brain. Thence it travels by the nerve channels and sets in motion the finger, which in turn set in motion the pen, and thus the name God is traced to the paper exactly as it has been conceived in the writer's brain. Similarly, when God wills a thing, it appears in the spiritual plane, which in the Quran is called the throne. From the throne, it passes by a spiritual current to a lower plane called the chair. Then the shape of it appears on the tablet of destiny, whence by the mediation of the forces called angels, it assumes actuality and appears on earth in the form of plants, trees, animals, representing the will and thought of God. As the written letters represent the wish conceived in the heart, and the shape present in present in the brain of the writer. No one can understand a king but a king. Therefore, God has made each of us a king in miniature. So, this, so to speak, over a kingdom, which is infinitely reduced copy of his own. In the kingdom of man, God's throne is represented by the soul, the archangel of the heart, the chair by the brain, the tablet by the treasure chamber of thought. The soul itself, unlocated and indivisible, governs the body as God governs the universe. In short, each of us entrusted with a little kingdom and charged not to be careless in administration of it. So, what he's relating is the relation between God, the state, okay, and the people, right? Basically, the government represented by the righteous servant of God, right? So, this was actually, okay, a very different picture. Okay, the theopolitical ideal basically came to ruin, right? And what made it come to ruin is liberalism, right? And scientific totalitarianism and the world technological system brought the death of liberalism, right? And this is the same as the cycle that happened before, right? Where the mimetic world of symbols and cultural techniques replaced the natural organization of men, right? Based on natural forms of organization, right? So in the anthropological sense, right, man first developed in the, okay, basically reliance on nature, right? Then we built human society, right? And human society, right, began to rely on symbolic and cultural forms, right? These cultural forms became so dominant that they created things like philosophy and religion, right? Pretty soon, these techniques began to assimilate various cultural types, right? And they basically brought forth the objectification of power in the form of the state, right? With the consolidation of power, the centralization of power, right? You had the growth of science and technology. Okay, with the growth of science and technology, you have the death of liberalism. So the entire cycle is easily explained. Very easily explained. All right. And what happened over time was that symbols, okay, turned into language, language turned into communication, right? Whereas the wisdom we have lost in knowledge, where's the knowledge we have lost in information? And the birth of this hyper liberal, the pathology of liberalism, right? For example, you have the liberals themselves, right, who are at the forefront of this thing, right? Okay, they're always clamoring about their victimhood status, right? So basically what you have, okay, is people in charge who want to blame others, right, and say that everybody's not nice enough, right? Well, it's the noticing of autism in yourself and others, right? That's basically what liberalism amounts to, right? It's feeling bad for yourself and for others, right? Whereas conservatism, it amounts to being ruthless, right? It's the noticing of schizophrenia in yourself and others, right? You notice that everybody's mean, everybody's out to get you, and you become a psychopath, right? That's all they're really promoting, right? Otherwise, you use the system to benefit however you can, right? You draw the benefits out of the system that you can, right? These are just labels that people use. Right? And of course, not everybody on the internet is a Fed. But the internet is totally controlled. Right? It's a total form of control. At the same time they formed the CIA, they formed the internet, and they formed MK Ultra, and they did the whole lab, MIT lab. Okay, it's a spy tool, right? But not everybody on the internet is a spy, but not everybody that acts like a spy and uses spy tactics is a Fed. Right? There's people who belong to private security firms, right? They belong to occult organizations. They belong to foreign intelligence. And all of them are extremely interested in what Americans' views are. Right? And they'll mine that data, right? Because it's a lot of money behind it, right? So man has become the object of technique. He's become quantified, as AI government said. Right? And if he could be quantified, he could be assimilated, right? So it's interesting dynamics that we're witnessing abroad, right? In the birth of the state. Now, how did the state come about? Okay, well, beyond the ideological shift, okay, we could talk about the ideas of Rome and Jerusalem. That forged the state, right? And the ideas of church and state, okay, that became consolidated through power struggles in Europe, right? Which formed constitutional monarchies, right? And then formed systems of government, right? And then those systems of government, okay, created techniques of assimilation. And those techniques of assimilation, okay, just as in the past, consolidate and assimilate cultural forms. Right? So the process is all too simple, my friends. The process is all too simple. Okay? Now let me go to Orwell here. Right? Because he actually has a lot to say on the matter, right? But first let me actually talk more about the development of the state, right? And of statecraft. Right? And point out some of the historical actors. Okay? That I pointed out yesterday. Okay, first you have Plato, who's responding to the sophists. Okay, and Plato is the first to create both a philosophical system and also a political system, right? A political theory, right? Which most people saw, the sophists saw it as a monstrosity. Machiavelli saw it as a monstrosity. Why? Because political ideals, okay, it could be a deadly business to believe in them, whilst trying to carry on the bloody business of politics and war. Right, so they said political ideals can bring you to ruin, right? What you have to actually focus on is history and the trust of your people. Right, these practical elements. Right, and for that he developed political science, right, which is a little bit different from the philosophical systematization. Right, because it more relies on history. Right, it doesn't rely on philosophy or science to determine ideals. Okay, whereas the sophists, they said all of nature functions through two things, physics and conventional laws. Okay, similar to what the scientists believe today, right? Okay, they believe there's natural and artificial, and that's about it. And the point of the artificial, as Ellul points out, is to subsume the natural. Right? It's in framing of means, complexification of means to a particular end. So, obviously, Aristotle, to a certain extent, rejects the notion of the philosopher kings, right? And he focuses on aristocracy. Right? And he compares different political systems, right? So in a way, he could be thought of doing the first analysis of politics. He actually wrote a book called Politics, right? Okay, now we talked about how Plato didn't think that any of the subjects were actually different, right? Okay, because he believed in primordial forms. Right, so he thought all complexification came from the diminution of forms and the emanation of the forms, right? So he didn't believe that knowledge was compartmentalized as Aristotle did, and that explains some of their ideas about political theories, right? But both of them thought that the ideal of the state was extremely necessary, right? Now, when it came to St. Augustine, right, he sort of rejected the notion that you could create a political system right? And he kind of wrote about this in The City of God. Okay, he rejected the political system of Rome. Right, and that goes to St. Thomas Aquinas, who talked more about the separation of the church and state, right? Okay, until you get to different ideas. Yeah, this is also around the time that Ghazali was writing, right? In the 1200s and the 1100s, right? Okay, so the separation of the church and state brought about the notion of the Protestant Reformation, right? And the Protestant Reformation basically brought about the rise of the state and liberalism. Okay, because they sided with creating political systems instead of supporting the popes. Right? So you have the birth of liberalism in Europe, and you have the birth of the industrial society in Europe. Right? And you have the betrayal of the West by the industrial society and the creation of a world system. Okay, and there you have the centralization of technique, the objectification of man to technique, and as Ellul says, the state becomes technique. Right? Technique is what integrates the machine into human society. Everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine. All embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world. Technique creates means. It makes efficiency the goal of those means. And it totally quantifies and systematizes mankind, right? So, okay, we had little technical difficulties with Lilith there. He's still in the studio, but it seemed like he's not not getting in there. But yeah, actually I said I was going to read Orwell, but let me actually first move to Knowledge and Values. Okay, by Henryk Skolomowski, right? Okay, because this is a very important. He talked about a seesaw effect between knowledge of the physical world, okay, and the expense of human values, right? Okay, and he talks about different ideas that cause this shift, right? So as I was looking at different ideas, right, let me actually read this paragraph because it's extremely helpful, right? He says, historically, we can distinguish at least 4 basic positions regarding the relation of values to knowledge. Okay, the first is the position of classical antiquity as exemplified by Plato. Values and knowledge are fused together. One does not become dominant or subservient to the other. As we know, Plato believed in the unity of truth, goodness, and beauty. Within his universe, values and knowledge are 2 aspects of the same thing. No knowledge, then, is value-free. And no values can be regarded as void of knowledge. According to Plato, to possess superior knowledge is to lead a superior life. Knowledge is a vital part of the network of life. Okay, in the Middle Ages, we can distinguish a second position. Knowledge is fused with values. But at the same time, it is subordinated to values which are determined by the church. Knowledge is then at the service of values and must agree with values a priori accepted as supreme. Okay, so in the first sense, you have the equal footing of knowledge and values. Right? Okay, in the second one, you have the subordination of knowledge to values. Which certain people might say is the correct position, right? That all truth should be, or all knowledge should be in service of goodness, right? Because knowledge for the sake of knowledge is doom, right? We have to be we have to be able to distinguish between good knowledge and bad knowledge. But if we have fucked up values, we'll devalue good knowledge. Anyways, let's move on here. Okay, to grasp God's design, God's order, the values that follow from the order sometimes required faculties stronger than mere human intellect. This is what we saw with Ghazali, right? Which at times saw discrepancies between natural reason and God's order. Hence, revelation was accepted as a mode of cognition, for it allowed one to transcend reason and find justification for fusion of knowledge and values under the supremacy of values. The remaining two positions can be clearly discerned in the post-Renaissance period. The third position separates knowledge from values, without, however, giving supremacy to either. Okay, this is the beginning of both universalism, right? Universal morality conceived through the notion of the archetypal man and the species being, right? And the tabula rasa. Correspondence between the mind and the outside world. Total loss of meaning here. Knowledge for the sake of knowledge, art for the sake of art, goodness without reason. Okay, this is the legacy of Kantian moral systems. Okay, and of course he was totally in line with Newton, right? Immanuel Kant saw in Newton's physics indubitable knowledge governing the behavior of the physical universe, a separate realm unto itself, with the same time would not submit the authority and sovereignty of man to any deterministic set of physical laws. Hence, he summarized the autonomy of both realms by announcing, the starry heavens above you and the moral law within you. Starry heavens above you and the moral law within you. Total separation between truth and righteousness. Okay, let me say it that way. It's totally severe if I say it that way, right? Yeah, I agree. Professor Volt, he didn't seem like he had it all together. He definitely was a genius, but definitely had a few screws loose. But yeah, the fourth position is, of course, the one held by classical empiricism, and it's the most recent extension, 19th century positivism and 20th century logical empiricism. The position separates values from knowledge, and by attaching a supreme importance to physical knowledge, notice he said that it's an extremely limited scope of knowledge. It's only physical knowledge, right, that they're putting over values, right? By attaching a supreme importance to physical knowledge and by ruling that values are not proper knowledge, it ipso facto establishes the primacy of knowledge over values. This tradition is so near to us
and envelops so constantly and consistently that we are often unable to see through it so as to assess its impact on us. In summary, the four basic positions are Plato, the fusion of knowledge with values without ascertaining the primacy of one over the other. Christianity, the fusion of the two by ascertaining the primacy of values. Okay, I really like that position. Okay, Kant, the separation of the two without censor of either. I think that position is fake and gay. Empiricism, the separation of values from knowledge while ascertaining the primacy of factual knowledge over values. That's complete trash. That's complete fucking trash. And constitutes a total loss of meaning. Okay, a metaphysical, ontological, spiritual doom. And you might as well put emotional too. Okay, so let's read a little bit of this. He says, it is, of course, the empiricist position on the empiricist tradition that we want to examine in some detail, for this tradition that looms the largest on our intellectual horizons. This is the tradition that has become our intellectual orthodoxy, the tradition that, so to speak, has been programmed into our ways of thinking and judging. The tradition, if you want to call it that. Whereas I said, why don't we have rights, R-I-T-E-S, is because they gave us rights, R-I-G-H-T-S. The tradition that, so to speak, has been programmed into our ways of thinking and judging, the tradition that has brought the value vacuum into our society. See, we don't, but also I like how he's saying that we haven't lost tradition and ritual. It's just become, okay, handed down through scientific totalitarianism, right? Like things like when the doctor wears a white coat, that's the ritual, right? The jabbies are the new baptism, right? That's a new ritual. So yeah, check it out. These are large claims that need to be substantiated. We cannot substantiate them by taking a textbook on philosophy, inspecting the content of empiricist doctrines, and then attempting to determine in what way these doctrines are affecting our lives and views. The life of cultures and societies is an exceedingly complex affair. What we must do is unravel the multitude of causes and effects, and then see how the original visions and insights of Bacon, Galileo, Descartes have given rise to larger doctrines that have channeled into various tributaries of learning and life, reinforced and strengthened process, and how it feeds upon itself by outlining boundaries of its territories and maintaining a rigid control on what is legitimate within that territory and what is illegitimate. To give two specific examples, he says, the research into chemical warfare is legitimate for its extension of objective knowledge into the sphere of some chemicals, quote unquote. The research on acupuncture is not legitimate because the phenomenon itself seems to undermine more of the fundamental tenets of the empiricist worldview. The connection between a particular phenomenon or a particular strategy and the basic tenets of the worldview is indirect and is usually several steps removed, but it is there. If we have the patience and perseverance to look for it, as strange as it may seem, this connection is often more readily grasped by intellectually unsophisticated, rebellious youth than by the sophisticated minds that govern present academia. I couldn't agree more with his assessment there. And that's one of the major reasons why I'm here. It is rather remarkable that on the basis of some other inner moral feedback, young people can sometimes react with strong moral revulsion and the certitude of their moral stand to abuses of knowledge in academia and elsewhere, while academia itself seems often oblivious of this fact. Okay, that's some of Skolomowski. Let's move on to a little bit of music. Okay, and then we'll be right back, okay? Thank you guys for joining. 3:30 a.m. The birds start singing here like clockwork. Beautiful. Beautiful, majestic. I appreciate you guys. Here is a mix I made of a cannabis song. Right, Z Boson with Rip Laureate Infinity. Oh wait, Rip versus Poet Laureate Z Boson by Doppler Effect. Check it out, guys.
Rip the jack of quantum creator, the quasar quaker. So many layers I can't demonstrate it on paper. My melodic emulators cut you down with trachea lasers of deeply deposited argon vapors. My every verse is a psychic intuitional burst. I choose which layer to listen to first. At the peak of the bell curve, earthquakes make me misspell words, but loud and clear, my every verse is well heard. They barely understand you. The unseen hands that sample you and command you is quite puritanical. Henry Louis Gates Jr. said I was a lyrical computer, a great leader of the spiritual movement, homo noeticus student, the cosmic human, homo evolutus, divine rulers from a digital future. I'm a poet, not a puppet. I spit these rhymes without a budget, with more infinite rhymes than cousins. Non-periodic comets, halo-telonian bubbles, and solidified rock deposits. When you take the time to unearth what I did, you will witness infinity. Every verse is a bridge, uneasy lies the head. My crown is too heavy for your men. The mixing board got 1,000 channels plugged in. Music generated, user generated, mixing board, entertainment for your mental entrainment. The mic on my arm is symbolic for a knowledge bomb. Celestial arms spiral into viral columns. I was betrayed the moment you were born, and more often than not, I say it in my songs all day long. I talk about lyrical law. I reserve the right to say whatever I want. If God kisses your face and the devil kissed your ass, then how come you ain't got no goddamn cast? The breakaway civilizations, generations on blast. The human population is reduced to 10% of the half. For those who love to laugh, bolides collide with incoming craft. The geography is nanoscopic, nanotopography. If you don't understand, don't mock me. The midnight lyricist with 1,000 ball cylinders. A ripper's lyricism is unlimited, limited. Opening mechanism for the sphinx is behind the ears, but there's freedom behind your fears. I am the autistic king ellipsis who broke the ecliptic, but don't nobody wanna listen. After 12, I turned into a rock-him gremlin. Bear witness to my lyrical fitness. Paranoid chillin', Bob Dylan, hip-hop villain. Lyrical law from the heart of the dark lizard king spittin'. Killer, reptile with poisonous venom. Give him a pulmonary embolism when the rhythm hit him. Bust him, punishes women and children, whoever with him. The illest alive, still living, still spittin'. The audio master, blasted with a vocal sample trigger. I'm the illest, I'm the illest, I'm the illest. They got their plans and we've got ours. Plus I got my own plans if something goes sour. Fast-acting biohazard. My verses are surface burst, blasting, attacking, and backtracking through a massive magnet. Global area with biolocation for rappers. Vocals powered by 0-point magic motors. How many times you done this before, bitch? Created an album that some love but others dismiss. My heir apparent is trying to hijack hip-hop using some fucked up mixing board spirits. Everything I've written for my brothers and sisters who still listen. This ain't no freaking fake reality vision. This a real mission. The real wheels are still spinning. I laugh, radio DJs ass kissing. How far would you go to be a rapper? Ask them. Beyond the absence of light is only blackness. How far would you go to be a rapper? Ask them. Beyond the absence of light is all blackness. 100 bars, 11 minutes, 18 bars per minute. in sidereal time, uncontrived and alive by design. Tiger Tooth, Spider-Man diving off the roof. Smile, it's the truth when I'm rhyming over loops. I'm in a spaceship minus the roof. Yeah, a real spaceship, something I designed in my youth. Let the world know the truth that I designed iller records than you. I wrote, produced, and recorded and released a lot more records than you. Just off that, I should get more credit than you, cause I'm better than you. See, you can lie to me, but don't lie about me. Is that all you got? No wonder you grouchy. My lyrics sound horrible, your voice sounds lousy. So why you still be up on radio talking about me? Catchphrase me if you can, nobody rhyme like javelin fangs. I grab the mic with pure knowledge in my hands. Choke off the bridge, you fake niggas scram. I will strangle you with dreadlocks in my bare hands. Take you to the ground, at least no release. I'm a beast, run out of wind, I hit you with the beast. 1, 2, 3, deceased. It's already chaos going on in the streets. It's just you and me. I'ma make you eat everything you said about the kid. Hip-hop's one of those things I'm proud I did. I respect your whole catalog and what you said, and I'ma share your legacy with the ones who cared. They say hip-hop is the greatest story never told. Imagine what it looked like at 100 years old. You can't use mind control on a timeless soul. The MC's lyrics defines his role. Close encounters with the poetic Buddha outside Infinity City. The programmable life form produces the grand deception. That's what it was, the idea of aliens or anatomical subs for dinosaurs to feed off our flesh and blood. They worship the sun, put you to death if you run. The serpent from Eden at Glen Rose, Texas Museum. What's the meaning? They lived alongside human beings. Physical photography blends with lomography lens. They can't copy no matter how they pretend. The cannabis man, it's just apocalypse in a can. But rip the jacket, spread soundscapes across the land. Cosmic to your death signals, hip-hop jingles. I could literally kill you with a hip-hop single. SDI is now online. The next verse time. I can float a pound of steel with my mind. Tesla shield design, obsessed with unlocking my mind. Cause there is no stopping my kind. The photons of life, phase conjugation on the mic. My rhymes rematerialize. It's like the lost unified field theory of Maxwell. They know I rap, but they didn't know I rap that well. I can't deceive you. The truth is out there for the people. The lies are transparent to see through. I dream the galactic green, the northern lights in the skies, uninhibited by the jet stream. God is within me, God is within you too, and together we will find the truth. They say you ain't the same Rip Cannabis, poet laureate, but you never checked for what your main thing. Project CC Gate spit, commissar C spaceship. They so shocked they didn't say shit. Lyrical law, it's all about the lyrics, and it goes a little something like this. Hit it.
Yeah, and I got another one here. And we will be back in a few minutes, my friends. Blessings. With Orwell and Ellul on efficiency.
Yo, breezy booming juggernauts up in this bitch. EC up in the house, in your mouth. Yo, copy up in here. My man Cage, what up Cage? Tame, Yak Biddles.
It's like copyright the white James Brown, white flames down. I rate on these lightweight clowns with lightweight sounds. You lie face down while I take crowns and violate towns. And fuck who opened up. Fuck 'em, it's my place now. But you barking loudly. For a month it's part your wowie. Still shine when I'm high. Partly sunny, partly cloudy. You talking mouthy? And I'ma duct tape you fuck faces. Ain't no way to straighten how you bit. Fuck braces. Gauges aimed and blazing out you click. Stuck quickly. I'm like a broken condom. None of y'all can fuck with me. I hope you caught resolving that revolving gat in that your frame. The palms will clap. The high exhaust is back. Fresh off tour. Yeah, left a mess on horse. Promoters that always don't sweat bullets through Teflon pores. And I match them two for everyone they sweat out. Spread the lead out with the high beams. I'm like Visine. I get the
we
red
at
out.
The club and I'm out of my forehead. Eyes so bloodshot. Everything's painted all red and we all wet. Shit, my crew all bent and up to send shots straight through the doors of a Benz limo. So obliterated they ID 'em by the passenger's dentals. Pissy drunk and I'm tipping like dominoes. We live it up, clutch spots, we get higher. Number when I'm in the car, sipping my cup and fly denims. Haters know we got fly with them. Bitches wanna ride with them. After the ball, even with so-called rap stars. Smoking too many blunts, they making me laugh hard. We rap guards, weathermen, it's time to blast off.
Team been all city since Tootie had small titties. Come to the malls with me, I be spending all 50s. High again, with enough smoke to choke a fireman. Last seen with 76 Phillies like Iverson. High and bit in my environment, where I invent lyrical violence that'll separate the mice from the men. A Timberland swamp stock competition that's listening. Twice as interested cause I'm different. The difference in being the champ or going the distance. Tame one to cheat wizard. Tragic magic, mental dyslexic, be rapping backwards when I practice. Mentally hit, bent like I'm taking a shit. Drink a whole Hennessy fifth and won't trip. See me in the corner rolling chocolate chips or little bricks. That's an Isabella, twin like Chris Tucker. This motherfucker, tame as that nigga.
You chillin' at a killer's dinner party. Evenings or pullets feel the blade in you, it's just retrieving the bullets. Death still touring, stars sticking to warring. Yeah, we can each release like Lucas wrote they shit for him. I'm just trying to get my money to build. What I can't fit with my hands, so cages coming to kill. And fix these numbers, and spend some of this HBO check on embalming like 6 feet under. Left side of the stadium get torn the fuck down. Get these any rap squatters more reason to suck now. Shit pissing corruption, so fuck the love. While I run with my cold following and drain some blood.
Yo, breezily I approach, I spy on enemies. Heated be like I'm Coach Bobby Knight, y'all Brian Dennehy's. I'll be tight, seeing these bad actors. See your ass crack, your Steve drunk in some gay bar or fag daiquiris. Life's trife, Al-Qaeda's wild wide. I hear death to the infidels. I feared for my wife's life, then my thoughts switched. Had some talks with my weatherman brethren, but now I pimp that storm, bitch. Perform, get your dough, you show your ass nice. Good tits over down for the pound, cover heist footprints. We weather whatever, men. Y'all whether or not to continue living, giving. You know you never have sex with women. The crew's legit, can never be sloppy. I see copy, leaving brothers on some poober shit. Just avoid cage. Yak tame, Breezely brewing, swing harder than Sammy Sosa during roid rage. Weathermen, Breezy brewing, juggernauts, weathermen. Come on, y'all.
Yeah. Blessings, guys. I appreciate you guys for rocking with me. We're going to go to Orwell and then to Ellul. We'll have lots more interesting segments here. I'm going to drop the link in the chat again and see what happens with the people out here. Let's see if they want to participate. But yeah, one of the main points that Orwell makes, Ellul also makes, and that's in the beginning of this work here, where he says, private ownership is only tolerable. Oh, actually, let me actually read from here. He says, socialism is bound up more or less inextricably with the idea of machine production. the idea of machine production. Okay, and capitalism has the same problem. Right? It says socialism and capitalism are urban creeds. Okay, they're both formed out of liberal ideals. Right? He says private ownership is only tolerable when every individual or family or other unit is at least moderately self-supporting. This is the idea of individualism and equality, right? They actually lead to the notion of collectivism and of the collective spirit, which is going to then be, translated through this notion of the universal mind that I was talking about, right? Right. So we have the schema of how this entire thing got generated in the first place, right? But yeah, it's this idea of individualism that when man becomes systematized, it turns into atomism. Right. Okay, not only does the system project a technical complex and a technical intent, which then lead to the system having a monistic quality, right? Everything being translated by the machine. Right, and that projects the total loss of meaning, right?
Yeah, listen, essentially it's the dehumanization of man and the humanization of the machine.
Oh yeah.
It's a complete inversion.
Yeah. And
all
first
values
you have
are
to
sapped and drained away.
Yeah, first you have to individuate man. No, first you have to universalize man. Then you can individuate him. Then you can collectivize him. It's a threefold process.
Right, which is a complete paradox, really. It's a very broken form of collectivism and individuation. It's a pseudo individuation. And a pseudo collective. Where it's the Borg, it's the hive mind, and it's the idea of individuality, but really it's the last thing it actually is. It's the fashion. It's the appearance of individuality. Which is what we have today. Which is what the riots are. And people can't wait for their people champions. Lead them to order, whatever that means. And they're fighting for the rights of everybody else. But really, like, they're the last, and for the freedom. But they're really the last people who understand freedom at all. And actually, they despise freedom. And they despise anyone who engenders freedom within themselves and thinks for themselves and has any ambition or desire to seek freedom and to endow freedom upon anybody. Those who are on the outside, who actually seek to free man from man, are always those who are most despised. This is a fact. I mean, hell, I would go so far as to say that Jesus was one of those people, from my interpretation. There's nothing man is more adept at than enchaining himself and others, and then pointing the finger somewhere else. We constantly find new ways to build prisons for ourselves. Now, maybe not you and I, but the vast majority of people need someone to lead them, need someone to tell them what to think and what to do, and what to wear, and how they should dress, and whatever the hell else. Like, it's just the reality. And this is why I say people don't want freedom. They want freedom from freedom because it requires accountability and responsibility and action. And when faced with that, people would rather run into a cell. So you could let all the prisoners free, so to speak. You know, and they'll be ready to run back in to the prison. It's like total institution. You know, someone's been in prison for like 20 years, and then you let them out into the free world, and they can't fucking handle it, to the point that they're ready to go commit crimes just so they can go back to prison. Because it's been engraved into their mind so much that they don't know how to react anymore. They don't know how to live in that world. And so this is how the controllers are able to do what they do. See, this is, to me, this is the most important thing. And it goes side by side with technology. I feel like there is nothing more important than these two topics. How man enslaves himself, and sits in the Hegel, who is so misunderstood, the master-slave dynamic. How man enslaves himself, how man enslaves others, okay, what's called the master-slave dichotomy, dynamic, okay, and how we delude ourselves into believing that we're free, and then also how technology serves that purpose. Why it is that we're afraid of facing our souls, as Carl Jung said. Man will do anything, no matter how absurd it is. This is true. So what is it in man that keeps him from looking into a damn mirror? To be introspective, to be an individual, completely and fully. Not from anything that someone, you know, if being an individual requires you to pull something from outside in the world, if it requires you to have some kind of neon light or some kind of therapist or some kind of guru, then that's not individuality. It requires deep, arduous introspection of the self. There is no other way. You are the way, period. So someone who really is about freedom, you know, doesn't have any other doctrine. Doesn't have any other path for you to follow. It only shows you the way. It only has the little lantern. It says, "Come this way. Let me show you how to free you from yourself." Not from anything else, from yourself. How the subconscious creates obstacles, because it does. That's what the subconscious does. That's what the ego, what people call the ego, does, the identity. That which defines itself by things that are not itself. The pseudo-self. So when you start defining yourself by all of these other things, by your religion, by your race, by your income, by your job, by whatever the hell it is, that's not you. Not this, not that. Neti neti in Buddhism. You know, when you strip all that away and everything is bare, what are you? Who are you? You know? And you stand before nature, which we're talking about, which everybody wants to drain away, you know, but you can't, because nature is negentropic. Nothing turns it on. There's no switch. There's no plug. There's no mechanical, you know, facilitation to nature. It just is. It always has been, and it always will be. It renews itself by itself, through itself, ad infinitum. But people have regressed into this infantilism. And that's what that is. That's what government is. Big Daddy. It's giving me rules and regulations to guide my life because I can't do it myself. That's what every church, every government, every politics, that's what all it is. All of it. Because the world is the truth of the matter is the world is unpredictable. And we know very little. We know more about what we don't know than what we know. And that's why the more you know you don't know. Because the more you know, the more you realize that we know more about what the hell we've been lied to about and what we actually don't know. We know more about the depth of our own ignorance than actual knowledge. Because knowledge, if it can't be applied practically, then it's not knowledge. It's just information. Cool, you have information. Great. That doesn't really mean much at the end of the day. Knowledge is natural. It's organic. It has to do with the real world, which technology is not. So it's antipathy to nature. Nature is the only thing that's not mechanical. Corporations are mechanical. Corporations are dead. They're a corpse. They need something to animate them. So I would argue that corporations were the first machines. If you actually think about how a corporation functions. So that was the first step. And as we've talked about before, Mo, like this technology is not something that man created. It's something that man rediscovered. You could say it's something that woke up. You know, there's a very sinister force behind this that pre-existed man. You know, and I'm not going to get you into it because I want to get into your perspective on this. Because I know we share a lot on this topic. You know, the actual taproot of what technology really is. You know, on a spiritual level, because it possesses people. They don't really know what the hell they're doing. It's just like build more, build stronger, faster. You know, everyone's just like, well, it's just money, it's just control. Yeah, but why? Like, it goes deeper than that. Like, these technocrats are religious, even though they're atheists, and they want to literally build a god and merge with it. Like, think about this for a minute. They're out of their minds. I mean, how many times does machine have to read about fucking oh my gosh, what's his face? Not Orwell, but the other lunatic. You know, and him talk about his religious rapture of transhumanism. You know, all these people talk about this shit like it's religious. You know, and they talk about the bionics and the, you know, the transgenics and, you know, the bringing together all of this, you know, the fusion. Like it's mad, and it's all antagonistic to the natural. You know, people just want to live. People want to live in cloned worlds that have no tangible existence. Like it's fucking crazy if you really think about it. Like, that's where they want us to go. They want us to go to a place, a no place, a utopia. That's what that means. No place that exists nowhere in any space or time. That's what utopia means. It's not like some paradise. It's nil. It's a nihility of the spirit. That's what utopia is. You're going nowhere. You know, so it's like, yes, there is an essence to us, a geist that exists beyond the temporal and beyond nature. Yes, but that doesn't mean that nature itself is somehow flawed or diseased or you know, broken. The only thing broken is our fucking perception by which we perceive things. That's what's broken. That's what needs adjustment. And we have a propensity to filter and project those damaged perceptions onto the organic, into the natural, and onto God, you could say. And then make those judgments and say, well, why does God do this? Why does nature do this? Not for a second thinking, hey, maybe our perception is a little off. And maybe we should stop blaming God and nature. That's my 2 cents for now. Blessings.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely a lot of truth to that. Um, and as I said, as we become, alienated from nature, right? We've also become alienated from human society through techniques, right? So, and that's because of the machine, right? The machine, its entrance into human society was abrupt, right? And as Ellul says, it was characteristic of the 19th century dynamics of power, the ideological foundations, and all this type of stuff, right? So, as I put here, you know, and this is not a greater than, less than. It's just to show the development of certain things, right? So techniques are as old as human civilization, right? Right. Symbols are a diminution of technique. They involve cultural forms, right? Technology is not is combining techniques and symbols, right? Which is combining both science and culture, so to speak, right? Into a cohesive element, right? And then it integrates and assimilates various cultural forms, right, through the mega civilizations of the world, right? And there you have the entrance of machines, right, into human society, right? And of course, you have the idea of mechanization or automation or efficiency, which consists of the mechanism as a whole, right? Um, I guess without saying mechanistic, and right, is what that word mechanism is tend to mean. Is about a uh, a technical complex and a technical intent combining into a sort of monistic quality, right? That replaces our reliance on the natural world. It replaces our reliance on human culture and on human society, right? Okay. And it becomes a third element, right? And a very dominating element, right? To that extent, right? Okay. So he says, as I said before, you need universalism to get to individualism. Okay. You need individualism to get to collectivism, right? And the universals, right? And collectivism is basically the death of liberalism itself, right? Right, because it's the snake eating its own head, as it were, right? Right, paradox of tolerance. You become tolerant of intolerance, right? And the system collapses, right?
Right.
As it were. So he says here, private ownership is only tolerable if every individual or family or other unit is at least moderately self-supporting, but the effect of industrialism is to make it impossible for anyone to be self-supporting, even for a moment. Industrialism, once it arises above a fairly low level, must lead to some form of collectivism. Not necessarily to socialism, of course. Conceivably, it might lead to the slave state, of which fascism is a kind of prophecy. And the converse is also true. Machine production suggests socialism, but socialism as a world system implies machine production because it demands certain things. Not compatible. Not compatible with the primitive way of life. It demands, for instance, constant intercommunication, an exchange of goods between all parts of the earth. It demands some degree of centralized control. It demands an approximate equal standard of life for all human beings, and probably a certain uniformity of education. So, he goes on to say, later in the piece, okay, all mechanical progress is towards greater and greater efficiency. Ultimately, therefore, to a world in which nothing goes wrong. To a world in which nothing goes wrong. But in a world in which nothing goes wrong, many of the qualities that Mr. Wells, he's talking about H.G. Wells, regards as godlike would be no more valuable than the animal faculty of moving the ears. So the complete objectification of man,
right, through the efficiency of means. Okay, Orwell saw clearly that that was going to be coming about. Okay, and he said, he said, presently somebody comes along with another invention, the airplane, for instance, which does not at first sight appear to make life safer. The first men who went up in airplanes were superlatively brave. And even today, it must need an exceptionally good nerve to be a pilot. But the same tendency as before is at work. The airplane, like the motor car, will be made foolproof. 1 million engineers are working almost unconsciously in that direction. Finally, this is the objective. Though it may never quite be reached, you will get an airplane whose pilot needs no more skill or courage than a baby needs in its perambulator. And he predicted it right there, folks. He knew that drone technology was going to come in. Why? Because efficiency has to reign. Right? So the pilot's got to go. The pilot's going to be replaced. And so is the air fleet, right? That we thought we're the most powerful military in the world because we have the air fleet. Well, they could just make drones. And of course, drones that are... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Efficiency for efficiency's sake. Yeah, drones are going to be used to blow up people based on metadata. Yeah, and he says, finally, this is the objective, though it may never quite be reached. You will get an airplane whose pilot needs no more skill or courage than a baby needs in his perambulator. And all the mechanical progress must be in this direction, he says. A machine evolves by becoming more efficient. That is foolproof. Notice he used the word evolution. He's talking about a genealogy of machines. Right, and it's not a cultural genealogy.
No, no. That's why after transhuman, you have post-human, which is after human.
Yeah, 100%. Hence, the objective of mechanical progress is a foolproof world, which may or may not mean a world inhabited by fools. Already there. Mr. Wells would probably retort that the world can never become foolproof because however high a standard of efficiency you have reached, there's always some greater difficulty ahead. For example, this is Mr. Wells' favorite idea. He has used it goodness knows how many orations. When you have got this planet of ours perfectly into trim, you start upon the enormous task of reaching and colonizing another. But this is merely to push the objective further into the future. The objective itself remains the same. Colonize another planet and the game of mechanical progress begins anew. For the foolproof world, you have substituted the foolproof solar system, the foolproof universe. In tying yourself to the ideal of mechanical efficiency, you tie yourself to the ideal of softness. But softness is repulsive, and thus all progress is seen to be a frantic struggle towards an objective, which you hope and pray will never be reached. Now and again, but not often, you meet somebody who grasps that what is usually called progress also entails what is usually called degeneracy, and who is nevertheless in favor of progress, hence the fact that in Mr. Shaw's Utopia, a statue was erected to Falstaff as the first man who ever made a speech in favor of cowardice.
Oh, that's a telling comment. The same as degeneracy. That's a regression, in other words. Perversion.
Yeah, it sounds like another John Galt.
Yeah, it's so foolproof. If it's so foolproof, why are there so many fools? Like, what?
Yeah, blessings, not no. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yo, shout out, not know. Yeah, I've known him a minute. He's a really cool dude.
Yeah, not know origin. Mimsy limbs. Blessings.
What's good, Origin?
Revaluation. Dr. D head. Name isn't important, of course. Holding it down. You know, Jake is out here. Dr. D head. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. ESP revaluation. Triple OG. But the trouble goes immensely deeper than this. He says, hitherto I've only pointed out the absurdity of aiming at mechanical progress and also at the preservation of qualities which mechanical progress makes unnecessary. The question one has got to consider is whether there is any human activity that would not be maimed by the dominance of the machine. The function of the machine is to save work. In a fully mechanized world, all the dull drudgery will be done by machinery, leaving us free for more interesting pursuits. So expressed, this sounds splendid. It makes one sick to see half a dozen men sweating their guts out to dig a trench for a water pipe, when some easily devised machine would scoop the earth out in a couple of minutes. Why not let the machines do the work and the men go and do something else? But presently the question arises, what else are they to do? Supposedly, they are set free from work in order that they may do something, which is not work. They are set free from work in order that they may do something, which is not work. What it do? What it do? What it do?
What it do and who they give?
Who they? Who they? Who they?
Hell no! Hell no! That shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
Oh hell no!
Hell no!
Shit ain't gonna happen. So yeah. So what? But what is the work? What is not work? Is it work to dig? To carpenter, to plant trees, to fell trees, to ride, to fish, to hunt, to feed chickens, to play piano, to take photographs, to build a house, to cook, to sew, to trim hats, to mend motors, bicycles? All these things are work to somebody. At this point, they're all hobbies, which is interesting. And all of them are play to somebody. Oh, even in this time. There are, in fact, few activities which cannot be either as work or play according as you choose to regard them. The laborer set free from digging may want to spend the leisure or part of it in playing the piano. By the way, skill or art, they're both used for techne. Right, and of course, one of the ideas for creativity is aesthesis, right, or coming to be, I think it's called, right? In Plato's Timaeus.
Oh yeah.
Aesthesis. That's like artification. It's kind of like memification, isn't it? I have become meme. I become meme. Bzz, bzz. All of these things are work to somebody. All of them are play to somebody. There are, in fact, very few activities which cannot be classed either work or play, he says. Interesting. Hence, the antithesis between work as something intolerably tedious and not work as something desirable is false. False. The truth is that when a human being is not eating, drinking, sleeping, making love, talking, playing games, or merely longing, or merely lounging about, and these things will not fill up time, he needs work and usually looks for it, though he may not call it work above the level of third or fourth grade moron. Life has got to be lived largely in terms of effort. For a man is not. As the vulgarer hedonists seem to suppose, a kind of walking stomach, he has got a hand, an eye, and a brain. Cease to use your hand and you've lopped off a huge chunk of your consciousness. And now consider again the half dozen men who are digging the trench for the water pipe. A machine has set them free from digging, and they are going to amuse themselves with something else, carpenting, for instance. But whatever they want to do, they will find that another machine has set them free from that. For in a fully mechanized world, there would be no more need to carpenter, to cook, to mend motorcycles, etc. Then there would be to dig. By the way, there is a book like that called the Zen of like motorcycle maintenance or something like that, where a guy actually writes a response to technological society saying he finds like escape by just like fixing his bike, by like working on fixing his bike. So is that nihilism or what, folks? But yeah, it's interesting. He says there is scarcely anything from catching a whale to carrying a cherry stone that would not conceivably be done by machinery. The machine would even encroach upon the activities we now class as art. It is doing so already via the camera and the radio, mechanize the world as fully as it might be mechanized. And whichever way you turn, there'll be some machine cutting you off from the chance of working, that is, of living, he says. Okay. And that's about what I'll read there. But yeah, he's talking about the value of work being taken away by machines. And I think he's made some pretty great points about the role of efficiency, the role of collectivism. Okay, the idea that socialism and capitalism are bound up with the machine and all of that. So yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys for being here. But we're going to move on here to Ellul and see what he's got to say, about a lot of these ideas. Okay, and I greatly appreciate you guys for being here. But yeah, he's going to talk about collectivism. Right, and
Blessing and an honor, my friend.
Yeah, of course. And of course, this is the line that I read yesterday that is just off the chain. Right, where he says, okay, that the simple fact is that liberalism permitted the development of its executioner. Okay. Liberalism give birth to its executioner. So yeah. So this is where we were at. He says that that monopolies and trusts and the force of centralization that technique basically forces. This tendency is a plague and the destruction of liberalism. He says it tends either in a straightforward monopoly with no competitive freedom, whether the monopoly is private or of the state. The result of the contest between the state control and liberalism is the same, or monopolistic competition, which is no less ruinous than outright monopoly. because of the waste it causes. It says it is technique alone in two different aspects which gives rise to these facts. First, financial techniques are encouraged, which permit the establishment of institutions, such as trusts and concerns. This would be unthinkable without a prodigious development of means. Okay. So the building of the building of financial institutions, okay, that correspond to both economic techniques and also the building of financial trusts. That these lead to centralization. Where he said this would be unthinkable without the prodigious development of means, right? Which are techniques, right? As you said earlier, technique creates means. And he says, they assure the flexibility of these institutions on the level of the banks and the stock exchange. Okay. Also, the role of interest, right? Almost the entire economy is based on interest and usury. But I think that is what he means by financial trust, right? Second, competition is encouraged, which, when it becomes established among several enterprises under a liberal regime, is in reality a competition of techniques in the microeconomic phase, to the extent that technique, I'm sorry, he says, to the extent that techniques remain static, different enterprises are able to exist side by side, each with its own clientele for its own products. Some of the enterprises may be powerful and some weak, but the weak ones are nonetheless still able to subsist. Okay, so the stability of competition is only ensured by the stasis of techniques. Right, another key point. Again, of course, you have to have the viability of techniques on a level playing field for there to be competition. It's a pretty obvious point, isn't it? But yeah. So competition has a its own role, right? But it's competition among techniques of the same kind, right? Usually, right? Is what Ellul is saying, and I think that he's right. Okay, so he says some of the enterprises may be powerful, some weak. The weak ones are nonetheless still able to subsist. It is not magnitude of enterprise which destroys the equilibrium, but technical progress. Okay, I'll read that again. He says it is not magnitude of enterprise which destroys the equilibrium, but technical progress. Of course, it's technical progress that decides the magnitude, right? So it's of, very true. The moment an enterprise applies new procedures, for example, new public relations techniques, machines that increase yield and decrease unit cost, business organization that makes labor more efficient, financial modalities that assure greater stability. It finds that these technical elements give it advantage over the competitors and allow it to eliminate or absorb them. Competition is thus an enticement to such technical progress as will bring victory over the competitor. This means that competition tends to destroy liberalism. Interesting. See, I thought it was an element of liberalism. It actually tends to destroy it. When the thing that's driving, again, the magnitude of enterprise is technical progress itself. It will be objected that competition does not destroy the liberal economy completely because all competitors will adopt technical development. In practice, certain sectors of the economy are completely monopolistic. Okay, look at medicine, look at the media. There are certain technologies, as we discussed before, that they cannot be privatized, right? Simply too dangerous. You have to develop regulatory agencies. And it can be further basically objected that communications technologies are the same thing, right? They're too large scale to be privatized. Of course, they were started by the government. He says, in reply to the objection, I reiterate that technique engenders itself and that anyone who succeeds in making a head start in the technical domain increases his advantage without limit. Increases his advantage without limit. For these reasons, I'm able to agree completely with Vincent's position. For Vincent, as for me, technique and liberalism are incompatible, but it seems his reasoning does not take account of all the facts. Vincent's thesis can be summarized as follows. How will the advantage of technical progress be divided in pure liberal regimes, supposing perfect competition and non-intervention of the state? Question. It is clear that in this hypothetical case, the producers who have achieved technical progress would not be able to benefit from it, since by hypothesis, competitors will arise to bring sales prices to a level of decreased cost price. We conclude that only the consumer would not be in a position to benefit from technical progress. This implies unexpected conclusion. Since progress would bring no special advantage, no one could be expected to want or seek it. The affirmation is inescapable that pure liberalism, in essence, compels stagnation. And of course, this is the point that, as we talked about, people at like in the Zeitgeist movie and all this types of things, right? Where they promote like Fabian socialism and stuff, right? And technocracy. But they say scientists and, as Francis Bacon says, scientists, philosophers should rule the government. Philosopher, scientists. And of course, they think this would be a way of increasing both technical progress and efficiency. because they won't seek technical stasis on the basis of competition. So it's interesting. He says this way of putting the problem is rather hypothetical and abstract. Vincent himself admits it, but even so, the reasoning is not convincing in itself. It is too easy to reply, and the liberals will not fail to do so. In the application of such pure liberalism, Simon pure liberalism? I don't know what that means. Such Simon pure liberalism has never been an issue. What is important to liberals is a liberalism adapted to economic conditions and then stabilized. The liberalism would permit, he says this liberalism would permit technical progress, right? Okay, so it requires, again, centralization of means. Okay, Vincent's arguments are convincing only in regard to one side of the following dilemma. Either liberalism remains true to itself and is forced to challenge technical progress according to the arguments given above, or it adopts technical progress and is obliged to repudiate itself. But the first alternative, that is, to stabilize the limitations on liberalism, is impossible. The second alternative will be the actual issue. The more technical progress advances, the more constricted will be the role of liberalism. The more constricted will be the role of liberalism. And he goes on to say, could we not pass between the horns of the dilemma by means of the less and less likely possibility of competition? Just as technical progress never attains the absolute, so freedom of competition will doubtless never disappear absolutely. But there is a point at which it is no longer possible to speak of liberalism. In the most authoritarian regime, some freedom remains. It is nonetheless an authoritarian regime. The perspective changes depending on the time and the psychology. The point at which we stop saying liberalism and say controlled economy also varies. But the process cannot be checked. No personal choice is possible. Certainly, it is not that a strict automatism comes into play. To clinch the system and complete the process, human decision and intervention are necessary. It might nevertheless be objected that economic laws have existence insofar as they are understood. That a choice is possible between technical intervention and the return to free operation of economic laws. Unfortunately, illusions and hopes are more tenuous than realistic considerations. When technical progress intervenes, it modifies not only the application of economic laws, but also the essence of the laws. We may consider this in two ways. First, economic laws are not eternal like the laws conceived by Moses on Mount Sinai. Our economic laws are valid only for a certain type or form of economy. When technical progress occurs, it is integrated into the economic system, not as a foreign element, but organically. Technical progress is part of the essence of an economic system, not a mere accidental event. When some substance changes the metabolism of a body, the result is a new situation which follows certain laws that did not hold for the preceding situations. The chemist studies a new combination from which he must exact new laws. When the facts change, the constants as well as the laws are modified. Second, even if we must insist on making value judgments, on declaring a certain state to be normal and the laws that control it alone to be just. If, in other words, we want economic laws to be as rigorous and eternal as laws of physics, the situation does not change. The laws of physics are known to be relative. The laws of microphysics enforced today are not laws we learn from our school books. The situation is exactly the same in economics. A change of scale is not merely a change of magnitude. It is modification of nature. Okay, so he's saying that since the essence of economic system is technical means, okay, it's changed the nature or the essence of economic laws. Right, so he's saying that there's been a sort of paradigm shift, in economic laws, the same as in those understanding of physics, right? He's saying that it's almost like the laws have become relative to technical enterprise. That the axis is shifted from the economic laws to the relativity and scope of economic means, right? Because they're tied to the scope of magnitude in terms of technology, right? The scope of technology that's available. So he goes on to say, in fact, technique has modified the scale of the human economy. And the laws that held for the average economic system at the beginning of the 19th century no longer apply in the new scale of the economy we know today. Liberalism is only conceivable if technical progress is choked off, so that the system remains at the fixed stage of equilibrium and of middling force. Now he makes a key point. Okay. He makes a key point. He says the antinomy between liberalism and technique is further accentuated when we consider that technique can give rise to nothing but a mass economy. We refer here not only to the fact that the expanding and the developing economy embraces an ever-increasing number of human individuals, and that the demographic growth, the demographic growth requires such an expansion. Here we are not using the word mass in the sense of great numbers, but in the usual sociological sense of mass opposed to community. It is recognized that our civilization is becoming a mass civilization. But we generally neglect the twofold fact that technique is one of the important factors of this massification. And that the economy takes from it a particular form. Technique makes the economy a mass economy, that is to say, an economy taken as a whole, to which we give the name macroeconomy, right? The idea of massification is the idea of collectivism, right? Essentially, right? Collectivization. And really standardization. As I've said, complexity breeds assimilation. Okay. So he says this hypothesis is necessary in order to account for the free play of the economic techniques. Economic problems must be posed in global terms, in terms of a global income, global employment, global demand, and so on. This global macroeconomic conception corresponds to mass society, which is extremely differentiated, as we know. Just as techniques break down the barriers between economic sectors, so an economy based on technique tends to burst asunder the traditional sociological frameworks. And of course, all forms of tradition are subsumed by the technical enterprise, right? As we've seen before, right? Technique is the antithesis of traditions in any sense, right? But it does create something sort of antithetical to tradition, right? Which is norms, right? Norms are part of the process of massification itself, right? Norms and planning, as we saw before. Okay, and we got a couple more things here, right? About the how communities are transformed into collectives, right? And that's part of the process of massification, right? Things are relabeled, right? And of course, the relabel is often secularized, right? Right? Community was based on a sort of the idea of covenant. Right, where even Hobbes uses the term. Interestingly enough, in his chapter on the Commonwealth in the Leviathan. But of course, we move from the hot collective, as Nick Land said, to the cold collectivity, right? Loose collective. So he says, economic problems. Actually, where am I? Yeah, he says, economic problems must be posed in global terms, in terms of the global income, global employment, global demand, and so on. The global macroeconomic conception corresponds to mass society, which is extremely differentiated, as we know. So that's one thing, is the loss of community comes with the birth of a global system, right? Globalism and macroeconomics are basically one and the same, right?
Right? People are waiting for globalism to come. Okay, they're like, wait, they're trying to make a one world government. The crucibilities. Good Lord. When are you people going to wake up? Just as technique breaks down the barriers between economic sectors, so an economy based on technique tends to bust asunder the traditional sociological frameworks. Duh. It's kind of a Captain Obvious. But most people won't have it, right? They're still stuck to fighting liberalism and proposing nationalism and all these types of things. Why don't they fight the real problem? Right, which is a massification of means. That's everywhere destroying traditions. The macroeconomy is only a framework and an element of an economic technique. It is indifferent to free enterprise, to the concept of the nation, which it destroys. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Not voluntarily, but indirectly, all right? Indirectly. It has no personal private goal. It does not seek at all to modify a given social or economic reality. Nevertheless, the breakdown of all the traditional particularisms occurs in economics, as I have already described the result of the macroeconomic method to the degree that it proves itself efficient will be to smooth out economic contradictions, to encompass within the artificial what has previously belonged to the natural. To the degree that macroeconomics brings us to think in global and statistical terms, it leads to the suppression of the causes of fractionation, for example, national frontiers. The macroeconomic movement toward universalism will be stronger the more it is reinforced by the other convergent factors. The first step is the constitution of an intercontinental economy, which technique in any case renders inevitable for other reasons. The movement towards an intercontinental economy leads to a mass economy. The second characteristic of this massification is summarized by Sartre's profound remark that statistics can never be dialectics. Statistics can never be dialectics. Right, and it goes along with Ellul's idea that once the statistics, all this massive information is compiled, it has to be used. But it would be a huge blunder not to use the information that you've gathered. It took extreme expense and effort to gather the information. Statistics can never be dialectics. Right, the choice is already made. Right, it's already inherent in the statistics. Right, the ideal of efficiency is already there in the statistical results. Right. There's an opposition, even mutual exclusion between statistics and dialectics. They differ not merely in the mode of explaining, but also in the very mode of apprehending the world and action. Statistics is necessarily a univocal method that expresses an aspect of reality which is uncombinable with any other, except other statistics, and which cannot tolerate contradiction or evolutionary development. Statistics conceives evolution only in its formal aspect, fastening on its strictly numerical element and proceeding discretely along the number continuum which it connects by extrapolation. It sets up linear formulation as the very essence of evolution, but it is incapable of grasping in any degree the internal and continuous mechanism of evolution and the interplay of negations involved in the affirmations. Statistics and every technique can proceed only by affirmation, by exclusion of negations, refusal, and destruction. It implies and prescribes a logical evolution, but not a dialectic evolution. An economics founded on this method is of necessity anti-dialectical. It is one of the profound betrayals of Marxism on part of modern communism. The movement of masses is likewise univocal and anti-dialectical. The interested reader is referred to Reinwald's L'Esprit des Masses. There is therefore a fixed connection between statistics and the economics of mass society. Now he makes a major, massive point. Okay, this entire next page is pretty substantial, I would say. Okay, and it's discoveries here. Okay, but he says only opposition exists between statistics and organic society. The life of an organic dialectic society cannot be completely enclosed in a technical operation like statistics. Statistics even implies a mass society. Economically, this technical operation presupposes that all members of the society participate privately and without concern for the whole. In the economic system that techniques progressively elaborate, it is not only that everyone is inescapably a consumer and producer, and as such participates in the economic life. More important, all members of society, not each member, are integrated in in the mass, into a pre-established system. It is a fact of all and pre-established, required by the use of technique which involves the mass. The all is involved because technique yields results and demands effort to such a degree that no individual can remain outside. But if technique demands the participation of everybody, this means that the individual is reduced to a few essential functions which make him a mass man, the underman, the last man, right?
The Untermensch.
Yeah, the man of technical progress. NPC.
The Untermensch.
Yeah. Underman. Technical expansion requires the widest possible domain. And of course, the widest possible domain is to enslave the thing that created it, right? Technical expansion requires the widest possible domain. In the near future, not even the whole earth may be sufficient. And that's right. They're already talking about that, terraforming and all that type of stuff. The pre-established, by the way, they've calculated that if, you get everybody like fridge and microwave and 2-car garage and house and electricity and all that, You need like 6 Earths just to do that.
What?
6 Earths of full of the same amount of resources, right? There's not enough oil on Earth to accomplish that.
Oh,
You know, we'd have to,
Earths. Oh, okay.
yeah, we'd have to totally change our technical means, and that's exactly what they're doing, right? They've lost, you know, the means to continue this state of civilization with oil, right? So they have to upgrade to electrical means. That's why they're having a 4th industrial revolution, all that stuff.
I thought you meant 6 hertz. I'm like, that seems weird.
No, 6 Earths.
Okay.
Yeah, and he says the all is involved because technique yields results and demands effort to such a degree that no individual can remain outside. But if technique demands the participation of everybody, this means the individual is reduced to a few essential functions. He remains quote unquote free. He can no longer escape being part of the mass. Technical expansion requires the widest possible domain. And it requires the entire earth to be subsumed under the guise of technical progress. We got the Chief Keef.
Hello, I've been going war against Iran. He do a bad thing to me, my people.
Holy shit, bro.
Well, that's going to be a popular one.
Somebody clip that.
That's going to be a popular one. Going
It
down the
will,
road.
it will first.
Yeah, I'm sure we're not going to be on any Palantir list anytime soon. So we have nothing to worry about.
Don't worry. They can't understand my secret special language here.
We're already on main core list, probably.
This is yeah, these next few paragraphs, I mean, this is the real steel, man. And so it goes on to say, he says the pre-established is involved because technique has its laws and its motives, which I've already outlined, and fashions the frameworks that are most auspicious to it. We are experiencing this in the modern world, despite the preoccupations of humanist economists. The economic mechanism tends to become stricter, adhering to reality through its technique, but at the same time absorbing it. Men must enter into a pre-established framework. Technique cannot act otherwise than to pre-establish them too. If it did not act so, it would not even exist itself. We now see why the social complex on contact with technique becomes mass rather than the community or an organism. Okay, so the massification, collectivism, okay, through institutions, monopolies, trusts, centralization, massification of means, efficiency of means, creates a global system and subsumes man to technique. He says technique demands for its development malleable human ensembles. Let me read that again. Technique demands for its development malleable human ensembles. That fact itself constitutes the death of liberalism, folks. These malleable human ensembles. How can liberalism function with these these plastic hordes. We have already encountered this characteristic, he says, in our discussion of technical expansion. We find it again in a very typical way in our study of the influence of technique on the economy. The economy oriented in this direction supposes mobile masses of men available to needs which are simultaneously economic and technical. Every undertaking involving a real community is necessarily antithetical. Oh, I'm sorry, anti-technical. But yeah, same thing. On the economic level. Right? It's antithetical to technique, right? Not only because it is relatively static, but because of its particularism. If genuine communities were to develop, no further economic technique would be possible. I am, of course, speaking here of true communities, not of counterfeit communities, such as the corporations have represented since 1935. We conclude then that the social form most auspicious to economic technique is the mass. In this form, the calculus of probabilities and planning both have free play. That's it. The new section is the anti-democratic economy. So not only does technique destroy liberalism, it destroys this idea of democracy, as we shall see. So it's pretty interesting, folks, right? So there we have covered a lot of ground there, okay, in the 3 hours there. Okay, and man, the opening of this show keeps on, like, becoming longer and longer. Right, but yeah, now we're at 3 hours. No participation from the panel. Okay, in terms of new members, new people from other shows coming in and having chit chats about technology and stuff, just the same old people that have always been here. Me, Neuro, Jack Reddington, literally since day one. The link is pinned. I've been discussing the role of technique in human society for pretty much 3 hours. I presented a range of sources. Okay, Skolmowski, Orwell, Ellul, Ghazali.
Orwell is definitely underrated as far as his technological critique, in a sense, for sure.
Oh yeah, that's a massive thing. I saw Unism read that a long time ago too, so shout out to Unism. He's very knowledgeable on different critiques of technology, apparently. So if you guys haven't checked out Unism channel, I highly recommend his work. I think he got his channel taken down for talking about Uncle Teddy, which happens sometimes.
Well, and his editing skill is one of the best I've ever seen. So I'll have to say that as well.
Oh yeah, excellent video edits. Actually, let me pull up his channel right now, Unism, and we might want to go check this out. Oh fuck, man! Clicking on tons of stuff by accident. But yeah, Unism.
One of my favorite critiques of technology is an episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force, where they have the wizard. And,
yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
sounds like a joke, but actually, I think they had a lot of weird. I've only watched really the first season of Aqua Teen, and it was a pretty weird, esoteric season of cartoon. I have to say. I'm sure there's many like that though, but I put it in one of my videos because I think they were doing like this thing about like moon aliens, but I think the moon aliens were actually supposed to be Jews, and they're doing like some sort of weird like Kabbalah shit or something. I don't know, but
Yeah, Unism. I found this guy Unism because he made a meme of a Scorbina quote. I was like, that's pretty awesome. You know,
oh, he's got Jay Dyer at the top over there too. That's kind of weird. Malcolm X. Okay.
Malcolm
V,
X, Curtis Yarving, Philip
V.
K. Dick,
Interesting. I never seen this guy. Oh, Valis. Oh, yeah, you got a little Valis over there. Okay.
Rick Roderick on
Valis is
Baudrillard.
a trip.
You got Jeebus over there. Okay.
Yeah, he's a Christian. Unism.
Okay. I like. You got two Jay Dyers over there.
Protestant vagrant.
Yeah, he's making fun of Jay Dyer. So yeah.
Dude, it was fun. It was so hilarious. I tuned into Jay Dyer for 30 seconds, and it was someone in the chat saying, Jay Dryer is not funny and doesn't know what he's talking about, or something like that. And he was so dead serious. He's like, "You obviously haven't been here. You don't even know how to say my name right, and you'll never come up here and debate." He was like, he was so fucking like deadpan serious, like.
Well, that's the joke, right? Jay Doomer. We create a channel called Jay Doomer.
Well, they already have Jay Dreamer, so then you can have Jay. I mean, I have to admit, like, Jay can be listenable to, but I think he goes out of his way not to be listenable to. But are you shutting this one down? If you don't want to shut it down yet, I do have a little reading I wanted to make an excerpt from, because it may or may not be related directly to liberalism. I mean, it's definitely about liberalism, but I would be kind of curious to get your take on some of this.
Yeah, this is a much longer stream today, so we do double time today. So yeah, read whatever you like, my friend.
Cool. This is from the American Militant Nationalist Manifesto. And people probably can't even find this in print right now, but I'm making my way through it slowly, and I'll read one of the excerpts over here. So traditionally, it has been common for liberals to assert that Western ideals of freedom, democracy, equality, or justice have been responsible for the meteoric growth and expansion of Western civilization during the 18th and 19th century and 20th century. In other words, liberals generally assert that it is liberalism that has made the West exceptional. Of course, some of the most radical leftists have recently begun to deny that America and the West are in any way exceptional whatsoever, adopting the strategy of labeling the West meteoric rise as a fluke that was in some way resultant upon accidents of geography, a trend that is intended to deny any credit for the rise of Western civilization to any aspect of that civilization whatsoever, lest Westerners might take little pride in themselves. But that is another story. Let us now concern ourselves with the widespread liberal assumptions concerning the role of cosmopolitan idealism and civic humanism in the rise of Western civilization. The point of this, freedom, democracy, equality, none of these empty ideals have had anything to do with the astounding success of our civilization over the past few hundred years. The success of the West has been wholly contingent upon a militant spirit, and any liberal attempt to credit this success of the advent of liberal ideas is completely erroneous. In the 14th century, Europe was an impoverished backwater. It was an inconsequential province of the vast Eurasian world island. But during the 15th century, the blonde and red-headed barbarians began to construct huge seagoing vessels in order to traverse the oceans of the world and acquire plunder. These Europeans, the Portuguese, the Dutch, the Spanish, emulated their Viking forebears who had snaked their way down from Scandinavia via the river systems of Europe to wreak havoc and ruin. But they now adopted this new schematic upon a world stage. When European warrior explorers first exploded upon the Asiatic scene in the middle of the 15th century, the pacifistic Indians and Indonesians who conducted and enriched themselves through trade upon the Indian Ocean must have been struck as if a bolt from the blue. The Portuguese sailed into trading posts with huge ships full of soldiers and then proceeded to unexpectedly seize them. The Dutch arrived at other cities and did the same. Spain finally arrived on the scene with their taking of the Philippines, a feat that followed their conquest of the vast and recently discovered continents of the New World. The English and the French would eventually arrive in Asia as well and carve out their respective spheres, primarily upon the mainland of the Indian subcontinent. The British would later supplant the French here during the 7 Years' War, and thus the jewels of trade throughout the Indian and Pacific Oceans were forcefully appropriated by the European powers, who proceeded to enrich themselves through a vast manifold of commerce of the region. And I mean, this is a big chapter. This is like a few more pages long, but I just wanted to throw a little bit of that in there, which it's not directly related to what you're doing, but
No,
again, I think
it's totally related. Yeah, because he's showing how it wasn't liberal ideals that brought about a Western expansion, but technical enterprise, which leads to militancy, right? So I think that is actually 100% in line, right? With with exactly what I was reading, right? Because and it goes along with what Ellul is basically saying, that liberalism gives birth to its executioner, that the same people who followed through on these liberal principles, right? The end value there, right, is that you grow technical means, right, through rationalism, through progress, right, through efficiency of means, right, and you sublimate, subdue, and control those natural forces, right, and those traditional instincts, into universal goals. I mean, right, and so
right.
yeah.
Yeah, and again, I think that a lot of the stuff that I've been talking about recently has been misconstrued to say that, like, well, it sounds like you just think that Europeans are better or they deserve X, Y, Z or whatever. And I think it's a little more. I mean, I'm not good at explaining it, but I think it's a little more sophisticated. Is like liberalism is going to kill everything and everyone, right? So, you know, and I think that mistaking liberalism for like Western European ideals is just not reality, right? And so, again, it came out from Western people, but that doesn't mean that that's what made Western culture, right? Like it's actually subverting Western culture, and again, it doesn't mean that some people might not benefit from it in the West, or from European people might not benefit from it in the interim, but I think it's safe to say that eventually it's going to just be, it's going to destroy everything. I mean, at least in my opinion. So, I mean,
think,
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a little older, because the idea of syncretism or perennialism, right, is as old as Greece and affected Plato, right? If you look at Orphic Pythagorean thought, right, it's very eclectic, right? It's trying to tie together science and philosophy and religion and all these different things, right? So, so I think that whatever is quote unquote liberalism or universalism, and of course it was the Gnostics who thought of the idea of the archetypal man, right? So I'm sort of borrowing it from them, right? Especially the Mandaeans, right? So yeah, I mean, it's fascinating stuff, right? Obviously, this notion of the universal mind. So, as I'm saying, these ideas have roots in, way earlier, right? Like as I said, sophists believe that everything was physics and convention. Like basically, um, that's essentially what Leucippus and Democritus thought too, right? They said there's atoms, the void, and there's convention of natural laws, right? And what is convention? Well, it's just based on, chaos and emergence, and and so yeah.
Yeah, and you said you have more reading to do today, right? Like you're gonna
Oh
go
yeah.
do some more stuff.
Oh yeah.
Is it gonna be more Ellul, or is it gonna be a different?
Oh yeah. We're moving to the Tao Te Ching now. So yeah, we're moving to a little bit of a different thing. But yeah, that section of Ellul, is roughly page 200 to 208, right? Where he's talking about, the authoritarian nature of techniques, right? And how they affect the economy, right? And I paired that off with basically a reading by Orwell, where he's talking about work losing its meaning because of machines, right, and mechanical progress, right? So yeah, we gave quite a thing there, and also I talked about, different forms of, how the state related to the individual, and that related to the concept of universal ideas, right? And how that relates to the creation of symbols and techniques, right? So we touched on that as well. And we had Twilight, son of Lilith, here today, right? So it's been an interesting discussion for sure. But
And if you'll indulge me, I wanted to read two more brief paragraphs by another Kang I know, which is you.
For sure.
Okay, so this is paragraph 230. Either way, it seems that some believed that a sacred lineage of man was passed down and preserved through the ages, especially in the white races. As Darwin believed the civilized races would conquer over the barbarians, it was recently discovered that there is a disproportionate amount of data from white males in the Human Genome Project. Whites are generally used as a standard for Western medicine, which assumes that there is not much variation in man, since man is a machine whose functions are essentialized. The claim of the equality of man comes from the idea of collective one-size-fits-all salvation, just as the idea of noble races comes from stories of sacred lineage, quite unsurprisingly, all derived from the literature of the Jews. Are we to believe in modern science that has cast the various segments of genes to determine the differences in people? Science has a way of changing its story. We are often told that civilization was formed in the West and that most of the advances occurred in Europe. At the time of Greece, there were already comparable empires in India, Persia, and Egypt, yet still some theosophists like Blavatsky and Massey have constructed a myth that Aryans began civilization in India or Africa. Being from the Indian subcontinent, it seems like most of the claims of the people who possess European features from from such a region is greatly overestimated. People look Persian and even Arab, but not white. The myth of Aryans has not been substantiated. To make matters worse, South Indians seem to possess genes quite similar to people from the Ivory Coast of Africa. No one single development of race or heritage can be seen to provide a basis for language or civilization. The oldest languages are the Polynesian and indigenous. There are, however, groups that claim not only that Western civilization began the most important advances for the human race, but also that whites are the descendants of ancient Israelites and are the 13th tribe of Israel. Some of these groups have made the claim that Adam means blood in the cheeks, when it actually is derived from Adamot or clay. This comes from a story that, as ancient as Babylon, that says that gods constructed humans from clay. They also believe that the dark spring tides under the moon combined with ladies' blood and represented from a curse on women. In Paul's writings, we see that men were freed from the law because they did not have to circumcise, but women were still cursed by the law because by childbearing. Hence, a curse on women and the ignoble races was established by occultists who espoused the religious and historical view of British Israelism. The perverse and demented sounding ideology of British Israelism is some of what we see, some of what spawns the racist ideologies like uh, Mean Mr. Mustache and the KKK. And it is also mentioned in the writings of William Blake and Lord Byron, where they can be seen referring to the concept of the New Jerusalem taken from neo-paganism of Swedenborg. The concept, and by the way, I think it was Kant or Hegel that also was influenced by that as well, but I'm sure that's just a coincidence too. The concept of British Israelism, and that's my interjection, by the way. The concept of British Israelism and Christian identity has been whitewashed and called philo-Semitism by some. What is most illogical in these types of groups is not the insistence on a local or national type of identity based on a humble origin or of a unique or an heroic type, but this creed is to be realized on the basis of universal values for all time and for all mankind. If the creed is so unique that it is the sole right of a single nation or people, then would it not defeat its own purpose by becoming universalized? If the root ideology were to take shape around the world in the quest for world domination that they claim is guaranteed to them by destiny, they would quickly then lose what makes them unique, which is their own local heritage based on their superiority and rarity among the rest of mankind. Precisely what makes a cultural heritage unique is paid dues after centuries of rites and rituals that are passed down by traditions of a select group of elders that the rest of the people cannot appreciate. What would be the point of such rites if anyone could participate? What would be the value of instituting such cultural rites on a worldwide scale and hence diminishing their value and importance and uniqueness? So it goes on from there, obviously, but I thought that was pretty in a strange way, and it actually gets into some more stuff about the New World and Christian Zionists and stuff like that after that. But you get the idea. Like Stefan Molyneux's entered the chat, for instance, right? So
Sad Champagne.
Yeah, I hardly get a chance to read my own stuff, but actually, Neurojack points out some pretty great selections, and I think two of the ones you pointed out recently, have been pretty good. I think one was Paul in the Spirit of World History, and the other one was Blood and the Covenant or something like that. But yeah, interesting stuff for sure. Thank you, blessings. And yeah, so yeah, we'll take a little musical break here. And move on to the Tao Te Ching. Now we have a very important chapter there. Chapter 66 about rulership, right? So we're going to get into some of the Crowley and the Seraphim Rose, and I think I'll read an OG translation too of that particular chapter, right? Let me see if I could see where I put my copy of the Tao Te Ching. Okay, here it is. Yeah, so I'm all prepared for that. So yeah, we'll take a little musical break, and we'll be back with this, little Taoism stuff. All right, blessings. Little jazz break. How about that? Blessings, guys. Okay, I don't know why it's showing up like that.
Yeah, it's rather weird.
Oh, it's because of the window. All right. Okay, there we go. So yeah, we're gonna go to chapter 66. I'm gonna read 3 different translations here. It's one of the most important chapters in my opinion. Okay, there's certain chapters that I think are very, very significant. Among the ones I could think of off the top of my head, I think 18. Okay, 29. Okay, do you think you can improve the world, change the world and improve it? I do not think this can be done. Chapter 29, that line is very pivotal. Chapter 20, give up learning and put an end to all your troubles. Huge line. Okay, chapter 18. Okay, the lines that are against Confucianism and against cultural refinement, loyal ministers, and against filial piety. Okay, chapter 42, and the passages about the creation of the world. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, 3 gave birth to 10,000 things, right? There's certain chapters in the Tao that are extremely significant, right? They have extremely powerful lines, extremely declarative statements, right? There's no like sort of dialectical pairings. So certain times in the Tao where you get a actual idea, right? Simplicity, right? The idea of natural simplicity. Against cultural refinement, for example, is a consistent theme. The Tao forbids seeking knowledge for the sake of knowledge. It strictly forbids it. It's against labeling things. It's against gaining knowledge. It's against acquiring possessions and knowledge. And it's a very personal philosophy. Right? One of the criticisms of the Taoists is that they didn't respect the division of labor in the society. Right? The critique, does Emperor Shen Nung make his own sandals? Right. Basically the same critique that they had to people that are basically critical of technological society, right? Why don't you go live in the woods? You know, and the Taoists kind of came to a uneasy conclusion, right? They didn't want to reject society, but they didn't want to be part of society, as it were. So Lao Tzu really recommends neither leaving society nor embracing it. You know, what he says is to just become plain. You know, choose a life of simplicity and plainness. So it's interesting. But yeah, how can we relate that to the teachings of Christ, right? Let what is in your heart be your treasure. Right? Obviously, simplicity. Right? Simplify. Friendships, laws, possessions. Right? Fear of man causes snares. Man cannot serve two masters. A house divided cannot stand. If your right eye offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. So on and so forth. Man does not live on bread alone. Give to Caesar's what is Caesar's. A rich man cannot pass through the eye of a needle. So it goes on to say, and this is Sarah from Rose. He says, it is easy to reconcile the existence of the suffering in the world until one truly suffers. Then, when it seems impossible to reconcile the suffering in oneself, it seems impossible to reconcile the suffering in the world. Instead of an explanation to reconcile suffering, the maker of things has offered himself and his life. And he alone suffered as an absolute innocent. He alone had nothing to learn, nothing to gain from suffering. He alone, being born of a virgin, was not born out of that pleasure which must be succeeded by pain. Yet he alone lived in the full all the pain and sorrow of which a human being is capable of. Now, that line, birthed without pleasure, right? And to put an end to pain and suffering. Through pain and suffering. Right? So that has important implications coming up in another line here. So the suffering of the way then was a purely gratuitous act. In it, he offered himself no false consolation, no easy escape and pleasure, such as we use every day. Sensual pleasure born of desire is the mother of death. Yeah. You know, the five colors blind the eye, the five tastes dull the tongue. And the death of such pleasure is suffering, and submitting to suffering and death without having been born out of pleasure. And this is the key line: the way put pleasure's child to death. Right? So actually what you're sacrificing is your own desires, your own obedience to the rules of social conformity, your own lusts and passions. Then he says, thus giving birth to life without end, to eternal rest and stillness for those who would share in his pain.
This did the ancient sage foreglimpse and foretell, saying the way of nameless simplicity. Nameless simplicity is the death of the passions. The death of the passions will lead to stillness, and thus the world will naturally be at rest. Okay, so simplicity to stillness to rest. You know, instead of progress to action to chaos. Right? Just, I mean, seems pretty good, doing. But yeah, let me go to Crowley. Crowley. Uh-oh. And it's about to be, it's also 3 hours and 33 minutes in the program. So, bam.
Sad trombone.
Open up Crowley. The devil. Chapter 66 at 333. You know what I'm saying? Holla if you're Kabbalah.
Truth is stranger than fiction.
Make a holla if you're Kabbalah. Gay matria, goy matria for the very first time. Hashtag goy matria.
For real, son.
For real, son. Tech Zionism, son. Shout out to old Carpy boy.
Hail Amalek.
Amalek.
Mr. Crowley. Shout out Ozzy Osbourne.
Mr. Crowley.
Yeah. What they done in your head.
Oh, did he write a song about Crowley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Crowley, yeah.
Oh my God.
Mr. Alarming. Yeah, man.
Oh, okay. So
Those Black Sabbath days, right?
uh-oh.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Classic.
hashtag goy matria.
You fooled all the people with magic. Yeah, you waited on Satan's come. Uh-huh. Yep.
Wow. And he also ate a bat. So it is what it is. Bat soup. Maybe that's how, certain things got started. But yeah, let's check this out. 66.
I
66.
guess he wanted to be Batman.
Yeah, he wanted to be Batman. That explains it. Yeah, so basically the whole idea here, I mean, I think Crowley did explain it pretty good. Putting oneself last, right, is basically ending up first, right? Because the first shall be last and the last shall be first. So, it'll be in the end as it was in the beginning. So, basically, how as a sculptor going to sculpt, his art piece? He's going to conceive of it and then sculpt it. How is a shepherd going to lead his flock? He's going to, follow them, so he can keep an eye on them. Right? He's not going to lead by making them conform to his self, to his will, but he's going to let them lead themselves and keep an eye on them.
Exactly.
So, essentially, it's the same thing with the Leviathan, right? How does he rule, the 1,000 streams that he rules? It's by directing traffic, by directing the currents, and everything falls in line.
Yeah, a true master is rarely seen.
Oh, yeah.
Or you noticed. Yeah. Exactly. It's in the background.
Yeah,
And
so he goes on to say, yeah.
few even notice that they're being led. It's like a shadow.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it goes on to say, the oceans and the rivers attract the streams by their skill in being lower than they. Thus they are masters thereof. So the wise man to be above men speaketh lowly, and to precede them acteth with humility. Thus, though he be above them, they feel no burden, nor though he precede them, do they feel insulted. So then do all men delight to honor him and grow not weary of him. He contendeth not against any man. Therefore, no man is able to contend against him. Now, let me go to the Jane English version of that, right, which is very, very similar. Right, he says, why is the sea king of 100 streams? Because it lies below them. Therefore, it is king of 100 streams. If you would guide the people, you must serve with humility. If you would lead them, you must follow behind. In this way, when you rule, the people will not feel oppressed. When you stand before them, they will not be harmed. The whole world will support you and will not tire of you. Because you do not compete, you will have no competition. And notice the idea of competition that we were talking about earlier. That was a huge theme that we were going in earlier, right? Oh, I was almost afraid to put that on screen. I was like, what is that there? But yeah.
Looks kind of hazy.
It never
in
ends
the
over here, you know what I mean? I swear, you can go any day of time and it's just constantly busy.
Yeah, that does look pretty wild. Pretty wild stuff.
Yeah, you can go to 4 in the morning and it's never gonna end. Like, are these people even real? Like, look at me truck. What are they all doing? How the fuck?
maybe those are the Untermensch. Maybe not.
Building beehives. So it's interesting stuff, folks, for sure. But yeah, let me move into the next chapter here. And we're almost to Shangzhou. Man, there's lots of really important stuff in the Shangzhou. So we spent quite a bit of while on Taoism itself. But I mean,
No, but I'm looking like, okay, if you observe out here, how can all these people be fucking real? There's no way in hell. It's a fucking simulation, guaranteed. There's no way. Because look at that. I can go out here
Oh,
all
this
day,
is
every day, and just put a
this is
24-hour
actually
camera on it.
the answer. He's got the answer right here. He says, although 3/10 of people appear to live, said the ancient sage, they are moving in the realm of death. Why is this? Because of their excessive striving after life. You see that, Cage?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, they appear to live. They're excessively, but they're not living. They're moving in the realm of death, incessantly, and excessively, which we can combine into one term called excessantly, which I just invented. They're excessively striving for, striving after life. They're spending up energy, striving for life, and so they're moving in the realm of death. There. Father Seraphim Rose has an answer to your question.
Father Rose, what?
Yeah, exactly. The church bells are ringing, Cage, German.
Yeah, that's when I get back indoors. But look, yeah, check this out. I swear, bro, you can go here any time of the day. Right now, this is kind of quiet. You should see. Yeah, like this will never end. The amount of traffic over here, it'll never end.
Never say never.
It could. They could shut them down. Oh, look, how many trucks? They got 3 trucks. Look, that truck's going slow. People speeding. Watch when the cops go and pull someone over now for no fucking reason. Watch.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're excessively striving after life. You know, now he says, before the way became flesh, people tried to escape the suffering and death of the flesh. After he came, people gladly accepted suffering and death in order to follow him. For them to be with him and suffer was far greater than to be without him and not suffer. For them, there was only one way. One must mourn in order to rejoice. Actually, you know what is crazy? When my best friend that was a Christian actually died, I went to his funeral and it was wild. We went to the church. It was a Pentecostal church, and his parents were singing and dancing like it was a party. And I was like, this is the wildest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, man, Pentecostals
May I
can
ask
be
why
like
it's
that.
please? Now that I'm back inside.
But they were definitely mourning his death. They were not happy that their son was gone. You know, right? So it was wild to see that because you understood what they were doing. You know, as you saw it.
What are you gonna do? Fucking cry? But either way, it's funny because I
Right.
had a friend, I had a family friend named Mark. He was supposed to come over for dinner.
That's so weird, dude. Dude, that was my Christian friend's name was Mark.
See what I mean? So I had a family. See, how did I
That's
know that?
wild.
Yeah,
But yeah,
exactly.
anyway.
So I had a family friend named Mark, right? And okay, the man killed himself. He hung himself, right? And even though I want to bring him back just so I can slap him across the head. Well, yeah, he had a little kid and the next one in the oven. And the man killed himself, and he had a little sister. And
yeah, you can't keep saying that. You got to say something else. You got to say.
No, but I'm saying. Okay,
you got to say unalive though. You got to say something else.
Okay, unalived himself. Sorry for that. My bad.
Goddamn, bro.
I'm so okay. Well, what the fuck is? Okay, either way. So yeah, the man did some idiotic stuff and unalived himself. He sent a picture of the news to his father and said, "This is your fault." Like a really weird. But the issue I have with the guy is, or at least he never hurt anybody except himself. Well, he did. So, and he thought no one cared. But then all these people showed up to the point where you can't even get into the funeral home. I did because they're family friends. But it's like a line's out of there, across the block. It's like, okay, so you thought no one cared, but now when you unalive yourself, there's people across the block. They can't even get into the funeral home. And when his little sister, she was like probably like under 10 years old, she went and made a speech in front of everybody. And then everybody in there shed a tear. I'm like, you see the effect you have on people?
Oh, whoops! I actually have that pinned. My bad, guys.
And it was, and how weird is that, Mr. Machine Lines? You know what I mean? How the fuck is it the same name?
Yeah, it's weird, dude. Definitely
How weird is that?
odd.
That's, like, how weird is that, right?
Yeah, and also it's a biblical name because
It's
obviously the
kind of
gospel.
common.
Yeah, the gospel
It's
of
a
Mark,
common name, but like, you know, when he's bringing something up and I bring something up that I thought about, I'm like, you
which
know.
by the way, I believe it is not a Jewish name but a Greek name from Marcus. Right? So so it's one of the
Marcus
few
Aurelius.
names. Yeah, it's one of the few names in the Bible that is not a Jewish name. Right? But anyways, let me move on to this text here. It says one must choose
Can't make this shit up.
yeah, go ahead, Twilight.
Yes, and this particular verse is so similar to right out of the Gospel of Thomas, like directly.
Well,
When it
some
says,
of the
those who are alive cannot die.
yeah,
And those
some
who are
but not
dead
all.
cannot
I know.
inherit
Hold
life.
on, please. Let me
Yeah, but
speak.
some but not all of the Gospel of Thomas sayings are like traced back to the actual Gospels. I've heard that it does contain sayings that are in the other Gospels, but I can't verify
Okay,
which
but you
ones. But I have
see,
heard
this
that.
is how. This is. Hold on,
But
please.
they
Let
don't
me
accept
speak.
it
Can
though.
I
But yeah.
speak or no?
Yeah,
All right.
definitely.
So I'm thinking, like, look, this is how the
But hold
human
on,
mind
Cage.
works. Right?
But hold on, Cage. Let Twilight.
All right. Sorry.
I'll let Twilight go, and then you go, Cage. Blessings.
Well, yeah, but there's also debate on which one actually came first. I mean,
Oh yeah, definitely.
and also for the simple fact that it's just sayings. There's no narrative whatsoever.
Well, I don't think Christians would say that any one of them came first or second, or I could be wrong. I guess I would have to ask Unseen about that. But
I'm sure not.
yeah.
But
But Cage, what would you like to say?
But they accept all of this based on faith, which is fine. But if you go by the actual evidence, like there's more evidence that the Gospel of Thomas was probably older. Now I can't say for sure, but I'm just saying, like,
okay,
there's a lot to show that it was probably a very early writing at the least, and
Yeah.
Paul's letters as well.
Well, I don't know when it's exactly dated. I mean, I know about the other gospels, but I would have no idea about the Gospel of Thomas. But yeah, Cage, what would you what were
Yes,
you gonna say?
sir. I was trying
Yeah,
to
before
say
you
is
forget.
this. Yeah, before I forget, if you think about this, this is how the human mind works, right? They're trying to justify something that you cannot explain in a way with it, saying, "Oh, it's a common name." But look at it. Hold on. Let's look at the context of this, right? I randomly appeared here. I was showing you traffic. Randomly, he said, "Is Chris your friend?" He never said his name. He never said his name once. And then all of a sudden, I bring up something about a family friend who unalived themselves. Okay, my bad for the language earlier. And then it happens to be the same name in that context. Like, what? Please tell me how that makes any sense at all to you, and how can you explain it?
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's
Right.
definitely
If
it's
you want your
definitely
synchronicity, then it's fine.
yeah, and also no, but there's three there. Because the other thing I don't want you guys to forget is that we're reading a text heavily based on the Gospels right now, right? So literally,
Exactly. So I'm saying, please, someone explain it to me. Maybe you could stop making justifications. Oh, it's a common name. Okay, but if you
No.
add up this time right now, with this, there's no explaining it.
No, I agree, Cage. And also, like, beyond the dating, honestly, my main point is not the dating. My main point is that this particular verse is not uh in the canonical scriptures like this.
I
Because
think,
it's
and hold
very
on, I wasn't done yet. But is that the person? Because Machine Lies. Last time I was on here, I think he mentioned something. He never said the name, but he said he sent you a certain book before he did it. He went over the
Yes,
brief.
that's the same guy. Yes, that's the same guy.
Okay, what
Yeah.
book was that
Thank you
again?
for remembering.
Yes, I remember everything. I'm like an elephant. What book was it?
It's called Philosopher of the Heart.
Philosopher of the Heart. Okay,
Yeah.
you know heart's an anagram for Earth, right? Philosopher of the Heart. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. And by who?
I forget. I think it's by some lady, but yeah, it's a book about Kierkegaard. So yeah, Soren Kierkegaard, the philosopher of the heart. So yeah,
yes,
yeah, interesting. But yeah, I
yes.
love the philosopher Kierkegaard. Me and my Christian friend, we used to always talk about how important Kierkegaard was as philosophy. Obviously, I've read lots of Kierkegaard on this show because yeah, he's
Claire Carlisle.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
Claire
found it. Here,
Carlisle.
I'm gonna put it in the private chat. Is this the correct one? Right? And there's zero. So it has an omicron as the O, right? Or whatever it is. Is that the
Yeah, I
right
think.
one?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna add
Yeah, I
that
think
to
so.
the list.
But
Okay.
yeah, let me finish off reading some of this, and then I'm gonna actually which chapter are we on? Are we on 67 now?
But what I'm trying to say is this is talking
Yeah.
about the eternity
67.
within the creation and within the creator.
So that's Claire Claire something.
Carlisle. The
Carlisle.
S is
Okay.
silent.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me get up in this. He says and I kind of lost my place here, but he says one must choose death to the passions in order to live, but if one chooses happiness, one will reap sorrow, and if one
Sir, I was
chooses
wrong. I was wrong. It's not an omicron. It's some Scandinavian thing. My bad.
Because when you understand death, it's just a shift to another state of consciousness.
right.
So death doesn't really exist. So okay, it's verse 11. I have it right here. It says, "This heaven will pass away, and the one above it will pass away. The dead are not alive, and the living will not die. In the days when you consumed what is dead, you made it what is alive. When you come to dwell in the light, what will you do? On the day when you were one, you will become two. But when you become two, what will you do?" So that's what I'm telling you. This is not in the canonical text, and there's other verses too that go along with it too. It talks about those who take on, or those who are dead cannot take on life. And so it's saying like if
Yeah,
if
let
if
the
you're
dead
dead
bury
in
the dead.
spirit, you can't. Yeah. So and it's like, how should we pray? How should we, how should we fast? And he's like, don't do the things that you despise. So basically, don't go through motions because those don't please God. Don't do the things that you're told to do just because you're told to do them. Do what satisfies you, and that'll satisfy he who is within you. And it's like,
No, it's not about you though.
well, it's not about you as an identity, as an ego. It's about you as in the spiritual you that has cleansed yourself and purified yourself.
And you know what's funny though? Like we have somebody in the chat. It's like, don't enter those. Shut the fuck up. Okay, why don't you get on the panel and have a conversation? You know what I mean? It's like people love being backseat drivers, like typing away with their little fingers.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's not
Fuck
talk to the
off.
chat. Let's talk about the text that's on there. Run right up.
Yeah, let's focus
Yeah, who
Right?
on
gives a
Yeah,
that.
fuck,
I
dude?
don't.
Yeah,
But no, but I'm still wondering. How you
yeah.
brought
Let's
up
just
something
leave that
like that,
alone.
and it's just
Yeah, let's just leave that alone, Cage. Yeah, let's just get that
Yeah,
out.
I
Yeah,
don't care
yeah.
at
But if
all.
one choose, yeah, we gotta move past that.
no. My
Yeah,
point.
but we gotta move past the emotional stuff.
No.
But
But
yeah,
my point. No. It's not emotional. It's about like observing what's happening here, and
I get it.
how do you
I'm
bring something
observing.
up and I
I'm
bring something?
observing what's happening. We gotta move on with the text. One must choose death to the passions in order to live, but if one chooses happiness, one will reap sorrow. Okay, and if one chooses one's own life, one will surely die. I believe that's a direct quote from the Bible. Right, rejoice and be exceedingly glad, said the way.
Yes. Straight out of the Bible.
So yeah. So he is quoting the Bible now. So he says, "You who are poor in spirit, you who mourn are meek, who hunger and thirst after righteousness, who are reviled and persecuted before the way took flesh."
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, so saying it's an illusion. The body's an illusion.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because those who are focused on the pleasures of the flesh, and right, they're the disciples of death, essentially. Right, because they're focused on I mean, as we read earlier, the activities of life, the energy it takes to expend
Yeah,
life.
exactly. And not to interrupt, but you said like you have people dancing around and all that. Well, some people instead of a funeral, they choose over here to have a celebration of life.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Instead of like many different cultures have different ways of dealing with quote death, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, that's what I was pointing out. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It's a beautiful thing. It doesn't have to be one way, and then you understand the the passion narrative, because I never really because when I first read it I was like, why do they have this stuff in here? Right? But yeah, now I'm more thinking, it's got an interesting twist to it.
You can't self-delete yourself because that's like it's like exiting the game. It's like cheating. You know what I mean? It's like you have to go through that. You gotta suffer, not suffer, but you gotta go through the game either way. You can't just and then you get reset. It's like so yeah, you gotta go trials and tribulations, whatever they want to call it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the
Exactly. Like,
self-deletion. You're just being a coward at that point. Many people have it a
yeah,
lot worse than you do.
let's just go off of that topic now,
Yeah,
because you
yeah.
mentioned that like 2 or 3 times, and it's just getting kind of like it's getting played
Yeah.
out at this point. But yeah,
No, we're gonna get off of it. But my whole main point is how is it the same name? It's just really weird.
yeah, but it says, before the way took flesh, the world did not know the way to rejoice in poverty, sorrow, helplessness, and persecution.
Actually, it's not weird at all. It makes perfect sense. You know what I mean? In a way. Sorrow has lost its fatal poison.
Yeah, after he came, everything is reversed for those who follow him. Sorrow has lost its fatal poison. Quiet hope lurks and grows in the inner recesses of despair. There's your answer to what you said last, Cage, right there. Quiet hope lurks in the and grows in the inner recesses of despair. The weight of suffering cannot burden one unto destruction, because sweet fruit is lifted from its branches. Sorrows are a furnace in which gold is purified.
Alchemy. That's alchemical talk.
Yeah, that's what you were. That's basically what you just said last.
Yeah.
Right?
It says, "Blessed is the man who has suffered and found life." That's what that
from
is.
lead to gold, right? Or a diamond.
Through suffering, if you are going to suffer, by embracing it, and rejoicing in it, and not trying to escape it, which is what most people do. There's such a thing as legitimate suffering, legitimate anxiety. There's also illegitimate, suffering that we shouldn't have to deal with, but we do. But there's such a thing as legitimate suffering. It's just cycles of life, that, I say everything's a lesson or a blessing.
It's a lesson.
And there are things that, that come and go, and they're unavoidable. And if you just endure that and find the meaning within it and find the lesson in it, and try to see what lies within it, you meet the challenge and find the good, you'll naturally grow from that, and you'll be refined. and then you'll find the light. You'll find life,
Yes,
whatever
sir. I hear
trial it
you.
is,
I
and then
hear you,
you
sir.
consider it joy. So it's just a test
Well,
of
let's
endurance.
point out something here, right? 'Cause- so we have a bunch of like, a hodgepodge of different philosophies, and look, you see the way, like it says way twice, oh, way three, four times. I can see there at least, just like scanning over it with a capital W. All right, so now we got some Taoism aspect to this. Seems like it was created by someone that studies theosophy.
Nope. But
No,
but I
it's
think
there though.
you're right. But I think you're right though, because he definitely had contact with that
Shout out
with
to
a lot of that
Blavatsky.
material. Yeah, with a lot of that material. But yeah, through the ideas of Gurdjieff specifically. But yeah, let's go to this. It says suffering is the hammer in the hand of the sculptor, which perfects the statue. This is related to what I said earlier, because it's talking about the idea of looking at something, right, drawing the future into the past through stillness. So the whole idea is about unveiling and unveiling the form within. Right, and also working with what is not there for what is there. Right? As Lao Tzu explains in chapter 11, right? So now he says, even this did the ancient sage foreglimpse and foretell, saying, in many things advantages lurk in suffering, and suffering lurks in advantages. For those who follow not the way, sorrows are storms which ravage everything. For those who follow the way, tears of sorrow are a quiet rain which causes life to bloom. To those who follow the way himself. But the world shall rejoice, and you shall be sorrowful, but your sorrow will be turned into joy, and your joy no one can take from you.
Exactly. And you know what? Okay, when I brought up theosophy, okay, what's the meaning behind that? Obviously, I'm preaching to the choir, right? Theo meaning God, and then Sophia meaning wisdom, right? That's all it means. It just means it's not difficult to understand. God's wisdom. Again, I'm not a part of any group or anything like that. I'm an investigator. I'm a learner. So I don't have one set way of thinking. But
Oh yeah, it's just like this guy, Crowley. Crowley.
Fuck Crowley. Crowley's a little bitch.
Uh-oh. We about to have a panel fight. Go ahead, Lilith.
No. Crowley. I've never even looked into Crowley's works and shit because he's a little bitch. I'll meet you at fucking I'll meet you at Loch Ness in Scotland and fucking give you a little home trying to do the fucking Abram Allen,
Abramel?
the Abram Allen of Worms, that ritual. He fucked it up, and look, he died penniless. Like saying I fucked up, idiot. Yeah, because they're coming to collect. I feel bad for him. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Crowley. Mr. Crowley. What are you, fucking Ozzy Osbourne? But yeah, what I'm saying is that, Crowley is I'm sure the guy had lots of knowledge and all that, you know what I mean? But the way he got there was not necessary. And the fact, okay, they'll get into the 93 and the OTO and the AA. Yeah, it's too much, right? Oh, the black cube. Yeah, Saturn. It's Saturnian. What about the
Crowley didn't start the OTO. First
No,
off,
he didn't, but it was a major
no, he
influence
didn't.
in it.
No, he didn't.
Is
No,
it
he
not a
didn't.
major influence in it then?
No, Crowley didn't start the
No,
OTO.
no. I never
Crowley
said.
was
Is it
brought
not a
into
major
the
influence?
OTO.
And my question is it
Number
not a
one,
major?
you're not making a question. You're making a statement, which is
No,
wrong.
I'm asking a question. Is it not
So
a major?
no, you made a statement, and I'm correcting you.
I
I'm
never
setting
said
the
that
record
Crowley
straight. I'm setting the
started.
record straight
Okay.
because
Wait,
there's a
hold on.
lot of
Wait, hold on, kid.
misinterpretation with Crowley, and I understand that.
Are you a part of this organization?
No, but I understand him a lot because I studied him a lot when I was younger.
I've
Yeah, but
studied lots of
here's
stuff
the
too.
deal. Yeah, but here's the deal, Cage. You know, you just went off and explained a bunch of stuff about Crowley. Now let the dude respond to what you said. I mean, without your constant rebuttal.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So let
Exactly.
the dude go off
Exactly.
for a second and give a response to what you said. You know what I'm saying? So
Just
yeah,
made
go
like
ahead.
a bunch of blanket statements with no
Exactly.
actual
You know what I mean?
comprehension.
So you know what I mean? They can't be dialogue if you don't even give them a chance. So I'll see you. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. The OTO, he was brought into because he had knowledge that he wasn't supposed to have. And they basically went to his door and was banging on it. Like, how the hell do you have all these secrets? And why are you revealing them to the public? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And, you know, it was something that he wrote in the Book of Lies.
Jacques Ellul.
And they're like, okay. And so they initiated him immediately into like the 10th degree of the OTO. The OTO
Okay, but
existed before Crowley.
all
Before
right.
Crowley.
You know,
Are you gonna let me finish?
You know, McGregor
93
Mathers.
is Okay, yeah, that's the Golden Dawn. Again, not Crowley. Crowley was brought into the Golden Dawn.
Well, no, he exposed the
Okay,
secrets
so
of the Golden Dawn and
93,
created the OTO.
93. No, he didn't create the OTO. He created the Astrum
Well,
Argentum.
there's an inner and outer order. Okay, the
No.
Astrum
Oh
Argentum,
my
the
gosh.
A dot. Okay,
Okay.
okay, maybe you're mistaken, which is fine.
Dude,
You know, we
dude,
all
I'm a
learn.
magician, bro. Stay on your lane.
Okay, well, I'm not.
I know you're not.
Okay, yeah, I don't practice it, but I know.
Yeah.
I
Like
don't
you
do
said, you just
ceremonial
went on a
magic, right?
monologue and now you don't want anyone to respond.
Okay, but I'm saying, you know, the AA is directly
Here,
tied to the
Cage.
OTO.
Here, Cage.
You're
Just let the dude respond for real.
speaking on
Just let him
something you
go.
have no idea what you're saying. That's where you just need to stop while you're
Well, you
ahead.
know what I'm saying.
No, you don't know what you're saying. That's
Okay.
the point. That's the point. And I was being polite until you started saying this, that, and the third. And it's like I'm trying to respond politely, and then you want to get an attitude about it.
Yeah, it's all good. That's just his style of engaging. But just go on and respond to him. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
So now I'm
apologize.
just
I'm
gonna
on mute
check
now.
you because you just
Yeah, it's
babbling
all
now.
good. No, it's just the way he engages. But yeah, yeah. Please proceed though.
Just be respectful. That's all I'm saying. Like Crowley, first off, Crowley was very accomplished. Number one, there's a lot of fucking bullshit about Crowley, and it's always really funny to hear. Crowley was a mountaineer. He was a master chess player. He fucking
Yeah, I know. You would be grandmasters. I know.
the dude was a genius. Did he have his own flaws? Yeah. He also grew up in Victorian times with an incredibly religious Puritan upbringing, and his family, his mother called him the Great Beast, 666, and all that
The
shit.
Great Beast is. I know all of this stuff.
So
Man.
he
Like
was
I've done my
basically
research.
like a Marilyn Manson of the time, like an Eminem, where it's like, okay, if you're gonna call me evil, then that is what I am. You know, like, okay, I am whatever you say I am.
And it stems from the Masons originally.
So I sacrifice animals and babies and whatever else. Yeah. That's what I do.
Yeah, he got fucked his ass in Egypt and unlocked
That's
powers.
what I do. That's what you say I
You
do.
get
So
fucked
that's
in
what
your
I
ass
do.
in Egypt?
Well, you know, they made all
Well,
kinds
you
of
know.
rumors about him, and so he's like, yeah, that's what I did. That's what I do. You know, like that was pretty much it. But
It reminds me of a little
Crowley had-
situation between like John D and Edward Kelly.
John D was way before Crowley. John D was 16th century. So there's centuries between them.
Enochi and magic.
Yes, that was a different story. John Dee was a true black magician. He was a true
Okay, and what was
bad
Edward
guy,
Kelly?
you could say.
And they dealt with the royal family?
John Dee was 007, the original 007. He was the court astrologer of Queen Elizabeth. And he worked for them.
I could tell you've done your research a bit.
He was an actual bad guy. He was one of the most.
So your point of position is they're trying to vilify this Crowley character. Is that what
They did vilify Crowley because he was a good fall guy. He was like the Marilyn Manson of the time.
So they're gonna use him. They're gonna use him for their evil and just like point to him, right? Is that what you're saying?
They used him as a fall guy to cover up a lot of other really evil people
So
because
it's
he
like
was
the
actually
mafia kind
calling
of thing.
out.
Okay.
He was actually calling out a lot of the evil that was going on at the time, including the ritual murder that was going on.
Have you
Just
ever
like
read
Blavatsky.
Liber 777?
Yes, I have it.
I'm sure you do. I've never read.
So,
Yeah.
so, just like Blavatsky was made to look like this evil woman, but she was actually calling out the Jesuits and all that, and the royals, and pointing out all the So why not demonize people who are actually calling shit out and make them look like the evil ones? No, it was Alice
That's a great
Bailey.
manipulation tactic, isn't it? Okay.
It is. Well, that's what I'm saying. Now, I'm not part of any organization. I don't have, uh, really any skin in the game. But at the same
I
time, it's
know. I
like,
know people that are. Like, I should bring Frater RC over here. He ran the Golden Dawn. If you had
but
Frater RC in the panel, it'd be amazing. Maybe, you know what?
well,
If you'd like, I could bring him on you if you want.
well, I know people. I know people in the Golden Dawn and whatnot. I know
Yeah,
people that are
I'm not
involved in
really.
different orders and shit.
Yeah,
But
I'm not
I'm
really
not.
that interested in having too many guests that we haven't basically screened in advance.
Okay, here. I'll send you the link to his channel. He has this guy.
No, it's not. No, it's not about having a channel and not having a channel. It's more about us familiarizing ourselves with their work and seeing more if it
All right,
relates.
so I'm
Or
gonna put
there's
in the
not.
private so you can familiar, and we can bring him up. I have a personal relationship
Yeah.
with him and his mother and his family and everything, and they're
Yeah,
out here.
that's really inconsequential to the material here. But yeah,
Yeah, like Machine knows very well where I stand.
No, but I would love to see. I've said it before. I've said it like years ago. I'm like, I'd love to see Machine and Frater RC have a conversation because this guy is a scholar. This guy dedicated. You know what I mean? He's like a real.
I have a lot of friends that are magicians though, that are in orders, that are part of whatever, and I've been asked to join this, that, and the other group, and I
Yeah.
just don't have any interest.
Yeah, usually big name channels, we don't usually promote them here. We usually negatively respond to them.
No, but he's not a big name channel.
Yeah, but I'm just saying for future reference. I mean,
Like the guy's like 3,000, less than 4,000 fucking subscribers. He's not a big channel.
yeah, I'm subscribed to him. I know about him. I'm familiar with him, but I just
Because I mentioned it a long time ago. I'm sure.
And how do you know he was the head of some organization like that? If he's got 4,000 subscribers.
Less than that. He has like 3.84 now. He's because I've known him for many, many years, and like I've sent stuff to him. I know him, and there's like real evil. He's not like a bad person, right? He's not like one of these people that's going to use it maliciously against people. Right? When you get a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of knowledge is deadly. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I said that earlier. Yeah, I said that earlier.
Okay, well, I wasn't hearing it, so okay,
Yeah.
now I guess it confirms it now that I randomly came on. Just as the name
Deja
walked
vu,
over.
Mo. Deja vu.
What about everyone talks about deja vu. What about jamais vu?
Well, I was more quoting Lao Tzu, where he said, "Give up learning and put an end to all your troubles." But yeah, let's move to Crowley and his translation of the Tao Te Ching, where he's talking about different virtues that that Lao Tzu says help him preserve his livelihood and the health of the community, and go in line with nature and the way and all of those types of things. He says they say that while this Tao of mine is great, yet it is inferior. This is the proof of its greatness. If it were like anything else, its smallness would have long been known. And he says, I have 3 jewels of price whereto I cleave: gentleness, economy, and humility.
that gentleness maketh me courageous, that economy generous, that humility honored. Men of today abandon gentleness for violence, economy for extravagance, humility for pride. This is
Yeah.
death. It's the way of death.
Well, Crowley's on point.
That's deep right there. That you have to read that one a few times.
Oh yeah.
That whole verse, like, yeah.
All right,
Oh
but
yeah.
it could be
This is
it could be some
Do you know
grand
that
manipulation.
Crowley admired the Tao more than any other text? And he the reason why I like Crowley is him and I actually have a lot of similarities. At least in the sense of like he had a lot of respect for different like teachers, but not their followers who then created shit after the fact.
Well, it's not about the teacher. You
Like
know the
like
old thing, don't shoot the messenger. It's about the words that are being said. You know, it's about the
right.
message behind it.
Like I could read stuff from Crowley and people would be really confused if I didn't say it was Crowley. You would be quite confused. You'd be like, "This is Crowley,
Okay, so
what?"
you just change the name to something
but
else,
this is
and
this is a pretty standard translation here, because this is what it says in Jane English. It says, everyone under heaven says my Tao is great and beyond compare. Because it is great, it seems different. If it were not different, it would have vanished long ago. So it's similar to what it says here, talking about economy in the very essence of the Tao, that if it were not in rare supply, then people would use it up. It would be commonplace. People would notice its smallness, so on and so forth.
okay,
Right.
well,
So we
okay. So if you had gold lying around
here. Hold
everywhere,
on. Here,
right,
hold on a
there's no
second.
value to it, right?
Here, hold on a second though.
What?
Here, hold on a second though.
Mm.
It says and then he goes, I have three treasures which I hold and keep. The first is mercy. The second is economy. The third is daring not to be ahead of others. From mercy comes courage. From economy comes generosity. From humility, leadership. So see, it's not exactly Crowley who's coming up with this, right? It's pretty much a standard translation. You know what I
So
mean?
he's
Well,
regurgitating
no,
it
it's a
and adding his
translation. No, I
little
know it's a
finesse
no,
onto it. Okay.
What I'm saying, I know, of course, it's a translation.
Oh
But what
yeah.
I'm saying is, if you read Crowley's work on Taoism, he has work
Oh, it
on
reflects
Taoism.
this.
You're one
Oh,
of
okay.
those. You're a Crowley fanboy.
Crowley has hundreds
Yeah.
of works, man, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's a Crowley.
And
Yeah, he's a Crowley guy.
and remember, this
Well,
was
that's
written in
fine.
the
You know, like I'm not
1900s.
against that. I'm just saying, it's like, come on, bro.
And remember, this was written in the 1900s, bro. Okay, late 1800s, early 1900s. Okay, so what I'm saying is, out of all that he studied, and he studied everything. Okay, he admired Lao Tzu more than anyone. That's what I'm saying.
Do you know Crowley? Ever talked to him?
No, but I studied him extensively.
Okay, but
when I
now
was
you're
younger.
jumping. You're having assumptions. You don't
No,
know
I
what the
don't have
guy's really up
assumptions.
to.
He said it himself in
Okay.
his own words.
According to
That's
what?
what I'm
You
saying.
can alter words, right? You can just make up a fictitious character. You can call it something else. Let's call it a pineapple. Let's call it a pineapple apricot.
Well, he had some sort of like Taoist alien spirit that he talked to. I know Twilight knows what I'm talking
Alright, talk
about. Like
about lamb.
in the drug and in other works he talks about
the gray alien thing you drew, lamb or land or whatever.
Lamb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys know
I
what I'm
know,
talking
bro.
about.
I've done my bro. I've dedicated my life to studying stuff like this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, so let me finish this out here. Then we'll move on. I know you guys have a lot to say about Crowley, so we'll just move on to you guys in the Crowley discussion if you
It's
guys
not just
want.
that. It's not just that. You're gonna name it. What about Nicholas Flamel?
Yeah. We'll talk about it in a minute. Like I said,
Sure. But my point is that Crowley admired Taoism and he admired Lao Tzu. And believe it or not, he wasn't against Christ. He was against Christianity. So this is what I'm saying. A lot of people don't know this.
Yeah, but the problem is that you say that like it's an obvious point, but a lot of people would consider them the same thing, right? So first you have to distinguish what you mean by that, right?
I know that.
So
but
right. But I'm just helping you clarify the approach, because then it would help explain.
93.
Well, I'm not speaking for everyone. I know most people aren't going to get what I'm saying, and that's fine.
Wait, what was that, Cage?
I just said 93, 93.
I don't
93 is
understand
will.
what that means.
Thelema. It's Thelema.
Yes, and what does Thelema mean? It means like the
Will.
truest, but it's love, right? Love under
Well, it's
will.
love and will.
Love
Oh, you guys are
Yeah.
spurging about Crowley.
They
Let me
both
yeah,
equal the same.
just let me read these two sentences and we can move on to the discussion about Crowley for sure. You know, it says gentleness bringeth victory in fight and holdeth its ground with assurance. Heaven heaven wardeth the gentle man by that same virtue. Right? So interesting. You know, yeah, obviously gentleness, right? Restraint, right? And yeah, and yeah, so he starts with economy, he ends with this idea of gentleness. Yeah, beautiful chapter there. But yeah, go on. What are you guys saying about this 93 stuff? This crazy.
No. What I was the only thing I was saying is you're saying, well, Crowley didn't make it up, and I said, no, of course not. But Crowley wrote it before he did. Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
Where do you get it from?
So what I'm saying is, yes, it's a translation, just like everyone else who translated it. But all I was saying is that Crowley had a deep respect for Taoism and for Lao Tzu, just like he had a respect for Christ and Buddha and everybody
hold
else.
on. Let's use some
and
logical
name isn't important.
Why are
Got
you
straight
talking
to the
to somebody
point.
you've never met?
Name isn't important. Got straight to the point.
You don't even know him, bro. How do you know what?
What is truth is for everyone and arrives in the same point. Each one expresses it in one or more ways, the same experience. That's
Okay.
exactly my point.
All right. So, like, what are you in the OTO or the AA? I could bring people on here that are for real.
That's exactly my point. The truth is the truth, regardless of who says it.
It just seems like a cult. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, first of all, you're speaking on somebody that you've never met, right? You're acting like you know. Look, buddy, like I don't, there's no argument here. It's just kind of crazy.
I'm just clearing the air because there's a lot of misconceptions and rumors.
So what if you focus on yourself? And I'm pretty sure if I tried. Okay, so I'm gonna say, okay, what's your name? Twilight.
Were you focusing on yourself?
No, okay. Well, I'm saying, like, let's say I went
You
on there.
You brought it up, not me.
No, but let's say I went on there. I'm like, okay, the machine.
You brought it up, not me.
Cage is this. Cage
You
thinks
brought it
like
up,
that.
not me.
Cage, you don't know. You've never met the guy.
You brought it up, not me. And yet you seem to think you know a lot about him too. Have you met him?
No, I'm just saying, like, we need some
then,
sort
so
of
what
logical
difference does it make? What difference is it when you're doing and what I'm doing?
I'm using,
Nothing. Okay, so exactly.
Nothing at
So
all,
what's your
then.
point? You have none.
I can make it if you like. Let me talk if you want.
No, you don't have one.
Okay, so I have no point and you won't let me talk. Okay,
because I'm going by
I'm gonna mute now.
What he himself said. It's really simple.
And how do you know that?
Because he said it.
Were you there to hear it?
How do I know?
You know things can be altered, right? So how do you know it?
I don't understand what's confusing about that. Because he himself said it. What's complicated about that? What's cryptic? What needs to be decoded?
How did you get convinced on this?
Like, are you drunk?
No, you're talking like you're the person. Like you've known this person, you're him. You're not him. And you're just like assuming things, and now you're like, there's no
assumption when he said it himself.
So let's go. We keep pressing, and then you're gonna start calling me names and stuff, guaranteed.
I don't get the extreme epistemological critique here, Cage. What's the point?
Right. Okay, the point is, he's like so dead set on something, like the guy's like him, but you're not him. You know what I mean? It's
so
like,
you don't think autobiographies or no one can accurately
who's the
record
author?
what Crowley said?
Okay, first edition, second edition, third edition. Who's the editor? Who's the author? Right? You're telling me people can't manipulate that?
Crowley is the author.
All right. Oh, there you go. I have nothing against it, right? If that makes you
He
do whatever.
legitimately wrote hundreds of works.
Okay. And where do you get all?
So what?
Where do you?
So
Okay.
what are you talking
Where did
about?
Crowley or Crowley learn from?
Oh my gosh. Dude, I'm not gonna spoon feed you. I just told you.
Buddy,
He
there's no
himself
spoon
said
feeding.
it.
I've done my own research. You want a bib?
Obviously not, because everything he said is not true.
How is it
You
not
think
true?
he started the OTO? No, he didn't.
Okay, well, I could tell you exactly what. Okay, from my research, what happened was he was a Freemason, right? He was in
No,
chess.
he wasn't.
Listen, he was in chess. He beat grandmasters, and then all of a sudden he got
Okay.
he got to the 33rd degree in the Scottish Rite, and then from there,
oh boy,
they had a Golden Dawn. Like, have you ever looked into the worst of Dion's fortune?
They made him an honorary Mason. Yes.
Yes, he was an honorary Mason in 33rd degree, kind of like Manly P. Hall, which he
Yeah,
never
he
had to go
had
through
he had
initiation.
about
And then
he had a binder full of degrees.
McGregor Mathers.
Yes, McGregor Mathers and Liddell. Yeah. I know. What about him?
Okay, so I know this whole fucking story that people.
Okay, but that's not what he started though. He started the Astrum Argentum, the AA. That was his
But
group.
that is directly connected to the OTO.
That was the only group that he started.
That's an
He broke
invite
away
only.
from the Golden Dawn and the OTO. He left them. He was invited to them and he left them because he
Like
found
I
them
said, it's an
lacking.
invite only with the. There's an outer and inner order of these organizations.
No.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. He took over the OTO at one point, but he eventually left and he started the AA, the Astrum Argentum.
Yes, and that means silver
The
star
Silver
in Latin,
Star.
right? Yes. I
That was
know.
his group. That was the only
Okay.
group that he started.
Okay.
All the rest were groups that he was invited to.
Okay, and then what's the argument?
That there is no argument.
Exactly. What the fuck are we even talking about? What the fuck? It's okay. It's how
The
you
argument
wield
is
it.
you're not making any sense.
It's like wielding a hammer, right? I can either bludgeon you with that shit. I can build you a home, or help you build a home. It's like this. It's all about how you use this knowledge, right? Simple.
Or you can argue with the hammer.
Yeah, that's basically what he's
Yeah,
doing.
I'm gonna put the hammer and just yell
Like
at
the
the hammer.
hammer's gonna hit the nail either way. It doesn't really matter how much you argue with it.
Well, if you argue with a hammer, everything's a nail after.
Well, that's not the actual quote, but okay.
Okay, well, we can spin it that way too. You know what I mean? Anyways, yeah, no disrespect for your beliefs. I mean, like, keep doing the great work.
It's not about a belief, man. That's
Okay,
a fact.
no disrespect against your knowing.
Like, it's not a belief. It's a fact.
Okay, it's a knowing then.
There's a difference between the two. I make distinctions.
Well, you can't spell belief without a lie.
But this isn't a belief, it's a fact. Crowley started the AA. Look it up.
Well, I'm not arguing with you on that, bro.
It's not about an argument. Look it up.
I've looked
He
it
didn't
up.
start the OTO. The OTO existed before him.
Is the OTO and the AA not directly connected? Just like the Masonic thing is, or no? Same with the Golden Dawn. They didn't like what Crowley did. Is he exposed the Golden Dawn's teachings. Yes, he did. And that's the issue.
Prove it.
Look it up.
I already know. I don't need to. Prove it.
Okay, you want me to drop you a link?
I want you to prove it.
Okay, I'll drop you a link.
What link?
Proving whatever you... Oh. You tell me to prove it, but you don't want me to drop you a link.
What link?
I'll find a link and I'll drop it to you. Would you like me to drop it to you?
So what?
What do you mean, so what?
To what?
To the proof of it, apparently, because we're going by what people tell us, eh?
No, we're not going by what people tell us. We're going by what's actually documented.
Okay, can I just drop you something documented?
Sure. Not some secondhand source, though.
And what are you? A first-hand account or a second-hand source? Or like
Well, you know, direct sources. People who knew him or him himself.
Okay, do you have you known him directly?
There are people that did.
Okay, look, your
There's stuff that
fucking
he wrote
logic.
himself.
You have zero logic, man. Again, I'm not gonna go into it.
I mean, it takes like five. It takes a five brain cells to see the reality of it.
Okay, as long as you use it, whatever you think you have for non-malicious purposes, there's no issue. If you're benevolent
Dude, you're
with
just
it,
brain
then
dead.
you have no issue. I'm brain dead now. Okay.
Yeah, it's like trying to teach math to a fucking
An orangutan.
cockroach. Yeah.
Okay, cockroach, and I'm a
Yeah,
cockroach.
you
And
have
I'm
no
also
fucking
an
clue.
orangutan.
I could
I
disprove your
told you.
whole
Look, I
thing in
called
5
it. He's gonna
seconds.
start calling me names. Now I'm a fucking cockroach, right? Yeah.
You're
You know
acting
what,
like
buddy?
one.
Ass
Is
off.
that some kind of magic there, Cage?
He wishes.
It's just basic human psychology.
You don't know psychology if it fucking bit him.
See what I mean? And we had a good conversation. Remember? It's like, what the fuck? But as soon as I, go against press any of your belief, then now I'm a
Because you're
cockroach.
acting like a complete freaking just child.
Okay, well then I'll just simply mute. Okay, I have more
Please
things to do.
do.
All right, thank you.
Get a bib and a high chair and sit down and shush.
We're gonna puree your entire squash.
Sad trombone.
Yeah. No, but I'm not just. You're not gonna win this fucking thing, okay? It's not about winning or
Nothing
losing.
to win. You have nothing.
It's not about winning or losing, bro.
There's nothing to win. You have
Crowley would tell you
absolutely
that.
nothing.
If you want to be really good at chess, right, it's not about winning or losing.
You have absolutely nothing. There's nothing to win.
Okay, and you have absolutely everything.
Compared to you, yeah, I do.
Well, there you go. You won. Are you happy now?
I'm not trying to win.
Okay. So then
I'm
what's
trying
the
to
issue?
discuss. So please do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering, do you use these rituals or this ritualistic magic for gain for yourself? Or for material stuff? Is that what you're doing? It's lower magic. You use it to influence people and have control and win? Or for material stuff or whatever. Even if it's in good intent, that's lower magic.
Behold, the followers of the Black Lotus.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Okay, let's go goetic with it, and now let's look into the lower key of Solomon. Lesser key of Solomon.
Tap it.
See, now we hear weird noises in the back.
Scaring myself.
Oh, you want to scare yourself? Go look in the mirror.
I tap Black Lotus. Mana of any color to your mana pool.
Buddy, I'm just saying, it's like, come on now. You know
And
what I mean?
sacrifice it.
Some people are for real, for real, for real. Guess what? I want to fuck with them people. All I'm saying is, I'm sorry for any discrepancy. It's all respect and love. If you want to, I respect everybody's belief system, and I'm not trying to argue with you. Looking over facts that somebody else gave us on. So it's more about this. Like, why don't you stand on your own 2 feet like this? I just stood up on my own 2 feet and live like that. And You're good. I don't get involved. I've never done any ritual like that. I've never put some negative energy on people. I've never done none of it. If you want to play like that and do it to me, then you know it's gonna get sent back to the sender 11-fold, maybe 13, maybe. I'm saying, bro. You know what I do? I send positivity and love to everybody. That's about it. I've good intent. You know, if you have malintent, then guess what? You're gonna fuck yourself. Look at the mirror.
Shadow boxing.
Yeah, that's a great song, Wu-Tang Clan.
Yeah, we're doing it big out here, and we're gonna move on to our transhumanism segment of the show, which is the later part of our stream. We're gonna be looking at some ideas from Derrick Jensen, and pretty interesting stuff. I think it'll be reflective of all of the different ideas we looked at with Kurzweil and Warwick trying to become a cyborg, and Bill Joy and his ideas of the relinquishment of technology. And also we're going to move back to Uncle Teddy and see what he's got to say about the transhumanists. I mean, so
is
we're
Uncle Ted, is that Ted the Unabomber?
Yeah, and also we looked at the ideas from from Danny Hillis, Close to Singularity, right? So it's interesting stuff that we're looking at there. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here, and I appreciate you guys. We'll move to some music here, and yeah, we're gonna be looking at Uncle Teddy, and on a different show, right? We've looked at a careful analysis and critiqued some of his views in industrial society and his future. And obviously we're looking at the influences from Skirbina and Ellul, right? So it's pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, here is some music. Blessings.
Baby, I don't want to hear it, man. You cats up here rapping about the Jews. But what about me, man? What about my people?
Yeah, with that twerk like darkness, club scene monsters. I got a little story for the heartless. Bully in Midtown, I pipe fine women. All out of that benzo when choppers all in it. I split him in half with an infrared Z. His name was Peter, lived on 32nd and 1st. He owed 8 G's, was on my list. The rich cuties got a party to attend, so it's cop and go, homie. Science is life, product the conglomerate hype. Man, I done spin the corner on another mission. Plagiarize addiction, my peripheral is 050 music banging out of my box. Middle finger to the cops. And them stick ups that picked up some hell of a guap. You a hot boy and they get dropped. I spot my next client. Kinda ignorant, get the iron. Que lo que Jose. You know you gotta pay today and don't give me no story. Pistol whip before you answer me. Palms to the sky all day. Feel like biblical documentation verbatim today. Thy rod is thy staff. Snatch that paper and haul ass. Cause the gangsters they call police and that ain't mad. You ask the hood homie where they do that? Where they do that? Where they do that?
I got something to say, man. You dig? I mean, these cats gonna be rapping ain't saying nothing about the real thing. I got something to say, man. The black man. The real soul brother. Soul brother.
Advice is given, and not a moment too late. Man, my my fate lies in supreme, being the great part in the chase. I utilize my pen to escape, guiding decay, and separate myself in the fake. Silently hate what I create, but still they regurgitate. Lewis Parker, you my homie to this day. I'm East Coast, homie, they would never debate. Part in the case, a stigmatization that's plaguing me heavily. Barely recording my intellectual moments. I fought for my freedom and beat them into a coma. Maybe I can fly, drink from the heavens, attend parliaments, and kill the 4 devils. Reverse my spectacular miss. This analytical thinking is what they don't want you to be encountering. Fall back at the feedback and kiss my ass. Man, as long as I known you, you parakeet mask.
Yeah, machine. I muted at the exact same time you kicked me off stage. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Oh,
I hate when people mumble over the songs and shit like that. It's
okay,
fucking
my
gay.
bad.
It's fucking gay because I put the songs in so that it'll flow with the recording. You know, right? So this is fucking really, really gay, right? To do that shit. But yeah, so yeah, definitely. But yeah, no, it's because it's just like it ruins the the song because people want to hear the song, or whatever, or I want to hear the song. But yeah, definitely don't appreciate that. But yeah, because it sounds like there's all this gay shit going on in the recording. You listen back to it, it's like, what the fuck is this? Right? But yeah,
my bad, machine. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but let me go back into what I was going to talk about. Yeah, but
may I ask you a question though? No, maybe.
Yeah, so
no.
Yeah, yeah, in a minute here, but yeah, let me look for where I put this. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, so in terms of this here, right, we're going into the ideas of nanotechnology, right? And the ideas of the singularity and the ideas of combining humans and machines. So it's quite a different synthesis from what you saw in terms of those ideas of Ellul between the natural and the artificial, right? As we talked about, right, and the ideas about sort of the spirit or the heart. As Ghazali was saying, and its relation to God and all of those types of ideas, right? So there's different notions, right, that relate to either a sort of truth, I guess, that is manifest, that is beyond this notion of the archetypal man, and it goes straight into relation between the human and God, right? So that's a sort of a different ideal, right? And you have the so you have different ideas, right? And also you have the idea of biotechne, right? Or man's expansion, right, through technique, right? First they were manifested through the cultural forms, right, and the symbolic forms, right, as we stated, right? So man has catalyzed a large portion of his energy into machines, right? So much so that the evolution of machines and technology is seen as the crux of evolutionary progress, right? And that's where the notion of the singularity basically comes about, right? So so that's kind of where we're at here, you know, in terms of the text here. And I appreciate you guys for joining, you know, and yeah,
Can I ask a
definitely.
question yet or no?
Yeah, for sure, in a second here. But yeah, I want to address this right here. It says you're gonna stream through the night. Blessings to Calix. This stream will be on through the night, right? Although I will not be here throughout the night. I will be leaving when it turns dawn. You know, I'm usually here.
It's already the morning.
From sunset to dawn is basically, you know, around dawn is when I start packing up to go.
Dusk to dawn.
Oh, so you
Yeah,
wait until the
dusk to
sun comes
dawn
out, huh?
sort of stream, and of course, it depends on the variation of, you know, how long the nights actually last, right? Because that seems to change throughout the year, right? So we have different sort of hours, as it were, right? So yeah, thank you guys for joining.
I'm trying to be patient here before I.
Yeah,
You know,
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You see the rings on your finger? How many do you have on the finger and what they represent to you and what symbols are on them? I'm just wondering. No.
Can't do that.
Okay, none of my business either
Yeah,
way.
we
Let's
can't do
move
that.
on.
No,
It's
no,
not
no.
you.
It just has nothing to do about singularity or anything. It's just personal
It
shit.
could, right?
No. No, we gotta move on to this. Yeah.
Okay, anyways, yeah. You know, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, and I'm so glad I'm so glad I held that question off because, you know, because no, dude.
Well, I knew I wouldn't get a response either way, but I'm gonna ask it regardless.
No, it's just I'm glad I'm glad I didn't let you ask me that question. No, for sure. You
Well, I
mean
asked the question and then you turn your camera off. Right?
yeah, because I gotta read now. You mean,
All right. Anyways, I'm gonna get back to work. Thank you.
yeah, so we're gonna move to this. And yeah, I wear these rings all the time. I explained it at a different time, but we got to move on to this thing, and let's just talk about nanotechnology at this point. You know, or whatever. You know, if you don't want to, it's fine. You could just leave. You know, it's cool. Right. And yeah, with all the people that are here, obviously you guys know where to reach me. You know, all that stuff. That's cool. You know, I appreciate you guys for being here. The 19 people in the house, the people on the panel, I greatly appreciate you guys. I mean, but yeah, you know, it's a greatly important topic, right? And Derrick Jensen has wrote a book, Endgame. I mean, did I actually open this up? You know what? I think I actually have a recording of some of his little thing here that I was watching the other day. But yeah, let's listen to a little bit of this. Maybe familiarize ourselves because there's a lot of recordings of Jensen talking. He's kind of like, you know, effeminate in a way. But yeah, he's like effeminate Jewy kind of a guy. I mean, but yeah.
So,
sad trombone.
I want to talk tonight about Endgame, the book and the reality, and the way. I mean, that book really began from a fundamental question of: do you believe that this culture is going to undergo a voluntary transformation to a sane and sustainable way of living? And you know, I've asked that question of thousands of people, and nobody ever says yes. Oh, one guy at one of my talks raised his hand, and everybody looks at him. He said, "Oh, voluntary? No, of course not." And so the next question is, if you don't believe that the culture is going to undergo a voluntary transformation to a sane and sustainable way of living, and you care about the land where you live, what does that mean for your strategy and for your tactics? And the answer is we don't really know. And one of the reasons that we don't know is because we don't really talk about it.
What interests me as part of that assessment is the notion of voluntary change. Right, and that deals with the complexities that are inherent in the system, right? The more complex the system is, right, the more unpredictable it is once you change the system, what the results are going to be. Right? What's going to pop out of the other end? Right? That's the idea of complexification of means, right? The notion of technical necessity, as we were reading earlier. Right? So he's saying there's no voluntary means of change. But of course that underlies the problem, which is technological determinism. Right? I don't like how he's evaluating the questions, though. Sane and sustainable. Maybe sustainable can be measured and, or practically so, but sane, pathologizing,
It almost sounds redundant.
Yeah. But
if
it's as
sane, sustainable would imply sane.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's as yeah, and Lilith's got a connection problem there. It's all good. But yeah. The thing with the idea of that Ellul was saying was that liberals will turn their liberalism against the technological system because of its authoritarianism, or they'll shoot themselves in the foot, right, and support technological progress and be like halfway liberals. And we see that's exactly what's happening today, right? With all the liberals that are basically, war hawks and in line with technological progress whenever it suits them. Almost at any cost.
And one of the reasons that we don't talk about it is because we're all so busy pretending that we have hope. And I'm going to do some serious hope.
Oh, this is what happened. Lilith's in the chat, so he's now not on stage. So he does this all the time. But yeah. I think it's because if you click on a different window in the phone, then it'll take you on the thing.
Bashing later. It's one of my favorite things to do. So that's really where I want to, and that's really what the book is about, is if you don't believe that the culture is going to undergo a voluntary transformation, what do? And so I think what I would like to do is go through the premises of that book. And one of the reasons, one of the things I've done in Endgame is I put my premises in boldface in the front of the book. And one of the reasons I did that is because one of the first rules of propaganda is if you can slide your premises by people, you've got them. About Hitler, it was said, from insane premise to monstrous conclusion, Hitler was coldly isolological. So he would say, what are we going to do about the Jewish problem? Gosh, Adolf, good question. What are we going to do about it? But see, what he's done is he's slid the premise by you that there's a Jewish problem you have to do something about. Or similarly, you hear some talking head on television say, so how can we make the U.S. economy grow? God, good question. Well, okay, some of the premises. A, we want the U.S. economy to grow. B, we want the U.S. economy to exist. C, who the hell's we? And so, like I said, I didn't want to do that. I don't want to slide premises by people. And so the structure of this talk is going to be that I want to go through some of the premises for that book. And the first premise is that industrial civilization is not, and civilization itself, but especially industrial civilization, is not and can never be sustainable. Civilization is not and can never be sustainable. A few years ago, I was riding in a car with a friend of mine who, we were stuck in traffic, and I was just making conversation, and I said, so George, if you could live at any level of technology that you wanted, what would it be? And George can sometimes kind of be a curmudgeon, and that day was not in a good mood, and he said, Derrick, that's a really stupid question. We can fantasize whatever we want, but the truth is there's only one level of technology that's sustainable, and that's the Stone Age. We're going to be there again someday, and the only question really is what's going to be left of the world when we get there. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that any way of living that's based on the use of non-renewable resources won't last. In fact, it takes anybody but a rocket scientist to figure that out. That before we go any further, it's like, okay, that's nice. What's civilization? And, you know, I've been bashing civilization for about 15 years now, and so I figure I'd probably better finally define it. And the definition that I'm using is that civilization is a way of life that's characterized by the growth of cities. And that's defensible both linguistically and historically. Well, that's nice, Derek, but what's a city? And a city, I've defined as a collection of people living in numbers large enough to require the importation of resources. And what that means is the Tolowa, on whose land I now live, were not civilized. They didn't require the importation of resources. They didn't live in cities. They lived in villages, camps, and once again, they didn't require the importation of resources. They would eat salmon and clams and huckleberry and salal and salmon and salmon.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier, right? Cities are, you know, they create multiculturalism or cultural assimilation. You know, they're hubs of education. I mean, universities and technological innovation and research. You know, they're also hubs of, international trade and gathering of resources.
All right, but I have a question here. Why do you say salmon 3 times?
He did?
Yeah, he
Derek
named a bunch
did.
of stuff, and he said salmon 3 times. Is that some
That's
code
funny.
word for him?
Yeah,
You know what's
maybe it
weird?
is a code
I
word.
used to go to, as a kid, I used to go to a cottage on South Salmon Lake, and the people that
Yeah,
owned
it's
it
like,
were the producers of fucking RoboCop.
yeah,
You
it's
can't
like
make this shit up. It's weird.
salmon, you know, past the adrenochrome. You know, it is what it is.
Salmon, and then also clams, and then salmon, and
I'm just,
then salmon.
yeah, I'm just,
This guy thinks
yeah,
he's fucking smart, huh? Okay.
yeah.
And salmon, and then
Whoa!
usually through the winter they would eat a lot of
Sad
salmon.
trombone.
Oh, 5 times, 6 times. How many times
And
did
the
I say
Tolowa
salmon?
lived there for 12,500 years if you believe the myths of science. And if you believe the myths of the Tolowa, then they lived there since the beginning of time. And this culture has been there for 180 years, 170 years, and the area is getting pretty trashed. And so two things happen as soon as you require the importation of resources. One of them is that your way of living can never be sustainable, because if you require the importation of resources, it means that you've denuded the landscape of that particular resource, and as your city grows, you'll denude an ever larger area. And denuding the landscape of a resource harms the land base. It's very interesting. You know, I know we've all been told that natural selection is based on competition, and that, you know, it's all just a fierce battle for who can be the meanest and grab the most resources most quickly and exploit the most thoroughly. But short of showing how stupid our discourse is, I can disprove that in one sentence if you give me a couple of semicolons. And that's those creatures who've survived in the long run have survived in the long run. Semicolon. You don't survive in the long run by hyper-exploiting your surroundings. Semicolon. You survive in the long run by actually making your habitat better. What a concept.
Whoa.
Okay,
Bro,
so
this
anyway,
guy needs to get
two
fucked
things
up.
happen as
Yeah,
soon
but that actually goes right in line with the Tao Te Ching. You know, by constantly expanding the environment, you know, you lose,
Yeah,
you know,
but
the
look at how
bounds.
miserable. Look at how miserable he looks and shit. He's like, fuck, I'm forced to do this shit. I fucked up. I signed up. I have no choice.
I have no idea what you're talking about. He looks like a happy gay Jewish man. But anyways, I think most gay Jews are probably 10 times more happier than we'll ever be. I mean,
no doubt.
You know, but,
Nah, he
you know what I
deserves
mean,
a slap across his fucking nose or something.
you just hate him because of his race. But yeah, he's on the.
It's nothing to
I
do
think
with
he's
his
on.
race. I have Jewish friends and shit.
I think he's on the right side of history.
No, I have
based on
Jewish
90%
friends.
of what he's saying. Do you have any problems with what he's saying?
Well, no, it's just like how he semicolon. Here, give me 2 semicolons.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, that's fine.
No,
man.
he thinks he's clever. He's just gonna
Yeah.
fuck everybody. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, you don't like his face. Yeah, I don't like his face that much.
No,
either.
it's not his face at all. It's just what he's saying. I could just like put a mask
Yeah,
on.
but I
while I'm
asked
looking
you
at-
already. What's the problem with what he's saying? And you didn't have anything.
Okay, the problem is like he's trying to use spelling in these words against people that are
No, that's
innocent.
not a legitimate problem. You have to talk about the ideas, like
Okay,
like
the
actual,
ideas-
like
okay, the
concept,
idea-
like. Do you have a problem with this definition of civilization? Do you have a problem
What
with
he's
this
saying-
definition
what he's saying
of?
is-
Here, hold on. Here, hold on. Do you have a problem with this definition of sustainability, of civilization, of cities, of any of those things?
No, but what he's saying
Okay.
is true. What he's saying
Okay.
is true. But it's
Yeah,
like
so
you can
that's
exploit.
that's
Hold
what
on,
I'm
you can
concerned. Cage, hold on. I'm not concerned about my personal emotions. I'm concerned about the truth. So if what he's saying is truth, then let it be fucking true, dude, and resonate with the truth in what he's saying.
Look, that's dangerous.
But you know what I'm
So it's
saying?
like- no, but listen, I'm not done.
But do you get what I'm saying, though?
But it's using it against all the people, like fuck everybody kind of a mentality. You know what I mean? It's a semicolon, fuck everybody.
No, he's not.
Semicolon. Okay.
No. We got to move on here. Yeah, that's enough of that. Yeah, that's going around in circles there.
Require the importation of resources. One is that you can never be sustainable, which means we could all become the best little natural capitalists in the world, and it doesn't matter. So long as there is this fundamental system in place, it's not going to be sustainable.
It doesn't
And the
matter.
other thing it means is that your way of life must be based on violence, because if you require the importation of resources, trade will never be sufficiently reliable. Because if you require the importation of resources and the people in the next watershed over aren't going to trade you for it, you're going to take it, which means we could all become junior bodhisattvas, and it wouldn't matter. The U.S. military would still have to be huge, because how else are they going to get access to our oil that just happens to be under somebody else's land? If they require that oil, they're going to take it. So those two things are really
a bodhisattva.
So, because I've been talking about resources, so I want to go back to what I was saying before about any way of life. Another way to look at all this is any way
Yeah, I'm not really trying to live react to this right now, but yeah.
of life that's based on the use of non-renewable resources also won't last. I mean, it doesn't matter what resource you're talking about. You would think that if you have a way of life that's based on the use of, I don't know, let's just choose a random example, oil. You would think that you would start to consider what's going to happen when this non-renewable resource runs out. That, once again, just by definition, any way of life that's
And obviously, as I pointed out earlier, this is already happening, right? We've reached peak oil, right? We're handing the problem over to our children, essentially. Okay, we're recklessly driving into the pale moonlight. It's very interesting.
Right off a cliff.
And this is a very old presentation.
based on the use of non-renewable resources won't last. And I would go a step further, and I would say that any way of life that's based on the hyper-exploitation of renewable resources won't last. So if every year there are fewer salmon returned than the year before, eventually you're going to run out. And everybody knows this except for Michael Sissenwine, who is in charge of one of the divisions of the National Marine Fisheries Services, and his response when learning that 90% of the
Well, you know what they're selling now at the fucking grocery store now is basically 3D printed salmon.
Shit, son.
Yeah, Cage, it's no worries. It's just like if you don't like it, just you know how it is, dude. Just move on, all right? But we don't need to. I'm covering this guy's ideas. I like to understand the ideas on their own terms, and definitely you're free to click the link and come back. I'm just gonna move through this and then move to music and then move to the reading. You guys are free to discuss.
large fish in the oceans are gone, was to say that's not a problem. We have to ask what level of decline is reasonable or sustainable. Exactly. And so in basically 2 sentences or 3 sentences, he destroyed the words problem, decline, 2 sentences, he destroyed the words problem, decline, reasonable, and sustainable. So in any case, if every year there are fewer passenger pigeons returned than there were the year before, eventually there will be none. If every year there's fewer old-growth forest, which once wasn't called old-growth forest but was simply called home, then eventually it will be gone. And I'm going to go a step further, and I'm going to say that any way of life that's based on the use of resources won't last. Because a resource is something there to be used. And there's a great line by a Canadian lumberman: when I look at trees, I see dollar bills. And if when I look at trees, I see dollar bills, I'm going to treat them one way. I'm going to convert them into dollar bills. If when I look at trees, I see trees, I'm going to treat them another way. And if when I look at this particular tree, I see this particular tree, I'm going to treat it differently still. And it's the same with fish. If when I look at salmon, I see dollar bills, I'm going to treat them one way. If when I look at salmon, I see salmon, I'm going to treat them another way. If when I look at this particular fish, I see this particular fish, I'll treat it differently still. The same is true also of women. If when I look at women, I see orifices, I'm going to treat them one way. If when I look at women, I see women, I'm going to treat them another way. And if when I look at this particular woman, I see this particular woman, I'm going to treat her differently still. If you perceive another as a resource, you're going to use them as opposed to enter into a relationship with them. And I need to be really clear that just because I perceive a fish as a fish, that doesn't mean that I can't eat it. And I was doing a radio interview in Spokane, Washington several years ago, and the
Uh-oh. Going back to Spokane. Spokane in the membrane. I mean, but yeah, we'll look at that, and we'll look at more of that next time. But yeah, it's interesting. Some of it's interesting what he's saying. Right?
The thing is, like, I mean, at some point the demand would decrease because, if, less and less salmon or pigeons or whatever. Well, eventually the population would decrease to the point where there would be some kind of a balance, right? It wouldn't just run out until there's 0 of salmons or pigeons, or am I just doing crazy talk?
Yeah, I don't know. They're like basically printing salmon at this point, like out of the 3D printers, and people are basically eating it. I mean, it's totally fake salmon. I mean, so it's interesting. Dynamics. And of course we have the famous case of them putting fish genes in the tomatoes to make them last longer.
Yep.
So yeah, interesting stuff around the corner, folks. Yeah, actually there's quite a bit of this. Hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, let's listen to more of this actually. There's an hour and 20 minutes of this.
Because I perceive a fish as a fish, that doesn't mean that I can't eat it. And I was doing a radio interview in Spokane, Washington several years ago, and the interviewer said, Indians exploited salmon too. And I said, no, they didn't, they ate them. And he said, what's the difference? I said, well, they gave them respect for the spirit in exchange for the flesh. And I knew that answer was kind of bullshit, but I'm a male, and so I'm required by law to answer every question that's asked of me. And so that afternoon I went out and I sat next to this tree that I had a long relationship with, and I asked the tree, what is the fundamental predator-prey relationship? And the tree gave me the answer right away, which is, if you consume the flesh of another, you now take responsibility for the continuation of the other's community. So if I consume the flesh of salmon from the Klamath River, I now take responsibility for the continuation of the Klamath River salmon. And everybody knows this. Bears know it, merganders know it, newts know it. The merganders know that if you consume all the newts in this pond, there won't be any newts in the pond anymore. And we just forget sometimes. And that's the fundamental predator-prey bargain that we have to get into. And I want to say something else about that, and then we'll come back to the other. But I got into a big argument with this guy several years ago because he was saying that because I use toilet paper that I am just as culpable for deforestation as the CEO of Weyerhaeuser. And I knew that that was wrong, but I couldn't really articulate why. And he said, go ask a tree. A tree will tell you. So I went out and asked a tree, and the tree said, you're an animal. You consume things. Get over it. But then it also gave me the other answer, which is yes, I am culpable, not because I consume the flesh of a tree. I'm culpable because I consume the flesh of a tree without fulfilling my end of the bargain. I'm culpable not because I use toilet paper, but because I don't stop Weyerhaeuser from deforesting. And that's a much more serious culpability than simply consuming. So I'm not culpable because I consume Klamath River salmon. I'm culpable because I consume Klamath River salmon and I don't take out the fucking Iron Gate. Thanks. Okay, second premise is that traditional communities do not often voluntarily give up or sell the resources on which their communities are based until their communities have been destroyed. They also do not willingly allow their land bases to be damaged so that other resources, gold, oil, and so on, can be extracted. It follows that those who want the resources will do what they can to destroy traditional communities, as we see. Third premise. Our way of living, industrial civilization, is based on, requires, and will collapse very quickly without persistent and widespread violence. I gave a talk a few years ago in Eugene, and afterwards this guy raised his hand and he said, you know, you talk about how violent this culture is, and I just don't see it. There's no violence in my life. I'm not violent myself. I don't see any violence. And it's significant to this story, by the way, that it was a man who said it, not a woman. And I said, okay, where's your shirt made? And he looked and it was made in Bangladesh. And I said, do we even need to talk about that? He's like, no. I said, okay. And also, I'm just wondering, do you pay rent? He's like, yeah. I said, why? He said, because I don't own? I said, no, what would happen if you didn't pay rent? He said, well, I get evicted. I said, what does that mean? I don't understand. What happens when you get evicted? And he said, well, a sheriff would come to my house, and he would... I said, stop right there. What happens if the sheriff comes to your house, and you say, hey, I was just getting done cooking dinner. Come on in. Have some food. So the sheriff comes in, sits down, and you cook him dinner, and you feed him, and you don't poison him. And then after dinner, you say to him, you know, it's been nice having you here, but your company's not all that pleasant, so I would like for you to leave my home now. What would happen? He said, well, the sheriff would take out his gun, and he'd say, I'm here to evict you. You got to leave, because you didn't pay your rent. I said, so the reason you pay rent is because if you don't, some guy is going to come to your house with a gun, and he's going to kick you out of your home. He's like, I guess. I said, okay, let's try it again. What happens if you're really hungry, and so you go to the grocery store, lots of food there, you know, and you start eating. What's going to happen? So we're going to call the sheriff, and he's going to come. He's the same guy. He's a real asshole, isn't he? The sheriff's going to come and take you away. So what this means is that in order for you to survive, in order for you to have a place to sleep, a place to be, you have to pay somebody. And in order to eat, you have to pay somebody. That's really weird. And if you don't, somebody with a gun is going to come and do something bad to you. So part of the reason that a lot of us don't see the violence is because, well, part of the reason is a different subject. Part of the reason is because a lot of the violence is exported. I was doing a talk in Massachusetts a few years ago, and somebody said to me afterwards, you know, we now are living way more sustainably than they did 100 years ago. And I said, how do you know that? They said, because there's a lot more trees here in Massachusetts than there were 100 years ago. I said, yeah, it's because you're getting all your wood from South America. And so a lot of the violence is simply exported. And then the other part of it is a lot of us don't perceive this violence because we've been so metabolized into the system and we so accept its premises that there's no need to do violence to us because we're standing straight in line. But of course, if we step out the tiniest bit, gotta watch out. Oh, but we're not going to do that. Okay, now we go to the fourth premise. This culture, civilization, this I think might be my favorite premise of the book, is based on a clearly defined and widely accepted, yet often unarticulated hierarchy. Violence done by those higher on the hierarchy to those lower is nearly always transparent, invisible, it's unnoticed. When it is noticed, it's fully rationalized. Violence done by those lower on the hierarchy to those higher is met with, is unthinkable. And when it does happen, it's met with shock, horror, and the fetishization of the victims. And there's so many examples of this. One example is that within my own family when I was a kid, my father was extremely violent, and so the violence flowed constantly downhill. And the one time that my brother ever fought back, he got beaten far worse than any other time because, of course, he had committed blasphemy by sending violence up the hierarchy. That's one example. Another example is, I live where there's tons of bears near where I live, and I just love seeing, it's so cool. A mother and baby bear actually fell asleep outside my mom's house the other day. And so cool, I was thinking about that afterwards. How many wild animals have I ever seen asleep? And, well, 2 bears. Maybe some grasshoppers, it's hard to tell. Anyway, but people, and I walk through the forest all the time. I walk through forest at night with no lantern and all this stuff. And the Fed's going, he walks through the forest at night with no lantern. You can use that. Anyway, so I walk through the forest. I'm scared of the Feds, frankly, not the bears. Anyway, so I walk through the forest at night, and people go, oh my God, aren't you scared of the bears? I mean, they could attack or something. And I know that there is one person dies in North America every other year from bear attacks. And 46,000 Americans die every year because of automobile crashes. So we're scared of the wrong thing. I mean, we should walk through a parking lot and it's like, oh my God, the cars are all going. Anyway, if you don't believe me about the violence is only allowed to flow one direction with that, the next time there's one of those, like the next time there's a big protest or something, maybe anti-war or anti-so-called free trade, whatever, just do an experiment, which is take a baseball bat and then just walk up to one of the policemen and say, excuse me, Officer Friendly, nothing personal, I'm just conducting an experiment. And then hit him, and then hit him a couple more times real fast. And then
somebody clapping real hard.
Somebody's going to take down your name. Okay, so anyway, and then I'll talk to you in about 50 years. Because you've committed blasphemy, you've sent violence up the hierarchy. Oh, and then I want to say one more thing about this, which is that and this is going to have to, does anybody mind if I swear? I think that the word fuck is the most amazing word in the English language because it's all of patriarchy condensed into 4 letters. Because the same word that means make love to means do great violence to. That's really...
Yeah, I actually never thought of that. Pretty interesting.
Maybe this guy should be a comedian.
But definitely my parents have mentioned that before. When they first heard people saying that, they're like, that's so weird that people are, that they say the same word, that they're going to have, relations with somebody to say violence, and they say it's, it's grapey vibes for sure. I mean, but yeah, I don't know if we're the only culture that's done that, but yeah, definitely they have that in Punjabi. Right. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. Yeah, I have a little bit of reading here. And yeah, we'll see what he says. Jensen. Right, and we'll look at some more of you know, this work that he's got here. Endgame. Right, which I think is interesting proposal, right? And actually, a lot of the people in the military, they study stuff like that, like end game scenarios, right? If certain fail safes were to fall through in terms of how we run civilization, then what would the course of action be, right? To preserve the last bits or last hope of civilization, right? So people propose different scenarios, right, of how civilizations may collapse, different thought experiments, of course. Right, right. Nobody wants any civilizations to collapse, or I think anybody who does want that, right? Like somebody who's um like actively wanting like apocalypse, like some sort of religious zealots or something, they should definitely be put out of business quickly. But yeah. But yeah, here's some music for you guys. And yeah, we'll end with this this text here. I actually need to open up the television here, because I don't want to get pumped for this video here, because this video contains some sort of animation that I've definitely seen before. Seems highly suspect.
What is allowed anymore, man? Like, I feel like they're gonna keep adding more to the list. That concerns me. Is my sound not working?
But yeah, Jensen, there's hundreds of hours of Jensen talking, so I'll try to find more stuff with Jensen, because he talks about the problem of technology quite a bit, actually. And Rosak. So I think I'm gonna read some of Rosak next time. Okay, I got it on the TV now, so let me see what's popping with this video. And see if that'll go through here without us getting popped. Of course, I have some cannabis. So let's see what happens with this video here. See if this will work itself out. But yeah, I do like this song a lot. Face of Illusion by Lewis Parker. Yeah, so thank you guys.
Yeah. It's like walking into a trap. It's a setup. Yeah. Yeah. It's like trying to grasp the untangible. I contemplate form the plan like Hannibal, then demonstrate ideas more dangerous and radical. The facade is of a magnitude more huge than imaginable. I fell back when I saw it was a setup. See many sell their souls just to try to get that bread up. Now the devil got you and shit from your neck up. You were sitting duck, about to get stuck. Then these streets are rough. You can get snuffed for a couple of bucks like it's nothing. Small time hustling to get the ones in with the onion of white. But your game ain't right with that dumb junkie chick keeping your habit tight. Now your paper's short, Jack. Open the bus, tall stacks. On the run, laying low, looking over your back. From life got you trapped. Dog, you got a price on your head. You probably better off turning yourself into the feds. The cold edge of reality. The world without apathy. The game you meant to lose, so move with strategy. It's like walking into a trap. Double crossing snake who would shoot you in your back. Steal from your fam, a two-faced rap. We bust it down in a rap, that's my word is born. The devil is a slick cat with a face of illusion. Formless, changing and moving. Transparent, unproven. The many faces of illusion. Lies and confusion. The devil has many faces of illusion. The mind in flight, cruising high altitudes. Most these fools dropping trash, y'all only drop jewels. Got the clues like Columbo, too ill with the drum show. Young boys try to step up, but they soon to get sundo. My being with the sun, so I shine light, infinitely bright. For musical meditation, I find insight. My people know nothing but strife. Hard life, broken and divided. Stripped of our culture, break till we a hybrid. Twisted with lies and greed. Wine and weed, see time we need, but there's no time left, B. Let's get the plan together, cause the scam real messy. Stay calm and ready, armed and deadly. For the modern game that's called in the 21st century. To be enslaved mentally, triple throws freedom, politics and religion. Truth is not a given, through understanding and wisdom. See it fall into position, the elusive demon. A man who can change his face, sex or race, then be gone with no trace. Like walking into a trap. Double crossing snake who would shoot you in your back. Steal from your fam, a two-faced rap. We bust it down in a rap, that's my word is born. The devil is a slick cat with a face of illusion. Formless, changing and moving. Transparent, unproven. The many faces of illusion. Lies and confusion. The devil has many faces of illusion. Illusion, 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 illusion.
Megatron is a Martian, feeding off weed and cash. I dash from my ship in the Roswell crash. You smash when you bash with the clashing ox. Saw you in half without a fucking magical box. Wet pussy always seem to splash my cock. I'm dead, they just didn't leave the casket locked. Past my block, I let shots drilling your spleen. We ill Marines with handheld killing machines. Still dreams with the arm and steel. Guard your grill, nigga, I was brought up by the kids in Smallville. Father when I lost will, harboring the scale. Caught up in the rail, don't give me cause to kill. Nocturnal, I stroll where the darkness goes. If I had to follow the moon across the globe with a staff and white robe, I still hold metal. Disciples who walk on glass and rose petals. Yo, last rites, we fast and blast twice. Jedi mind 252, we mad nice. We smash mics and blast too precise. Fast 40 days, we pray for 40 nights. Yo, I'm savage, I write rhymes in pitch blackness. Any motherfucker in front is left backless. Y'all motherfuckers just burn into ashes. Trying to step into the zone with any passes is Black Sabbath. Put a slug in his grill, cause Jedi mind 2-5 thuggin' for real. You ever think there might be trouble in pill? Cause a motherfucker like me dumping the kill. And y'all better pass the mic cause fans ill. Y'all learn the facts of life from Camp Fields. I don't know how many kids my flow harm. My gun control leave y'all with no arms. Y'all ever smell the stench of dead bodies left in the path of the past of Gaddafi? 5'9", tatted up, mad stocky, animal dog. dog who bust slugs in the lobbies. Last rites, we fast to blast twice. Jedi mind 252, we mad nice. We smash mics and blast too precise. Fast 40 days and pray for 40 nights. Last rites, we fast to blast twice. Jedi mind 252, we mad nice. We smash mics and blast too precise. Fast 40 days and pray for 40 nights. I hit the turnpike on dirt bike with 2 heaters on my way to Philly to fight for Mumia. Only thug gorillas will react to this. The laws tried to destroy black activists. Half of y'all is performers and actresses. I keep at least 100 grand in the mattresses. Shit so hot, soon as I write it, I get indicted. I dare one of y'all scared niggas to bite it. I done stood in hood lobbies getting my rocks off with long johns and 3 pairs of socks on, ducking from the pigs so I don't get knocked off or popped off. And y'all thugs are soft, that's why your skirt get pulled up, clothes come off. You red dragons can't even fuck with my brain pattern. I'm online, Pentium Plus and Benz wagon. Maki, believe me, it do ring bells. If you saw me do dirt, you won't live to tell. I done lived in a cell, did bids in hell, held niggas at gunpoint for ransom and bail. Yo, last rites, we fast to blast twice. Jedi mind 252, we mad nice. We smash mics and blast too precise. Fast 40 days and pray for 40 nights. The city of
Yeah, so he says, we are all not familiar with biotechnology, the splicing of genes from one another, from one being into another. Okay, nanotechnology goes far beyond biotech's manipulation of genes. It involves the manipulation of molecules and atoms. We can call it molecular engineering. We can call it a marriage of life and computers. We can call it the creation of green machines. We can call it self-replicating biotech alchemy. It's been predicted to cure cancer, to end poverty by supplying the world with the infinite supply of energy and self-assembling materials. See why they're really pushing for nanotech and computers, right? Because they want this infinite energy goal, right? If they could reach efficiency, right, preserve resources of the earth, right, find some other sort of renewable resource, right? They have infinite amounts of energy. So they create self-replicating machines, right? They could reach this goal of peak efficiency, right, much faster than they had suspected, right? And so they could solve the energy problem much quicker, right? Because essentially technical necessity means that you're stuck at a particular form of performance. You have to grow out of it. But the only way of growth is technical innovation, as we've seen. And of course, that kills competitiveness and liberalism. So it's interesting. So it says we can call it creation of green machines. We call it self-replicating biotech alchemy. It's been predicted to cure cancer, to end poverty by supplying the world with infinite supply of energy, self-assembling materials, and to keep your pants stain-free. Nanotechnology works with small materials, really small. A nanometer is a billionth of a meter. 10 hydrogen atoms side by side make a line a nanometer long. A DNA molecule is about 2.5 nanometers wide. A red blood cell, 1/20th the width of a human hair, but it's 5,000 nanometers in diameter. Okay, so nanometers can be used to measure things like blood cells. It says a red blood cell is 1/20th the width of a human hair. Said it gives a headache just to think about it. The individual components of a silicon transistor are about 130 nanometers across. Okay, so that's considerably smaller than a red blood cell, right? But Intel can fit 42 million of them on one of its Pentium 4 computer chips. Fascinating stuff. So that's all great, he says. We can all have fast computers to play complex games while the real world burns. Uh-oh. Because the geniuses at Intel have figured out how to get all those transistors into a single computer chip. But those nasty atom tech critics, including ETC Group's Jim Thomas, tell us, quote, nanosized bits are so small they can penetrate your skin, get into your lungs, and travel through your body unmolested by the immune system. So they're undetectable? The ultimate goal of nanotechnology, according to some of its proponents, is to meld humans and computers so that humans can, at long last, insert mad scientist laugh here, live forever. Forever, you say? Oh, yes. One of the goals of transhumanism is to live forever. To do what? I honestly don't think there's enough of anything in this world.
Their philosophy is the world is not enough. They tell you. That's actually their philosophy. Ray Kurzweil said that there is no God, but he's becoming a God. And you better not get in his way. He said that during an interview.
Yeah, he would say that.
Yeah. Like verbatim.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he's looking less and less godly every day.
They want to colonize their planets and shit. Like, you know, like, you want to go to Mars, man. See the galaxy. Go where man has never gone before. End disease, man. People don't need to die.
One could say the same for any religion that has a new heaven and new earth. to do what?
People don't need to get sick. Live forever, man.
Well, that's the thing with
Don't need
Christianity,
body.
right? It would be to be with God, right? With the because it's about closeness to God, right? So with the other thing, right, with Islam, you get all this sweet shit, right? So
You get some swag.
yeah, so it's a little different, right? Like you get like swag, you get like all types of shit, right? So you're having like yeah, depending on all of the different achievements, in terms of good deeds and stuff, you get tons of stuff in the Islamic heaven, right? So it's way different than Earth, but I mean, if it's like some type of, yeah, you could imagine if there's like some people who think like heaven is just sort of like, peacefulness, or like peace on earth is heaven, then yeah, what do they want that for? Because if they want that forever, like, what are they going to do the entire time,
Finite minds would run out of ideas real quick for
Yeah.
eternity.
Yeah, like it'd be one thing, if heaven was like, oh yeah, go in the hollow deck and you get to create your own world and live in it, that's like a totally different thing.
I mean, honestly, the idea of never having disease or pain or tears or any of that is pretty fucking alluring to me.
Yeah, there's no separation between worldly and otherworldly in terms of it's not immaterial in the Islamic heaven. So there's nothing immaterial. So you're not a spirit in the Islamic heaven. So so in the Christian heaven, you're a spirit. You're with God. Because God is a spirit. Right? So yeah. So it's not quote unquote worldly because the stuff in heaven doesn't exactly exist on earth. Right? Because it's totally different than the stuff on earth. Right? But it's still I guess you would say it's physical stuff. Right? So yeah. So actually a lot of the Christian saints have critiqued the Islamic heaven and said, well, you enjoy carnal carnal pleasures in the Islamic heaven. Right? So they see that as totally antithetical to the Christian heaven, because in the Christian heaven, as Paul says, you're spirit bodies. Right? So you're and of course God is immaterial. Right? So God as I already said, he doesn't enjoy physical pleasures or anything like that. But in Islam, God is physical. Right? So it describes God as a being. Right? Like Adam. Like, so he's not contained by anything, but and also God has an angel. Right? Like one main guy. Right? So like,
well,
yeah.
There's actually a lot of different interpretations. It's been a very long time, but from what I can recall, there's an actual throne room. There's an actual, and this is the thing. Also, from what I can recall, everyone always talks about heaven and hell, but that's not really what the Bible says, unless my memory is foggy. Like, that's not actually what it says. It says that heavenly Jerusalem will descend from the sky. That's actually what it says. So, and then the dead in Christ will rise first. They call it the first fruit. So This is what I mean with like what the Bible says and then what the church say. They're not always the same thing. And you know, this is why I always said, like, when I was a Christian, I always read myself, because the more you do, the more you realize that some of these doctrines are legitimately not just interpretations, but they're not even in the Bible. And then you got to be like, okay, well, where is this coming from? Because it's not there. Like, it's just not. So, like, I have my Bible right here, which doesn't have the Old Testament, by the way. And you know, it talks about how there's a temple without a need for a sun or a moon to shine. For the glory of God gives it light, and its lamp is the Lamb. By its light will the nations walk, and the kings of the earth will bring their glory into it. The kings of the earth. This is Revelation. The last pages of it. And its gates will never be shut by day, and there will be no night there. They will bring into it the glory and the honor of the nation, but nothing unclean will ever enter it, nor anyone who does what is detestable or false, but only those who are written in the Lamb's book of life. So then the angel showed me the river of the water of life, bright as crystal, flowing from the throne of God and of the Lamb, through the middle of the street of the city. So this is very, very tangible. So this is what I'm saying. Like, this idea of heaven as being some, like, unapproachable, immaterial place, I don't know where this comes from. Also, on either side of the river, the tree of life, with 12 kinds of fruit, yielding its fruit each month. Gee, I can't imagine why there'd be 12 fruits for each month. I can't see what that could be alluding to. I can't see that maybe the Bible might be a little mystical. The leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. No longer will there be anything accursed. The throne of God and of the Lamb will be in it, and his servants will worship him. They will see his face, and his name will be on their foreheads. So this is the counteraction of the mark of the beast, and the mark of the Lamb. But, you know, what am I? I'm just a heretic. They will see his face, and his name will be on their foreheads, and night will be no more. They will need no light of lamp or sun, but the Lord God will be their light, and they will reign forever and ever. What? They will reign forever and ever with God as co-regents, as inheritors. That's actually what it says. It says they'll judge the nations. Those who are firstborn, who rise with Christ. And it talks about the millennial kingdom and the Satan's little season and all that. But that's a little before this. But
we don't want to get Rocky in here.
Well, Rocky has a point, to be honest with you. And honestly, if Christianity has any truth to it, it would make a hell of a lot more sense if that's where we are, to be honest. Because the fact of the matter is, all the prophets, okay, if you accept that as prophecy, and Jesus himself said, I tell you now, time is nigh. Those who are standing right here, right now,
will not taste death.
And there's about 50 verses in like one chapter, and there's about 100 other ones scattered all throughout the scriptures saying the same thing. Those who are standing here will not pass away. It's like, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 or 20 maybe. But when you have dozens saying the same thing, it's just like, gee, I don't know, man. It's pretty clear what's being said. Like, but it says.
So do you adopt some form of preterism then?
Well, it's not really preterism when you understand it. It's a little bit different. It's known as the millennial reign. But anyways, it says this is like literally the last page of the Bible. Okay, so And he said to them, these words are trustworthy and true, and the Lord, the God of the spirits of the prophets, has sent his angel to show his servants what must soon take place. And behold, I am coming soon. Blessed is the one who keeps the words of the prophecy of this book. I, John, am the one who heard and saw these things. And when I heard and saw them, I fell down to worship at the feet of the angel who showed them to me. But he said to me, you must not do that. I am a fellow servant with you and your brothers, the prophets, and with those who keep the words of this book. Worship God. And he said to me, do not seal up the words of the prophecy of this book, for the time is near. And I wasn't even really going to get into this, but there it is. Like, just as I'm saying it, there it is. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Let the evildoer still do evil, and the filthy still be filthy, and the righteous still be right, and the holy still be holy. Behold, I am coming soon, bringing my recompense with me to repay each one for what he has done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Blessed are those who wash their robes, so that they may have the right to the tree of life, and that they may enter the city by the gate. So this is physical. Outside are the dogs and sorcerers and the sexually immoral and the murderers and idolaters, and everyone who loves and practices falsehood. I, Jesus, have sent my angel to testify you about these things for the churches. I am the root and offspring of David, the bright and morning star. The Spirit and the bride say, come and let the one who hears say, come and let the one who is thirsty come. Let the one who desires take the water of life without price. I warn everyone who hears the words of the prophecy of this book. If anyone adds to them, God will add to him the plagues described in this book. Now, why would there even be a warning if it wasn't possible that it could happen? Just my thoughts. And I asked this question to my pastor when I was a kid. And if anyone takes the words of this book, of this prophecy, God will take away his share in the tree of life and in the holy city, which are described in this book. He who testifies to these things says, surely I am coming soon. Says it over and over and over again. Amen. Come, Lord Jesus. The grace of the Lord Jesus be with all. Amen. This idea of it being some future time comes from the Jesuits. It's literally futurism, and it ties into Zionism and the Third Temple, which is not biblical. There is no Third Temple in the Bible. None. It doesn't exist. Zero. It's in the Jewish prophecies, though, which is interesting. You know, and I don't have skin in the game, but I'm just saying, man, it makes a hell of a lot more sense, if anything. And I do hold the possibility. Like, I know how deceived the world is. And I know enough to know that I don't know. And I know enough to know that the whole world is deceived, because that's what it says. And so that means the whole world. That doesn't mean everyone but you and your church. It means the whole damn world. Okay, so if that really is the truth, then guess what? That means everybody could be wrong. So, I mean, I don't know, man. It's just something to ponder on, I feel. I don't think it's something to just throw away. Like, yeah. Like, everything that's happening in heaven is stuff that the angels are doing, but they're coming to earth. I mean, that's what it says. Things are happening in heaven, yeah. But that's where the veils are, the vials are being opened, and the abominations, and, the trumpets and all that. But it's coming down to earth. Like, that's what it says. All through. Like, I've read Revelation over and over and over and over and over and over again when I was younger. And I'm very tempted to read the thing again. I really late feeling like, and not only that, but it says that there's a new heaven and a new earth. So this one has to be refreshed entirely. 2021, chapter 21. Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, Behold, the dwelling place of God is with man. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and God himself will be with them as their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and death shall be no more. Neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain any more, for the former things have passed away. And he who was seated on the throne said, Behold, I am making all things new. Also he said, Write this down, for these words are trustworthy and true. So this is a little before where I was before, but it's repeated. So this is what I'm saying. And he said to me, It is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the thirsty I will give from the spring of the water of life without payment. The one who conquers will have this heritage, inheritance, and I will be his God, and he will be my son. But as for the cowardly, the faithless, detestable, as for the murderers, the sexually immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars, their portion will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. Then came one of the seven angels who had the seven bowls full of the seven last plagues, and spoke to me, saying, Come, I will show you the bride, the wife of the Lamb. And he carried me away in the spirit to a great high mountain, showed me the holy city, Jerusalem, coming out of heaven from God, having the glory of God. Its radiance like a most rare jewel, like jasper, clear as crystal. It had a great high wall with 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and on the gates the names of 12 tribes of the sons of Israel were inscribed. On the east 3 gates, on the north 3 gates, on the south 3 gates, and on the west 3 gates. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations. On them were 12 names of 12 apostles of the Lamb. And the one who spoke with me had a measuring rod of gold, measuring the city and its walls. The city lies fourscore, its length the same as its width. And he measured the city with his rod, 12,000 stadia. Its length and width, its height are equal. He also measured its wall, 144 cubits by human measurement, which also is an angel's measurement. Now, what the hell does that mean? The wall was built of jasper. I have my own interpretation of the wall. While the city was pure gold, like clear glass. The foundations of the wall of the city were adorned with every kind of jewel. The first was jasper, the second sapphire, the third agate, the fourth emerald, the fifth onyx, the sixth cornelian, the seventh chrysolite, the eighth beryl, the ninth topaz, the ninth chrysoprase, the 11th jacinth, 12th amethyst, and the 12 gates were 12 pearls, each of the gates made of a single pearl, and the street of the city was pure gold, like transparent glass. And I saw no temple in the city, for its temple is the Lord God, the Almighty, and the Lamb. And that's what it says, in the city was no need for sun or moon to shine on it. So it's literally saying that there's no need for natural light. There's no need for, it's a completely new world entirely.
Yeah, your audio is like, it's kind of like, it's like you're like in an airplane or some shit. It's kind of weird.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like it was fine before, but like it changed. Is that right, Red? Or
Yeah.
am I hallucinating? Or yeah, I feel like his audio totally changed. Wait.
And
Yeah,
it's a little choppy here and there.
yeah, like I feel like it wasn't like that before, like for sure.
It's like he's away from the mic.
Yeah, you're pulling a Neurojack. Yeah, I remember before when Neurojack used to come on the show, he used to always have bad audio.
Oh, it was horrible.
Yeah, it used to be pretty funny. But yeah,
Painful
that's great.
times.
But those are crazy verses. Where are those verses from?
Revelation
It's from
20,
Revelation.
21.
I read the whole chapter. It's the last 2 chapters of Revelation. It's right after Satan is sealed up again. Right before that is when this is the Satan's little season. It's after the Antichrist comes. So I'll just read the whole. I'm reading it in reverse now, but It says, then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding in his hand the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain. And he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years, and threw him into the pit, and shut it and sealed it over him, so that he might not deceive the nations any longer, until the 1,000 years were ended. Now, why in the hell would he let him out again? This is the question, okay? So I asked this question when I was a kid, and
But
no one
yeah,
could ever give me.
the part I'm tripping about is the crystals and the golden city stuff.
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
I kind of
the new heaven
yeah,
and
I
the
kind
new
of
earth.
pretty much, seem to not really remember that one too clearly, but
Because
that
they
is
don't
a,
really
that is quite a.
because-
But yeah, I wonder if
because-
anybody drew that. Because that would be. I mean,
Yeah.
it looked like a dope thing that you could make for a drawing for like a church. Right?
Yeah,
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why Trump likes gold so much.
Yeah, DeFreak says read 21:3.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. It's that's what I was
Yeah,
what
because
was it?
earlier
And I
when
heard
you were
about
reading,
voice from the throne saying, behold, the dwelling place of God is with man. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people. And God himself will be with them as their God. That's 21:3.
yeah, because earlier when you were reading, it was kind of like, kind of shitty audio. But the thing is that, I kind of thought you like switched to.
Is that better now?
Oh yeah, it's
A
much
little
better now.
better, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
by tons
But
actually. Because before
this
it
is
was like
why
scratchy.
I don't ever take when there's a really good quote. It's I can't remember exactly what it is, but basically it's like it woe to those who take the authority as truth instead of truth as the authority. Like that, and that's the bottom line, man. So like, what does it actually say? Like, you don't need to be like a freaking genius. You don't need to go to seminary for 30 years to understand. Like, you don't have to be elite. I mean, yeah,
Seminary for 30 years sounds
can
like
get,
torture.
you can get like inspiration, but ultimately it's people's ideas, man. Like, at the end of the day, it's people's ideas. Nobody really knows. At the end of the day. And anyone who thinks that somebody knows, I'm sorry, but you're mistaken. Like, simple as that. Like, nobody knows. Period. It's just that simple. So, it's like everything is just a guide. And so you got to get to a point to where it's like, okay, well, what the hell does this mean to me? And so, and there are verses literally about this, about rightly dividing the word of truth. Meditating on the word daily, rightly dividing the word of truth, like it, and I went like 10 years without reading the Bible, and I could like throw verses at you without even opening anything, like for an hour. So explain that to me, please. I want to understand that. Like, I really do. Because I tried to get the hell away from it all. And I can't. So someone please explain that to me. Like, I tried to go full on pagan. And something like won't allow me to. So is that God? Like, what is that? Like, I don't. Like, no one's been able to give me an explanation for this.
It's almost like burned into you, dude. Like a cattle
Well, this is what I'm
prod or
trying to tell you,
something.
man. Well, because there are things that they resonate, man.
Well,
It
yeah,
says
certainly some facets will resonate. Yeah.
well, it says the truth is written in your heart, man. Well, it's simple. People manipulate things, but it has what people manipulate has nothing to do with God. It has to do with man. And so this is what I'm trying to say. Like, what people have to say, what authorities have to say, I have no time. I don't care. You know, like it's irrelevant to me. And so I just, you know, I don't take it so seriously. Like, I see it from a mystical perspective, and I think the Bible is a lot more mystical than people realize. You know, and I think that this is all very parabolic. I mean, it should
So
be obvious.
So
It's using
DeFreak
math
says
symbols.
he says death still exists. That can't be right.
What?
Yeah, because I guess if
What?
you
Death is thrown into the lake of fire. Is that what you're talking about?
That
yeah, I
you
think when
said
you
when you were reading, it said there would be no more death, or death will be no more.
yeah, it's one of the preconditions because basically, sin is a penalty. I mean, death is a penalty of sin, right?
For
Yeah,
1,000 years.
Wages of sin is death.
For 1,000 years. It's not over. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And
For
then he
1,000
said,
years, they reign. Then
yeah, and then he
Satan is
said this
released
one.
again. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the whole point. That's not the end. The Antichrist comes. Look, it says, then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding in his hand the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain. And he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. Why? And threw him into the pit and shut it and sealed it over him, so that he might not deceive the nations any longer, until the 1,000 years were ended. Okay? So that means he's let out again. After that, he must be released for a little while. That's the little season. Then I saw thrones, and seated on them were those to whom the authority to judge was committed. Also I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded for the testimony of Jesus and for the word of God, and those who had not worshipped the beast or its image, and had not received its mark on their foreheads or their hands. They came to life and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years. The rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. Now try to wrap your head around that for a second. The rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. What does that mean to you? Because it might mean something very different to me. You say it one more time. They came to life and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years. The rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. This is the first resurrection. Blessed and holy is the one who shares in the first resurrection. Over such the second death has no power, but they will be priests of God and of Christ, and they will reign with him for 1,000 years. It's not forever. And when the 1,000 years are ended, Satan will be released from his prison and will come out to deceive the nations that are at the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog. Isn't it funny that all the Jews are talking about Gog and Magog? Well, guess what? Magog and Magog doesn't happen until after. So what are they talking about? Why are Christians talking about Gog and Magog? Do they not read their Bible? Because if they're talking about Gog and Magog and it's some future time, then what the hell are they talking about?
Bro,
Because
in
according
God
to
we
this,
trust.
the Bible itself, Gog and Magog doesn't happen until after the Antichrist. So what the hell are they talking about? Like, that's one of the biggest, like, red herrings to me. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Gog and Magog cannot happen until after the Antichrist has already come. It's right there. It's not even debatable.
In Gog they trust.
Gog and Magog gather them for battle. Their number is like the sand of the sea. And they marched up over the broad plain of the earth and surrounded the camp of the saints. What is this camp of the saints? And the beloved city, but fire came down from heaven and consumed them. And the devil who had deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur, where the beast and the false prophet were. And they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. After. Then I saw a great white throne, and him who was seated on it. From his presence, earth and sky fled away, and no place was found for them. And I saw the dead, great and small, stand before the throne, and books were opened. Then another book was opened. So the judgment hasn't happened yet. This is what people don't understand. And I know it because no one told me this shit. I had to figure it out myself. I was told this all basically happened at once. It's not true.
So you're saying you have to divide it?
I'm saying that's what the Bible says, man. So you can either go by people's interpretations or you can go by what the scripture actually said. Your choice. For anyone who's actually believes in the Bible and not man. All right? So this is what it actually says. Satan's chain. There's a millennial reign of Christ with the saints on the earth for 1,000 years. Then he's released again. Then they try to do battle. The people of the earth try to do battle. So in other words, what I'm saying is they know damn well. It actually makes a lot of fucking sense. It shows how just God is. Because they would have to willingly rebel, knowing damn well what they were doing. There would be no mistake about it. It literally says that they're going to gather for battle. They're numbered like the sand of the sea, and they marched up over the broad plain of the earth and surrounded the camp of the saints and the beloved city, but fire came down from heaven and consumed them. And the devil who had deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur, where the beast and the false prophet were, and they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. The Antichrist is long gone. So the Antichrist isn't the end. The Antichrist is done before Satan is released the second time. This is what I was never told, ever. So this Gog and Magog battle is after. And yet you could look at pretty much any Protestant, I think Catholic too, really. And they make it look like it's all kind of one thing. It's not. The only thing that's coming is the judgment. And the judgment comes because these people willfully try to make war with God and the saints. That's what it says. In no uncertain terms. Then it says, I saw a great white throne, and him who was seated on it. From his presence, earth and sky fled away, and no place was found for them. And I saw the dead, great and small, standing before the throne, and books were opened. Then another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged by what was written in the books, according to what they had done. And the sea gave up the dead who were in it. Death and Hades gave up the dead who were in them. And they were judged. That's your death is the end. There is no more death. Each one of them according to what they had done. Then death and Hades were thrown into the lake of fire. It's afterwards. This is the second death. the lake of fire. And if anyone's name was not found written in the book of life, he was thrown into the lake of fire. Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth. And that gets into what I was saying before. You follow me?
Sure.
So, I don't know, man.
I mean, I don't know if the freak is following.
I'm just reading the Bible. I'm not interpreting anything. That's what
He's
it
doing
says.
crazy stuff in the chat. He's lighting up the chat.
I'm literally not reading
I'm
anything
sure.
but the Bible.
Yeah, you can't say that to some people.
Yeah, he's typed a paragraph already. I wanted him to click the link. But he says,
Well, I'm not trying to convince anybody anything. I'm telling you that's what the scripture says, bro.
He said, he said that the preterists believed that the Antichrist was already here. He said, which ushered in the millennium. Second temple destruction is the Antichrist to preterists. You can't be a preterist and think the Antichrist is still to be revealed.
The Antichrist isn't to be revealed. The Antichrist did come. It's not preterism, but we'll leave that aside for now. Sure.
It sounds like some version of it.
History is a fucking lie. Of course it's a lie. Are you kidding me? You don't think they would cover that up, dude? Think about it for a minute. Why
It's a lot
not?
to cover up.
Bro, think about it for a second. Look at the world around you. Look how much deception there is. Is it really that hard to believe that literally everything is a lie? That those who claim to know God and claim to represent God are deceivers? Is it really that hard to wrap your head around?
That's the problem. It's too easy to just say it's all a lie. It doesn't require any research.
It requires a hell of a lot of research. What are you talking about?
To say with the preterists, they don't.
It's not preterism. It's not preterism. Preterism is something different. The millennial reign. Already occurred. Dude, I can go into like really, really, really deep detail if you really want to. I'm just going straight to the scripture. I'm not even getting into I'm not even really talking necessarily about the millennial reign. I'm just telling you what the Bible says. I was just putting that as a side note. If everyone's tripping on that, that's another thing altogether. It doesn't require any research. Well, the fact that everyone has been lied to. The fact that futurism has been pushed by absolutely everyone. The fact that it's the one stance that it's not even on the table, and yet it was like pretty much the earliest times it was common. Isn't that interesting? For the people living at that time, it was common. So, I guess they were crazy, right? They were certainly convinced that it was going to happen. All the prophets were certainly convinced. Jesus certainly was convinced. But I guess they're all wrong, right? And everybody now, they just know everything. Like, come on, dude. At some point, we just got to stop being arrogant. People are confounded by the simplicity. And it just because something simple doesn't mean it's easy. And just because you understand, deception works by not by being complicated, but by being simple. By it's so in your face you don't see it. Like, don't underestimate You're looking at it from the wrong angle. And just because you know you've been lied to doesn't mean you understand the lie. Also, don't mix the two up. It's diabolically genius, actually. Look at the fruits of these so-called holy ones. Like, what? I mean, how many pastors and like, I mean, do I really need to go there? Everyone says, oh, they're Satanists. Well, you know, maybe, I guess. It's about 50 pastors who have been caught doing all kinds of fuck Catholic and Protestant. So they're all Satanists? I mean, I guess. I don't know. Sure. Satanism didn't exist, bro. And it was still going on. So what? So what? Like what? But even if they are Satanists, quote unquote, like that's still the point. Like they're not who they say they are. A hypocrite. Jesus said they were all hypocrites. A hypocrite is a performer under a mask. That's what a hypocrite is. So when he says you never knew me, he literally means it. Like you never knew me. You're pretending to know me. You're claiming to know me. You're glorifying me to glorify yourself. That's what he's saying. I've never known you. You're a thief and a robber. You claim to know me. You're fooling everybody else, but I know who you are. And I don't know you. Get away from me. I know what you do when no one's around. You know? So but hey, am I saying I know for sure? No. I'm just saying that it's worth looking into. I just, believe it or not, I was a very strong believer, man. And I really studied a lot. And there may be a part of me that's really starting to wonder about things. When I look around at the world and I'm just like, you know, things are awful strange. Like, but where's that? I have some notes and I have a book that goes really deep into the Little Caesar as well. But this all started with just me pointing out that, like, this idea of, like, there being a heaven and a hell and that's it when you die, like, not really in the Bible. That's how this started. And then, yeah. The real point is that most of what is taught by the authorities is simply not true. It's not. Jesus kept his word. Yeah, that's it. There it is. Okay, check this out. Oh, why isn't it? Hold on. I gotta sign in. I have this. Oh, did my
Yeah, your audio's doing that thing again. Like fading in and out.
Of course it is. Of course. But like I said, there's dozens, if not hundreds, of verses where it's like, I am coming soon. Those who are standing here will see my coming. You know, they shall not pass away. You know, like it's just over and over and over and over again. Like, and it's just like, like how many times does this have to be said before people are like, maybe there's something to this? No. Let's pretend it doesn't say what it says. Let's just add like thousands of years, you know, because it's fun. Like what's why? And then you look at the history of it, and it's like it's a Jesuit doctrine, and it ties to Zionism. And okay, isn't that interesting? So you know, I don't know, man. It's just awful strange. That's all I'm saying. But there's, you know, I've said before I'm gonna do a video on this eventually when everybody gathers, when everyone's actually there. I have a lot to say on this topic, but I want to gather all the facts to do it. It's serious. I really do think there's something to it, or I wouldn't bother talking about it. Now, what it means to me and what it means to someone who's religious are different things, but I think ultimately, at the end of the day, it kind of ends up being about the same, really. And that is that we've all been lied. We've all been very, very, and it's not just human. It's too clever. To say it's the ultimate conspiracy that ties all of it together. That's what I feel like. I mean, hell, when I was a kid, I always felt like, you know, studying like the Illuminati and all this type of shit. I was always like, man, this has got to be like at its ultimate level of spiritual conspiracy. And I think this is part of that. I really wish
Yeah, blessings, homie. Like that last thing you said is like totally faded out. But yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I'm
it
gonna shut
doesn't
this
want.
down. Yeah, you're getting basically throttled by the StreamYards.
Yeah, I'm
You
talking
know, it
too
is what
much
it
to.
is.
It doesn't want me.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, this shit happens
Yeah,
sometimes, definitely. But
yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it'll like come in and like you'll sound clear for a second and then it'll like fade out again. But yeah, definitely way over time here.
you know, way over the time I plan to be here. You know, so we'll basically shut this one down. We'll be back on, I think, Friday night. You know, we might do some type of stream. I'll get some people together. Maybe we'll do a stream on Friday night. To be decided what the topic will be there or what the type of stream will be. We got a couple different topics in rotation for the little extra streams that we do. So it may be panel reaction show. We might call into different shows, play some music, or do some other things. Right.
6 hour and 33 mark.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll do content cuckery.
Yes.
Or something like that, where we discuss the alt-right, different stuff going on there. I know I had a few reflections on Moldbug. I was moving into a little section on Moldbug there and looking at some of his recent interviews and debates and stuff. So yeah, so we'll figure it out, folks. Obviously, we got a lot more of Ellul and different things coming up. So yeah, we'll figure that out. But yeah, what do you guys got to say to them? Unless the StreamYard interference is doing. But yeah. Also, we're in danger of getting banned, so we'll figure it out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think for a little more while we're like sort of in danger. We just had several you know, significant, like I think 3 or 4 like in a row where we were prevented from streaming. So yeah, we'll figure out what happens. And so right now it's, you know, who knows what'll happen, but yeah, we'll figure it out. You know, right now seems like we're fine to come back on Saturday. But if anything happens, of course I'll let you guys know in the Discord. There's really no way to let people know, because the only way to reach out to people about the channel cancellation would be through the channel. I mean, I don't know everybody who watches my channel, you know, so, you know, it'd be impossible to reach them, right? Because you can't upload a video, you can't post, right? So if the channel gets taken down, sorry to say, unless you contact me on Discord or email me or something like that, there'd be no way to find me, right? Pretty much. So you have an opportunity to do that. You know, I should
It would
post
have
it.
to be to keep telling people this is to subscribe to the auxiliary channel.
Oh yeah. I totally forgot to.
Caliphate.
Yeah, I totally forgot to do that. I think the last 2 times. So yeah, let me actually go to this Cyber Caliphate and put this up for a little while we close down the show. Would be a good idea to do that. Alt channel. You know. So yeah, there's another way to reach us. But yeah, I mean, we even got banned at the alternative channel one time. So I mean, you know, so you know, so yeah, so the thing is that there could be any number of things, you know, that cause the channel to be taken down immediately. So the fact is that, you know, we're, you know, sort of privileged to be here, you know, able to record, but obviously I don't want to say too much about that because I have seen people gather much larger audiences on alternative platforms, right? And maybe there are alternative platforms that are more reflective of the type of material that we cover, right? But nonetheless, we're not technical experts here, right? We just went to the ways that other people were doing it. I bought a $20 mic, screen recording software, and I've put together this entire show with, ideas that have been in my head for a while, books that I've read, music that I've listened to, a bunch of videos that I found on the internet.
It kind of reminds me of the quote from the Joker in Dark Knight, where he's like, "Look what I did to the." I'm paraphrasing. Look what I did to the city with just a couple of cans of gas and some bullets.
Yep. Yeah, minimalism, definitely, of an extreme kind. Actually, when I started out this channel, I thought I would have tons of support and help, and even from family and friends, and they all kind of just abandoned me. Right when I started. They kind of all said like, "This is going nowhere," right? So it's pretty interesting how, despite all that, we've came to all this just basically alone. So yeah, it's definitely been a lonely road. Oh, whoop! I think he hit the wrong button. But yeah, definitely been a lonely road out here. Recently it's been extremely crucial. Yeah, like before I started the show, I thought I was like having a panic attack, nervous breakdown. Really. So I don't know how I came through it. But I'll definitely be excited to sleep tomorrow. And yeah, I have some pre-recorded footage that I think is actually quite excellent. Actually, yeah, this stuff is quite excellent. So, actually, you know what? Now that I come to think of it, I don't think I'll have the recording of the other thing.
He's blaming the Archons for being booted. It's great.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
the Archons moved his thumb or finger to the exit button.
Okay, so I don't know how this is possible, but if I record NeuroJack server, we can hear the people, but if I record my own server, I can't hear the people. Or maybe my audio will be cut out here. Oh yeah, you can't hear me in this recording. Oh yeah, never mind this fucking record. So this recording's fucked.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, sad trombone, folks. But we still have a different recording that we recorded with E. Michael Jones v. Claire. Right, so we'll play some of that. We'll play some of me and Unseen Warfare's conversation that we had a while ago. Right, so we'll have tons of stuff coming up here. Right, yeah, blessings to Twilight. Yeah, we're shutting it down anyways. I greatly appreciate you, brother. I mean, yeah, Reddington, do you have anything to say to these people?
The philosopher is lost in the linguist.
Oh yeah.
Do not seek the treasure.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Oh yeah, and mimetic complexity is ontological death.
And or doom.
And or doom. And or doomage.
Doom scrollage.
Doom scrollage. Yes, what about you, Lilith, sir? Do you have anything to say to these people? Oh man.
Don't drop the Edom bomb. No.
Don't drop the Edom bomb.
Praise Amalek.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna do a video on all this eventually. Um, yeah, I want to do a video on this all eventually because I really do think there's something there. I don't know exactly what it is, but I genuinely think there's something to it. And then just hang in there, man.
Yeah, thanks, homie.
Everybody keep your head up. I know it's rough right now. We're all going through our own thing, you know. But I feel like kind of have to. You know, it's kind of we were talking about earlier. You know, the struggle is necessary. You know, where they say like God never gives you what you can't handle. I really believe that. I truly do. And what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So, you know, that's kind of how I feel about it. Always a pleasure, man. Bless.
Yeah, blessings, homie. Yeah, I greatly appreciate your time. And yeah, all you guys, I greatly appreciate your time. You know, you can't kill what you can't see. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. You know, the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. Right? The more you believe yourself to be free, the more likely you are to be enslaved. You know, so let's keep our eyes on the prize here and focus on greater truths. We have a great show coming up on Saturday, touching on an expansion of all of these themes that we had today. Right? And yeah, so there was a couple other ideas that I wanted to get into that I seem to be forgetting, but yeah, maybe they'll come back to me. There's a lot of balls in the air, and also definitely, I don't know if you guys do prayers or whatever, but yeah, definitely keep me in your prayers. Keep me in a thoughts. Feel free to reach out to me as well. I'm having a cycle of boredom, depression, all that sort of stuff, and all that. And I'd love to hear what you guys think about different ideas and stuff. And of course, very little engagement here, but I do appreciate the type of engagement that we have gotten. Very sincere people, lots of different stuff. We greatly appreciate Cage, and I'm a Neurojack. Okay, I think that was pretty much our only guess. We greatly appreciate Neurojack for all of his contributions, and for being a true homie, definitely. And definitely if you guys aren't checking out Neurojack's videos at his channel, we have the link to his channel in the description. We always have it in the description there. Right, so guys, go check him out. He's been streaming a lot recently. Right, so he's been doing some very notable streams actually on a range of topics. He actually guides it to a bunch of topics. He's got kind of a different flavor. His show is a lot more political and more about current events than my show. That's his own personal style. So yeah, definitely check out his show. I think it's probably the #1 conspiracy show on the internet. Is Neurojack, and Pill Eater is a huge analyst on culture and stuff. We've been blessed to have some pretty interesting people come through here. Firestarter, one of the OGs. And of course, Traditional Culture Preservation Society. I saw him earlier in Twilight's chat.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he made an appearance there. So yeah, I was definitely reading some of what he was saying.
He's alive.
Yeah. Yeah, it was his topic because basically you know basically female sexual habits and stuff. That's his famous. That's his world famous topic. But yeah, blessings to Trad Culture Preservation Society, an anthropologist of a first rate and class. I don't know what his channel is, but yeah, here's Neurojack's channel. For sure. Yeah, we'll be playing some of his stuff later. But yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys' time. And yeah, thank you for being here.
Hey man, I can't let anybody disrespect the females. I can't.
Yeah, actually, they had a role of women debate on Neurojack. They had a race debate on Neurojack. They had Penoid versus Twilight, and then you had also Unseen versus Neurojack on the race issue. Right, so they had some interesting sort of mini debates on up at Neurojack's channel. So yeah, he's able to get a bunch of people together, get them to talk. And especially I appreciate his space. And yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say there was actually a debate. I was playing nice because I was tired and I just wanted peace. If anyone wants to see a debate, I'm down though. If he wants to debate me. He's a Philly guy. We're both Italian. I was playing nice when I found that out because there are some things I like about the guy. But you don't disrespect the women. I work with the goddess, man. Nah. You don't do that. You don't do that. Besides that, I like the guy. And that's why I was like, well, I want peace, But if anyone actually wants to debate, well, we can do that.
It's pretty crazy stuff, folks. Oh yeah.
I'm a peaceful guy, Mo. I try to be, at least. I'd rather just fucking stop talking. Once I realize that I can't get through to somebody and they won't actually accept facts and reality, it's I realize there's no point in talking. So it's if you're gonna accept actual data, then okay. But if not, then really, what are we talking about? So unless there's actually a debate where it's there are people that are seeing what the hell is going on, and there's actually a way to gauge what the hell is happening, it's just not, whatever. And I just, I try to be at peace and I try to respect people, whatever. And we ended up having a pretty respectful conversation outside of that. But at the same time, like, don't disrespect females, man. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. I work with the Dark Goddess, and I take that seriously. So, man, it's not like a LARP or a label, you know. Like, it's real shit.
Yeah, peace be with you all, man. You know, definitely. I'm out here for you guys. Maybe not tomorrow, you know, but definitely Friday. You know, but yeah, come at me in the Discord. You know, you'll find me out there. We'll be out there. But yeah, Friday night. Okay, we may have a little show for you guys, and I'll see what I can you know, come up on Saturday. But yeah, definitely going to be a continuation of the themes here, right? That we talked about. Yeah, blessings, sis. Yeah, thank you so much for those links. And of course, I have lots of love for you too. You know, and all you guys. You know, but yeah, that's it for you. Uh-oh. Wow.
Okay,
now they're gonna kick me out of the StreamYard. Wow. All right. Yes, I'll be back in 1 second. Hold on, folks.
Sad trombone.
See? Not making it up, Red. It really
Still
happened.
echoing.
Oh boy. Boysenberry.
Just gotta end it, I guess.
Cyber gremlins, man.
Yeah, that's because I opened the Discord spy device the same time that I, you know, had the StreamYard open. So yeah, there's the Discord. So yeah, hop up in there, and yeah, you guys feel free to talk to me or send me messages or whatever. I mean, as long as you don't get you know, too attached to certain topics or themes, I'm maybe inclined to, you know, block certain people. But of course, you know, I'm not hidden or anything. I mean, I have no fear. But yeah, blessings to all the people.
All right. Actually, very little that we actually have to actually lose or gain at this point by doing this.
But yeah, peace, homies. Thank you guys for being here. Blessings. Right. Appreciate you guys.
latest book, American Identity. Before you came, I thought I would ask a few questions about what American identity means, and I'm old enough to remember a time when Americans used to accuse each other of being un-American. Perhaps you can remind us of what it meant to be un-American.
Yes. That was the House Un-American Activities Committee. It took place in the early 1950s. It was a reaction to the beginning of the Cold War. It was a reaction against the Roosevelt administration and basically their collaboration with the Soviet Union during World War II. During that period of time, many communists have become involved in the State Department. The most, Alger Hiss was a WASP of impeccable reputation. And Whittaker Chambers wrote a book called Witness, in which he accused Alger Hiss of being a communist. This was one of the biggest trials at the time. This was anomalous for the most part because most of the people that were being accused were Jews. Jews were overwhelmingly communist at this period of time. This came out in the recent film Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer was a Jew. The movie is, I think Christopher Nolan is criticizing right now the Jewish takeover of America in the film Oppenheimer because it's Jews from beginning to end. And the story was basically at that time that the United States, we're talking about during World War II, the United States granted asylum to Jews from Germany and places like that. They came over here, the physicists came over, they immediately joined up with the Manhattan Project, which was creating the atomic bomb, and they immediately started sending these secrets back to the Soviet Union. It's in the film, it's a reality of the situation, and the culmination came with the Rosenberg trials. 2 Jews were executed in the early 50s for sending nuclear secrets to the Soviet Union. So that's where it came from. But you're right in kind of beginning with that, because what does that mean? I have a friend who said there was never a time when the French had a House Committee on Un-French activities because they had a deeply rooted ethnic identity based on one language. It was, in spite of the trauma which was inflicted on France by the French Revolution, they still had a deeply rooted ethnic identity. And that was never the case with the United States of America. We're talking about the United States of America, not talking about Canada, not talking about Mexico, not talking about South America. The United States of America was a peculiar place in that it was a Puritan colony. It was an English colony, okay, but it divided between Massachusetts and Virginia. And Massachusetts was created by the Puritans. England was a more mercantile economy to grow tobacco, and it was primarily Anglican when it came to religion. So,
but were the Puritans refugees from the Restoration? They had no way to go.
Refugees. Well, of course, Puritans murdered the king, made themselves odious to every Englishman, and at a certain point, they just were faced with a choice of either total marginalization, maybe even extermination, or exile, and they chose to go into exile in America. But what they did is
was the precursor of the American Revolution, the English Revolution, when England was briefly a republic. That was what gave you guys the idea to become a republic, surely.
No, I wouldn't say that. The republic was an afterthought. I think the main thing connecting England and the colonies was revolution. You had the pure. Let me back up here. I'm not saying this. These are people like the official historian and source of meaning for everything American. It's a guy named Samuel Huntington, who came up with a book called The Clash of Civilizations, which got a lot of airtime. He's like the court historian, and he wrote a book in 2001 called "Who Are We?"
Whoa, we covered that on the show. Do you remember that, Red?
Yeah, vaguely.
Yeah, it's like the little bald
Huntington,
guy
yeah.
from Council on Foreign Relations. I was talking about like how like Islam is like a totally different culture or whatever than the West.
Yeah.
Because he thought America was going through an identity crisis then. He hoped that 9/11 would solve that identity crisis with a wave of patriotism. But he had a very short answer to that question, which is, we are Anglo-Protestants. And I think he was right. He also made a crucial distinction between the founders who create the form and the immigrants who conform themselves to the form already created. So I'm the product of immigrants. I'm half Irish and half German. There was a huge wave of Catholic migration beginning in the middle of the 19th century, following the Revolution of 1848 in Germany and the Irish potato famine in 1 year earlier. And I am a product of that migration. I was never, according to Honey.
There's actually a pretty huge footnote in my book for Samuel P. Huntington, Class of Civilizations. But yeah. Yeah, he's interesting. But yeah, the way he divided the world into like great civilizations or cultures or cultural dynamics or whatever. He said like there was like 5 main ones or whatever. But
yeah. I was never really an American. And
I'm sure he wouldn't, but you're English speaking, therefore you are American, because nobody could think of an American as not being English speaking. So
right.
You're part of that tradition.
Right. So to the extent that I spoke English, I was an American. But to the extent that I was a Catholic, I was not an American. As a Catholic, I had to conform my mind and my behavior to Protestant norms. I think that was the deal. That was the deal.
But now you have an American Pope. Surely that must do something to the minds of American Catholics like you. Does it fill you with hope and glory?
Well, I think in order to contextualize what we're talking about here, I am saying we are at the end of the Third Republic, the Third American Republic. We're in a time of flux and uncertainty.
Yeah, let me show you guys this. This map, Clash of Civilizations, according to Huntington, 1966. You look at this map. Christendom is that area. Western. Oh wait, that's Orthodox Christendom. And then Western Christianity is a different area. Then the Islamic world. Cynic world, Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa. I guess Cynic is like
China and
the Yellards,
South Korea.
The Yellards. Even though then yellow is brown people. Buddhist civilization? What the fuck? Yeah, that's
how Israel gets its own color.
Yeah, I don't think Buddhist I don't think Buddhist and Hindu. And then look at how Islam just made it all the way in there.
How is Mongolia Buddhist? Very strange.
And then former British colonies. What the fuck? Like, why is that its own thing? Yeah, so but yeah, anyways, we gotta move on. But yeah, there's a little bit of that. We covered that on the show earlier. I don't want to miss too much of the show. Especially because I'm afraid that she'll like take the episode.
So just to review this, the First Republic began in 1781 with the creation of the Constitution, which created the United States of America. It ended in 1861 with the Civil War. The Second Republic began in 1865 with the end of the Civil War, the end of certain concepts like states' rights, for example, that ended. You no longer had, if you were Virginia, you were a subset of the United States of America. You weren't an independent republic that would ally itself with other independent republics. That was over. That concept was abolished by the Civil War. The Second Republic ended in 1945 with the conclusion of World War II. With America,
the American Empire began.
I think you're right. I think it did begin then. There was only one rival at that point, and that was the Soviet Union, and that collapsed in 1991. So that was the moment of this neoconservative euphoria, where Francis Fukuyama wrote a book about the end of history in completely messianic, apocalyptic terms. And everything was supposed to be hunky-dory after that. Well, it doesn't work that way, especially when you have Jews running your foreign policy. And so we are now at the end of that republic in 2025. And so at the end of the republic, there are certain concepts that have become obsolete, like the weaponry. The aircraft carrier and the tank won World War II. They're obsolete now. There are concepts.
No, it's the aircraft carrier and the nuke.
No, it's the drone and the hypersonic missile that have rendered the aircraft carrier obsolete. But there are concepts that are obsolete as well. And I think conservatism is one of the concepts that's obsolete now. It was an illusion that somehow Jews and Christians could work together under a political ideology. That ended when Ben Shapiro started talking about Gaza. It ended when the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade and Jews announced that abortion is a fundamental Jewish value. So conservatism is over. And it is replaced by but the most important thing that is over is Protestantism. Protestantism is evaporating as we speak. Everybody knows this. And at this point, you have the remnants of that Protestant America. Two groups, basically. The mainline Protestants, the Anglicans, the Presbyterians, the Methodists, the Lutherans. These mainline groups were the backbone of Protestant America, and they've all been taken over by homosexuals, and they are all going out of existence. At the other end of the spectrum, you have the evangelicals, and they've all become Zionists, and so being absorbed into the Jewish political power, cultural power in America. So there's a vacuum now, because that was, I have to agree with Huntington. I think Americans were an Anglo-Protestant in some sense or other. Even if you were Catholic, you had to sort of go along with Protestant hegemony. And so you had two people who didn't, namely John F. Kennedy and Robert, his brother, and they were murdered because they wouldn't go along. But Teddy Kennedy completely absorbed that lesson, and he would basically accept, the Republic's position on abortion and not the Catholic Church's position on abortion. So anything that didn't conform to American identity as the Protestants defined it simply got thrown overboard in order to be a part of the American culture and experience.
But don't you think, Mike, that Zionism is one of the pillars of American identity? It has been said that Israel is an American colony, and what they're doing is kind of passing the buck between each other, like, oh, you started it, oh, but I have to support you now because we can't leave you, on your own without any protection. It's a white man's burden to protect the Jews, and this narrative justifies American presence in the Middle East, which of course drives the Muslims, they're mad. But
right, you're right. The crucial link is Puritanism. These were Zionists. They were Judaizers. When you break with the Catholic Church, you have to find some other source of authority. And the Protestants found it in the Bible. They believe in sola scriptura. Now, you hand an Englishman a Bible, he will immediately go to the Old Testament because he just loves those exciting stories. And he will immediately say, well, I'm Gideon. This is what Cromwell said. Cromwell said it literally, that he was Gideon. Well, if Cromwell is Gideon...
Gideon was, I know the Gideon Bibles in hotel room. I'm afraid I'm a little vague who Gideon was supposed to be.
Yeah, that was the Gideon Bible. But so Cromwell if Cromwell is Gideon, then the Irish are Amalek, and that was the first contest. Oh. And once you're Gideon, you don't have to follow the moral law because God told you to slaughter all those Canaanites. And so Cromwell felt really holy as he was slaughtering Irish Catholic women and children who took refuge in the church. That made him feel especially holy. And then when the Puritans arrived in America, well, there were no Irish here, but there were Indians. And so Indians are Amalek now. And you have the King Philip's War and that massacre that followed because they were entitled, because God had chosen them. God had made them the chosen people, the new chosen people. This is
talking about the new chosen people. I know Ann Coulter came from, lived for a while in a place called New Canaan in Connecticut.
Sure. Salem, you have lots of biblical names there. Salem,
yes, but
Massachusetts.
yes. Sorry, where does Massachusetts come from? I'm
Massachusetts is an Indian word. A lot of times they just picked up the Indian word. So it's the high. It's the. I think it's the low place between two hills or something like that in the Swanto or whatever the native language was. But next to it you have Concord. You have Cambridge. Cambridge. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? So it was either Indian words or English place names. But that's how they dealt with the reality of the New World.
But surely Manifest Destiny is a kind of, we're the Jews now, and we've got New Canaan, which is the continent of America to conquer and convert.
Yes. So Manifest
Destiny. It's not a Christian identity rather than specifically Catholic. Surely.
Say that again.
That this idea of conquering Canaan was something lifted from the Old Testament, which is Christian identity rather than something that is specifically Catholic, isn't it?
Right, it's anti-Catholic. These people hated Catholics, which came out later when there was a large number of Catholics here. But yes, you're absolutely right. So Manifest Destiny is basically a later, like late 19th century expression of basically this Puritan notion that they are God's chosen people. Massachusetts is Canaan, and God sent them to occupy the land and exterminate the inhabitants. It's that simple. It's very simple.
But the British were by no means the first Christian people to acquire a global empire, because the one before that was a Spanish empire, and they were Catholic.
If you don't know the difference between the Spanish Empire and the English Empire, you don't really understand human history. Same thing goes for the difference between the French Empire and the English Empire. Quebec is a good example of that. Quebec is Catholic. Catholic colonies intermarry. English colonies exterminate the natives. That's the fundamental difference.
Right, but Spain also had an empire, and I suppose it's a succession of Christian empires. So you could say that the idea of conquest is, well, it would be fair to just say.
Let's get specific here. Let's talk about Mexico. Mexico was occupied by a homicidal, genocidal ethnic group known as the Aztecs that subjugated all of the other ethnic groups in Mexico and would routinely march them up their pyramids and cut the hearts out of, in 1485, they cut the hearts out of 100,000 people, threw the bodies down that were eaten by wild animals. Now, this is a demonic kingdom that can only be removed by military force. There's no other way to do this, to liberate the other ethnic groups in Mexico. And that's what Cortez did. Now, the Spanish conquistadors were soldiers and priests, and they came to basically liberate them from groups like that. Obviously, they wanted gold. The main reason they were there was to find gold, and the Aztecs had plenty of gold. But they brought with them the priests to convert these people. The Catholic Church dealt with this almost immediately in the middle of the 16th century, when the Pope issued a statement saying these people were human beings and they had rights, all the rights that appertain to human beings. Now, to say that every Catholic in the New World followed that Pope, the Pope's principle, would be an exaggeration, but that's just the way things are. There were heroic moments, and the Jesuits were at the heart of the most heroic moments of this colonization, both in Quebec, where they walked off with the Abenaki Indians on the moose hunt into the Gaspé Peninsula, lived with them so they could learn the language, or the Jesuits in Paraguay that did the same thing with the Guarani. The Catholic position is always logos. And so when the Catholics arrive in the New World, the first thing that the Jesuits do is to learn the language of the natives. The first thing that the English do is to tell everybody to learn English. I have a chapter in my book, Metal, The History of Capitalism,
Hold up.
about what happened when the English showed up in Nova Scotia. The Presbyterians show up. It's in the 8th.
Now he's skating because, is logos, is that language? Or is language ethnos, not logos, right? So, I don't know. Because isn't logos primordial essence?
Cosmic ordering principle.
Yeah.
18th century, after Wolfe conquered Quebec, they show up to take possession, and they announce that they are bringing the gospel to these heathens. Well, the people said, well, sorry, you're 200 years too late. We're all Catholics. Who's the we? It's a combination of French and Micmac. the French had totally intermarried with the Micmac. There was no distinction anymore. And they said, no, we're Catholic. And then the Presbyterians said, well, as I said, we're bringing the gospel to you because Catholicism is not the gospel. So get with the plan and start learning English. They wouldn't even speak to them in French. They had to speak English to these people. And then and by the way, you have to, in addition to learning English, you have to become Presbyterians. Well, at this point, they said, well, no, we're not going to do that. At that point, the English offered a bounty on scalps of the natives. This is the way they dealt with the natives. Solomon Stoddard, the grandfather of Jonathan Edwards, author of the Halfway Covenant, famous figure in colonial America, said that we should hunt the Indians the way dogs hunt bears. This is classic English. It's not Catholic. It's not what the Catholic Church did. No matter what excesses, no matter what crimes, whatever wrong they did not do this. And as a result, you had the beginning of racism. This is, obviously, the first racism was the Jewish racism of the Bible, where the Jews told Jesus Christ that they had sacred DNA. But the English Puritans, who thought they were the new Hebrews, implemented this now in their dealings with the natives as well. Both in Virginia, where the issue was how to divide the slaves from Africa from the slaves from Scotland and Ireland. So they invented the terms black and white. Or in Massachusetts, where basically the issue was the Indians. You know, how do we deal with the Indians? Well, as Kurtz said in Conrad's famous novella, Heart of Darkness, the English policy was always exterminate the brutes. That was always the English policy.
Right. I thought it was divide and rule by through
yes,
caste.
of course it's divide and rule, but if you decide you don't want to be ruled by the English, you will be exterminated.
But that's really not confined to Protestants. I'm sure, well, other religions would deal with conquered people who refuse to play ball.
Sure. I'm sure that Genghis Khan had his own version, but if you're talking about Christianity, there's a huge divide between Protestants and Catholics. And the issue here is the identity crisis that has come about as a result of that. That's what we're dealing with here. Because, so this guy, Emmanuel Todt says, the American empire is collapsing because Protestantism is the hidden grammar of the American empire, and that's evaporating. Well, I agree with him. I agree with that. That's true. But then he goes on to say, so what's the hidden grammar of Protestantism? He doesn't know. He gets all tied up in Max Weber, who is the go-to guy when you don't understand what Protestantism is. And he never comes out of it. So what is Protestantism? Protestantism was a looting operation. It was theft of church property. It was, Claire, in England, it was never anything but a looting operation. Never.
I actually accept that, but it was the monarchs.
Catholics would never do that,
so
right?
presumably the church, the Catholic Church, the Pope was being so oppressive that even the monarchs couldn't stand it anymore.
Claire, your mind is still a captive of Whig history. You need to grow out of Whig history. This is preposterous. It was looting. Looting is the only source, the cause of the Reformation in England. If you start giving me this other type of stuff, I just have to say, well, read your way out of Whig history. That's all I can say.
Well, I suppose I did learn of the English Reformation as Henry wanting to sire a son, and he couldn't have done it without divorcing his first wife, and the Pope wasn't going to play ball, and that was really the problem. But if he'd been Muslim, then it would be no problem for him to have up to 4 wives and through them sire a son without having to behead or divorce them. And so it seems to me that the past 250 years of Western history is, Europeans trying to leave Christianity, surely, because Christianity was about defending the divine right of kings to rule, and
oh, here she comes.
No.
So it doesn't make sense that you are defending it, because a constitutional republic must, by definition, be proto-Muslim, and the founding fathers must have been proto-Muslim because they did all the stuff of distancing and separating the church from their state. Wasn't that the reason?
Secularism did not happen until at least 200 years later. There's no point talking about secularism until you're talking about the French Revolution in reality, the Glorious Revolution in England. You can say that there are ideas like Newtonian physics kind of paved the way for secularism, but it had nothing to do with the Reformation. Nothing. Absolutely.
Wait, what was that, Red?
What about the Renaissance, though?
Right.
That had to be at least the foundation for it.
Well, he's now admitting that Newton and all those guys, but But yeah, it's definitely 1600s and not until 1800s. You know, what happened in the 1800s was, you know, as Ellul says, the proliferation of the techniques, you know.
Absolutely nothing. Both sides were extremely religious. Now, the point here is, you've got a guy like Noel Ignatieff who's trying to wrote a book about when the Irish became white, which is true because I think white is a social construct. I agree with him. But then he tries to interpret the Reformation according to Marxist categories and racial categories. Well, that's preposterous. No, they were either Catholic or Protestant. Those are religious categories. Race has nothing whatsoever to do with this until the Virginians decided to divide the colony because they had African slaves. These are all obsolete categories that get projected back on the thing to give you a distorted view of reality. So the first thing is that the Protestantism was a looting operation, okay? The second thing is, what is the hidden grammar of Protestantism? Who created the hidden grammar of Protestantism? Who? No, better still, who articulated best the hidden grammar of Protestantism? And the answer is John Milton, the Puritan, the secretary to Oliver Cromwell, and the place I'm talking about is Satan's speech at the beginning of Paradise Lost. You can't underestimate the effect that Paradise Lost had on the English-speaking world, especially in America.
Please tell me what Satan was supposed to have said in Paradise Lost.
Okay,
because I haven't read it.
Great. So in the beginning of Paradise Lost is Satan has staged a rebellion against God, and it failed. And so he wakes up, he's been cast out of heaven. He wakes up in hell, in the flaming lake in hell. And he wakes up and he realizes, what am I going to do? What are we going to do? And he says, I am going to persist in this rebellion. I am not going to let God tell me what to do. It's better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. That's a direct quote from the Paradise Lost. It's the end of that speech. And so he rallies the troops. Get up, arise, awake, or be forever fallen. Because he had a new plan. And the new plan was, I am going to seduce Eve and I'm going to cause the fall of man. I am going to wreck God's main project. That's the beginning of Paradise Lost. That if England, you could say nobody has read all of Paradise Lost, but you would be amazed at the number of people who've read the beginning of Paradise Lost, that dramatic beginning, and understood themselves as Satan. It's amazing. Just go through the literature, which is what I do in this book. The book is called, by the way, Walking with a Bible and a Gun, The Rise, Fall, and Return of American Identity. And it's available at fidelitypress.org. Don't go to Google. Don't go to Amazon. It's at fidelitypress.org, the only place you'll find this book. And
I'll put the link of it in the description. So I was ready for that.
Good, thank you.
On the question of Satan, it seems to me that the Jews have a different view of Satan. And I did want to ask the late Rabbi Sachs, the view of Jews of Satan. And he told me that as far as Jews are concerned, Satan works for God. He is the prosecuting counsel of God.
Well,
do you accept this definition?
I will tell you how I understand it. No one doesn't work for God. The evil that you intended to do to me has been turned by God's power into good, is what Joseph said to his brothers when they tried to sell him into slavery. Hegel called that the cunning of reason. God is in charge of human history. And so, in a sense, yes, Satan is working for God, but he's still an evil entity who wants to destroy mankind and all of God's creation. I think that the Rabbi Sachs is trying to minimalize that aspect of Satan.
I thought it came from the book of Job, because it begins with God and Satan having a chat, and God saying, look at Job, what a great guy, he's thanking me, the grateful man, and Satan said, well, we'll see how he behaves when he doesn't get what he wants. Let us deprive him of his children, his wealth, etc.
Working for God is his interpretation. It's not the best way to describe the relationship between Satan and God.
But I suppose if God is all powerful, then he would have done something about Satan. But because of the particular nature of the universe he created, he's supposed to give us free will so we can choose.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. You hit the crucial issue there. It's free will. God create rational creatures must have free will. It's the flip side of the coin of rationality. So the rational creature, unlike a frog or any other animal, chooses the good. The frog doesn't choose to do anything. Little electrochemical spark plugs go off in his brain, and he either leaps at the fly or humps the female frog or whatever. There's no freedom there in the animal kingdom. But the human being chooses the good. And if you make a creature who can choose the good, you obviously have to have one. The same creature must be able to choose evil. And so, yes, that's right. Free will is the crucial issue here.
Yes, and Judaism has this idea of the evil inclination. So we are inclined to worship our own dumb opinions and are inclined to be the slave of our appetites. And
now, you're right. This is exactly the problem with American history from the beginning. Okay? The Protestant Reformation has three principles. Sola scriptura. That means the Bible alone. This makes every single Protestant infallible when it comes to interpreting the Bible. This means it's impossible to talk to people like this. Have you ever tried to talk to a Quaker? Have you ever tried to argue with a Quaker? The Quaker gets his wisdom directly from God. You cannot talk to a Quaker. You cannot talk to Cromwell. You cannot talk to Joseph Smith, the creator of the Mormons, a classic American figure, created the Mormons during the aftermath of the Second Great Awakening. God told him he had a right to screw every 15-year-old girl he came in contact with. I can't argue with Joseph Smith. I can't argue that with someone, these delusions. And so the only way you can deal with Joseph Smith is to shoot him. And that's what happened to Joseph Smith. A mob broke into the jail where he was being held in Carthage, Missouri, and they shot the guy because you can't talk to him. And so that brings up the gun, which is another crucial aspect of American identity. The gun is
Joseph Smith was a polygamist, and surely what happened with the American monogamists was, if we allow Joseph Smith and his cult to hog all the women, then we won't have any at all. So we can't let him carry on and proceed to deprive us of women and hog all their women with their polygamy. So
that's certainly one way of interpreting it. Either way, it causes anger. And when you have anger and you have someone you're angry with, if you can't talk to them, you have to shoot them. Now, the Israelis are great at saying, I will not talk to you because I want to shoot you. That's Benjamin Netanyahu's and Anthony Blinken and all the other Jews that were in the Biden administration. That was their way of dealing with it. But the fundamental fact is, if you can't talk, I have to shoot you.
But this is how the American empire acts, and Jews are just their proxies, the ones in Israel. I think it's a sort of Punch and Judy show where the successive American presidents say, oh, well, we have to support Israel now. But really, the Israelis were clearly expecting the Americans to support them, whatever they did, or have indeed been told by America to start a war with Iran, and pretend that America has to rescue Israel from the consequences of its actions, when all the time Israel was acting as a servant of Uncle Sam.
I'm not going to argue with that. I mean, the big question now with the attack on Iran was Marco Rubio lying when he said that they did this without our permission? That was the illusion, I think, that the impression.
By the way, E. Michael Jones works for Iran.
What?
Iranian TV. Yeah, I've seen him appear on Iranian press TV a number of times.
The Trump gave.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think they were both lying. I think they were conniving together, giving the Iranians a false sense of security because of the negotiations. And so they were both engaged in a form of despicable deception that eventuated in the deaths of a lot of people. But one way or the other, you could say, okay, is Trump the puppet or is Netanyahu the puppet? But obviously they're both collaborating based on an ideology that is pernicious. Zionism, Gideon, Amalek, the Puritan appropriation of the Bible. You're talking about Jews or Judaizers. I don't know who's worse, but that's the story here. That's the metaphor. That's the hidden grammar.
But surely Zionism is, well, I mean, if you look at the Wikipedia entry, you'll see that there are many varieties of Zionism. But
this is a reason why you should not look at Wikipedia. You should not ask Grok any question other than who won the World Series in 1952, because you will get nothing but the conventional wisdom. Claire, we are trying to break the chains of conventional wisdom here, which I've denominated Whig history. Wikipedia is a retailer of Whig history. Whig history is chains on your mind. These are mind-forged manacles that we have to break before we can understand what's going on and liberate ourselves from this wretched system that we're part of.
Well, when you say Whig history, do you mean the Whig interpretation of history by Butterfield?
Yes,
Is that
that's
what you mean?
the book. That's the book. That's the book. It means
Right.
that the Whig placemen like Henry Fielding and Macaulay were paid to write a certain interpretation of history to justify basically the Glorious Revolution. Read Butterfield's
Yes,
book.
that
Good book.
humanity-
It's a short book. It's a short book.
Yes, I have it and did read it. So the premise is the liberal view that through liberalism we are going to reach liberal heaven on earth, where everybody enjoys the maximum amount of liberty, and that is the promise of liberalism. Would you agree with that?
Yes. There's a facet of this, or another way of talking about it, is called the Black Legend. That's the negative side of Whig history, and the Black Legend is Spanish Catholicism, the Spanish Empire, blah, blah, blah. That's the negative side. Whig history is always anti-Catholic. We are never going to get away from this fundamental divide. The only way it's going to stop is by the basically the disappearance of Protestants, which is happening as we speak. There will be. So I'm saying that the fundamental conflict at the beginning of the Fourth Republic, given Protestant Catholic Jew as the ethnic armature of America, the Protestants disappear. We will have a conflict between Catholics and Jews over civilization, the basis of civilization, the moral law, etc., etc.
But surely liberalism came up as a reaction to Christianity, and maybe it was something to do with, people not wanting to be burnt at the stake for denying the divinity of Jesus, which is terribly, terribly oppressive, wouldn't you say?
What's oppressive? What's oppressive?
Being executed for blasphemy or heresy, if you for denying the divinity of Jesus.
Let's get closer to home. How about having your hanged until not quite dead, and then having your entrails dragged out of you and thrown into boiling oil? What was the crime there? Who did that? That was Queen.
I believe it was a Tudor practice.
That was good
public entertainment.
Yes, good Queen Bess was the author of that. And what was the crime that this guy committed, who happened to be a Jesuit? He said the Mass. Now, we don't have to go far afield to find atrocities committed in the name of religion. England is full of them. The Reformation is one big atrocity committed in the name of religion. So why are they always projecting it onto Catholics? Well, why do you project? To get things away from you and blame other people for what you are doing, which is exactly what the Jews now, or the Israelis, are doing to the Iranians.
Well, I don't particularly blame Catholics or Protestants. It's just the nature of the Trinity, which, because it's so hard to believe, makes everyone question it. And then if you take it seriously, then you have to be punishing people for blasphemy. And thank goodness for the American Republic with its First Amendment.
Only a Muslim would say something like that. By the way, do the Muslims is blasphemy a capital crime for Islam too?
No. The thing is that there's actually, there's a verse, chapter 2, verse 256 in the Quran that says there is no compulsion in belief. Truth stands clear from error. And then there's the other one, chapter 17, verse 111, which basically says God does not require humans to, I paraphrase here, to protect his feelings from, for blasphemy. And it was actually a Muslim some years ago who told me that actually the Quran doesn't even mention blasphemy. So, but I mean, you would know it from the way these Muslims behave, because sadly they break their own rules. But they're not the only people who break their own rules.
So I am in favor of Catholic Muslim dialogue in England right now. We are supporting.
That's right. He actually says that all the time.
Kind of has to at this point, right? There's a lot of Muslim.
Well, it's weird because a lot of the Catholic apologists are they're doing the whole Templar thing. So
Ruh-roh.
You know, where they're like, "Yeah, we should bring back the Crusades and all that type of stuff." You know, so I've definitely heard that. So I mean, I think it's definitely a rare conclusion, but not among the higher ups, I suppose, because some of the church statements, actually, as Ebitard pointed out on our show, you know, that they have canons where they agree with Muslims and they say that Muslims pray to the same God and all that type of stuff.
Dr. Rayhana Ali. It's a good cause. I don't know whether you're aware of this. She's a Muslim doctor from Pakistan, or actually she says Kashmir, but anyway.
And then he works for
she
Press
got a
TV.
medical degree from Cambridge, and she tweeted something to the effect that we should support the Palestinians. She was suspended. Her medical degree was suspended because she supported Palestinians, and now she's being treated like a criminal.
How about that?
I think that she's going to win her trial, but I am in favor of Muslims and Catholics joining together to support
what country
people
was
like
that?
this. I am not in favor of
England,
people
maybe?
like Tom. She got a medical degree from Cambridge, and she tweeted something to the effect that we should support the Palestinians. She was suspended. Her medical degree was suspended.
Holy crap. They suspended her fucking medical degree for tweeting something against the Jews. Holy smokes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, England, holy smokes. It's literally
They don't really have free speech over there though.
whoa, dude. Like that's egregious. You know, atrocities like in speech crimes in the modern age.
Oh yeah.
Holy smokes. Yeah, and if you know about Pakistanis, you know, taking away their medical license, that's double tragedy because they're literally all doctors.
Yep.
It's like, what the fuck? You know, they work your whole life to become a fucking doctor, and now this. Good Lord, I can't even believe the feeling. Even, especially since I became a black sheep of my family and studied philosophy and dropped out of school. You know, and this poor girl, you know, she did all that, tweeted one thing about the Jews, and now she's no better than I am.
Sad trombone.
Oh man.
Because she supported Palestinians, and now she's being treated like a criminal. And I think that she's going to win her trial, but I am in favor of Muslims and Catholics joining together to support people like this. I am not in favor of people like Tommy Robinson, who gets paid by the Jews to whip up animosity against Muslims. I think this is.
Oh wait, that reminds me. This is a perfect time to play this because I'm pretty sure my audience will be seeing this later. But yeah, this is why I appreciate you, Michael Jones. Because he does drop some truth bombs from time to time. Him and Bjerknes. That's why it was so funny having them talk to each other.
Yeah.
That has to be like one of the top 10 funniest debates of all time. Like, honestly. I've gotten some huge laughs from watching that.
How do you feel about Tommy Robinson? I feel like Tommy Robinson has been a great freedom fighter in his nation against the kind of horrific ass, what do they call them there, Asians who have completely taken over. And he was an early whistleblower. So I've always been a fan of that guy's work. I think he does a good job.
So the brown Asian Pakistanis, they took over England, but you can't tweet against the Jews or they'll take away your medical license. How does that work? And Tommy Robinson works for the Jews. What a fucking clown, dude.
Sheesh.
Fucking clown, dude. Zionist clown. Andrew Wilson at it again. Holy shit, dude.
She's going to win her trial, but I am in favor of Muslims and Catholics joining together to support people like this. I am not in favor of people like Tommy Robinson, who gets paid by the Jews to whip up animosity against Muslims. I think this is what we need to do.
So who does Andrew Wilson get paid by? It's a good question, isn't it? Because he's all in line with Tommy Robinson, right? It's kind of weird, dude. This guy's always with the Zionists, right?
Mm-hmm.
This moment in history.
Yes, I certainly agree that it would be great if this doctor gets her medical degree. I think she was practicing and she was suspended or something. I did watch something on YouTube about her. But the problem with the British is that they don't have a written constitution. And this is their problem. They don't have a constitution at all because they live under a monarchy. And there is this thing called the royal prerogative that apparently still gives the monarch some theoretical power that puts him above the law. And this is extremely confusing to lawyers and people alike. Unlike you in America, when it is quite clear that the American presidents are not above the law because of they can, in theory, be impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors.
This works if you're a homogenous group living on an island with centuries of acceptance of custom. It won't work if you bring in millions of people from the Islamic world, from Africa. It doesn't work at that point because you obviously do not share customs with these people. This is the whole problem with English conservatism, created by Edmund Burke.
But conservatism cannot work without religion because it is only religion that frightens people into social conservatism. It tells young people not to be gay and they have to marry and become responsible parents in their 20s. And this, I'm afraid, has gone out the window 50 years ago. Since the swinging 60s and the sex revolution. And the only way to bring it back is Sharia, I'm afraid. I just don't see what else would shame people or prevent people from, having illegitimate offspring and putting themselves in a position where they need an abortion. I just don't know what else can be done to restore the patriarchy.
We have to go back to religious sources. And the only options, traditional options, are Protestant, Catholic, Jew in America. I'm talking about America now. And the Protestants are disappearing. So we're going to have to choose between
Jew. Where'd that come from? How is Jew a traditional American? I don't know.
Being Jews or being Catholics. It's that simple. That's the choice. I don't care
whether
whether you
being Muslim. When you get an actual book of rules that you can follow, and Christianity.
Yeah, like what the hell? Like all those black people got brought here from Africa. They were Muslims, right? So how's America not as much Muslim as it is Jewish right now? How ridiculous, right?
It is a problem because it is anachronistic as the institution of monarchy. Christianity has failed all these monarchs of Europe. 1918 was a very bad year for the Austrian, German, and Russian emperors. And the Russians made their feelings very clear.
There were basically when the theory of the triple melting pot, which sociological theory that I've been citing all along, when that came into existence in the 1930s, there were no Muslims to speak of in America. They are still, they can easily be incorporated into this framework because they are a religion, and a religion is the basis of ethnicity in America. But there still aren't enough Muslims here to have an impact on the general culture. They are not.
But how about the narrative, Mike, about the founding fathers being proto-Muslim? Because all this talk about being a deist or a theist, I mean, really, they were just trying to avoid being accused of being atheist or Muslim. But it's the Quran that supports the First Amendment, and Jefferson actually owned the Quran, and he did read it before going on to negotiate with the Barbary pirates. And also, he was a heretical Christian. He was a
that's the thing is at the stage of being Freemasons, they're much more Catholic than they are Muslim. I mean, But yeah, that's neither here nor there.
Unitarian Christian, and that wouldn't have been allowed in the old world. And this, I think, is a contribution I think the founding fathers made to Western civilization, moving Westerners away from absolute monarchy. Which
Yes,
was
Kevin Barrett was raised as a Unitarian. He said he could never figure out the Trinity. And then that made it easier for him to become a Muslim. So I said, you just added camels to your Unitarianism. Everybody in the bus thought that was funny when I said that. But it's not there. No one can take this as a serious alternative in America, other than on a local level. If you flood Minneapolis with Somalis.
By the way, Kevin Barrett, he is a traditionalist in the style of Rene Guénon. So I don't think he's, I mean, I don't doubt his devoutness, as a Muslim. Obviously, that's not my lane, right? But yeah, I definitely don't think that it was Unitarian then Muslim, right? I think there's a lot of stuff in between there, right?
Who happen to be Muslim, they will establish.
They tend to simplify things. They tend to say like Unitarian Christianity. I'm pretty sure Unitarians think Christ is the only God. So I don't think they believe that God the Father instead of Jesus. You know what I mean? I think they just believe it's one God. So I don't know how they work it out, but
an ethnic neighborhood where there will be a mosque. My son lives in Dearborn. My oldest son lives in Dearborn, and that's basically Muslim because it's a Lebanese colony in America. But these are the exceptions that prove the rule.
But don't white people need to marry each other again? I mean, I see them, thinking Christian nationalism is the answer. And they convert to Catholicism, they convert to Orthodox Christianity. But the rules are that Orthodox Christians can only marry other Orthodox Christians, and they join.
That doesn't. First of all, it's not. There's no rule. Abraham Lincoln said there's no rule that says men are not allowed to wear bonnets in public, but no man wears a bonnet in public. Okay, so there's no rule that says Catholics can't marry Protestants, but on the whole, I mean, they marry within their ethnic religious grouping. It's just that simple. They don't have to, but they do because they share similarities. They meet, they associate with these people. Same thing with Muslims. Muslims marry other Muslims.
Yes, but a Muslim man can marry Jewesses and Christian women as well as Muslim women of any race. So becoming Muslim would actually increase your marriage opportunities. But what I'm trying to say really is that the difficulty of the Trinity is that because nobody's really sure what it means, they don't quite believe it.
Claire, this is ridiculous. I suggest, first of all, we know exactly what it means. It was hammered.
Uh-oh. Is this going to be the anti-Islamsburg? This is going to be hilarious.
Out by the smartest minds of the Christian world in Greek. They had to use the Greek language over a course of 3 centuries. We know exactly what it means. The fact that you don't know what it means is understandable because you're a Muslim. But that's not really.
I'm not a Muslim, but
there it goes. This is hilarious when she gets accused of being a Muslim and then she says, I'm not a Muslim. I'm a secular Quranist.
I think I know what it means. I think it was to win a theological argument against the Jews, because the Jews would always say, oh, our God is more powerful than your crucified Jesus because our God is a father and your God is only the son. And therefore the Trinity had to come into being just to say that Christians have to believe that Jesus is co-equal to the Father and the Holy Spirit. That was the purpose of the Trinity. And Athanasius was the genius who knew how Jews would argue, and that was why he won in the end.
Okay, I think we should talk about American identity. I think we're getting too far afield here.
Oh yes, please do. I was going to say American identity is expansionist and imperial, and I suppose there will come a time when it goes too far, like the Romans. And,
right. Let me formulate this. It is a demonic parody of Christ's commission, Great Commission, to go and preach the gospel to all nations. America has become a demonic parody of Christianity.
But don't you think that
I mean,
Israel
isn't
is
that just what Freemasonry is? Yeah, I don't know if you're actually talking, Red. I'm hearing like blips and stuff, but I'm not hearing your voice. But
Oh no, I wasn't.
oh, okay. Because I get like little blips, and sometimes when it's doing that, it's like the person's like trying to talk, like you know what I'm saying?
Right.
is run under the principles of Christian Zionism. I've heard it said that AIPAC has more Christians than
No, actually, I think that might. I don't think that's necessarily come from you. I think that might just be because I'm hearing like blippy sounds.
than there are Jews.
You got the cart before the horse. The Christian Zionists are proxy warriors of Israel because they read the Scofield Bible, which completely distorts the Old Testament. Again, we're getting back to fundamental principles. Sola Scriptura is an impossible principle for if you want to have collaboration, the collaboration that is necessary for a successful society. And this is precisely what Americans found out over the course of the centuries of their existence. You can't have a principle like this. You can't have every single lunatic coming out of England with a Bible being infallible. And so, as I said, we resolved the Mormon issue. The only way to resolve it is to shoot the guy, which is what they did in Missouri. By the time I cover this in my book, by the 1920s, we have mass migration. The Protestants are being diluted by these Protestant Catholic migration, and we have the Jews stepping forward. Walter Lippmann writes a book called Public Opinion, in which he says basically America is unworkable. He says Jeffersonian democracy. What you need are experts behind the scenes. Oh, let's go through experts behind the scenes. Do you mean Jews? This is exactly what Lippmann was a Jew. He was an educated German Jew, lived in New York at the time, studied Latin and Greek in high school. So he's an educated man, but he's proposing the quote expert behind the scenes as the solution to all the problems caused by Jeffersonian democracy, which I would say is caused by sola scriptura. Well, in this instance, the cure is worse than the disease. And we are now living at the end where you let these people in, they take over your culture. And that's why we are now mired in endless wars in the Middle East.
Yes, but on the sola
Did you just
scriptura
blame
point,
sola scriptura for the
knew from
wars
Act
in
of
the Middle
Settlement
East? The
that
fuck?
basically the British monarch is
I guess
also the head of the Church of England.
By way of,
but there is sort of pretext.
It's by way of Christian Zionism, but there's a huge missing piece there.
Well, for one thing, he's equating sola scriptura with infallibility.
Right, which the Pope has.
It's not like every Christian who reads their Bible is suddenly infallible.
Yeah, I think he's he's putting the Catholic doctrine in there. I mean, he's like shoving it in there. So
yeah,
because he's like, oh, infallibility. It's necessary. That somebody have an earthly authority like that. But yeah, that seems a little radical of a system, especially because it stands counter opposed to the government system, right? And that's when they were basically developing the techniques of the state, and that's just what happened. They created the Magna Carta, and then they created the all that different laws where they turned the king into a constitutional monarch. And then they started to conceive of a system, right, where the people could rule. So I think it was an ideological shift. But how did the Protestants start supporting the Jews? Well, that was because of Freemasonry. Because what smuggled in Kabbalah into Protestantism? You know what I mean? Like how to get smuggled in there, and then they started having, people like Richard Brothers, right, who literally said, well, where, I forget what it's called. British Israelism, but there's a special word with Richard Brothers where all white people are like Jews. Yeah, but like, come on now.
Of appointing an Archbishop of Canterbury to be his priest and to, you know, anoint him when during the coronation and stuff like that. But we know from the English Reformation that the moment the Archbishop of Canterbury gets on the wrong side of the king, well, he gets burnt at the stake too, and or gets removed from his position. So the point is that it has to be separate. And we know from the history of the Hasmoneans is that when the Jews had the priest and the king in the same person, there was a separation of powers problem, and we know what happened, you know, to Jewish kings, and they had infamously bad kings, and they also crashed and burned. So I'm saying there's a fundamental problem with absolute monarchy, and I think the Jews have learned, or perhaps they haven't, I don't know. I'm not sure about Christians. I assume Americans have learned that a republic is better than an absolute monarchy. I'm not sure if the Europeans understand, and I don't think the Muslims understand either, because most Muslims are Sunnis, and most Sunnis live in kingdoms, and they will probably be very frightened of questioning the institution of monarchy if they lived under an absolute monarch, and that, I think, suppresses debate and the ability to interpret even their book properly, because they are afraid of being called names and being cancelled and thrown into dungeons or even executed for having the wrong interpretation of the Quran. And I think that is fundamentally a problem. I mean, you know what happened to William Tyndale. All he did was want to, you know, translate the Bible into English, but there was some argument with him and Henry VIII, and he ended up being burnt at the stake. So there you go.
Yes. Yes.
Is there any subject I haven't covered? I actually have a list of questions about. No, I think I did more or less.
No, I think we covered it. We've been here for an hour. I think we've covered it as best we could. It's going to remain a problem.
Yes.
And I hope we help clarify the situation for the people out there who are still confused.
Yes, and yes, I did find a question that I wanted to ask you, which is actually appropriate for the last question. Do you have a message for your fellow Americans and your president and Iranians and Jews? Perhaps that's too much of a question, but some of the question I have.
The question is, it's a question. I have more of a plea here. Can we take our culture back from the people who have stolen it? Can we reassert an American identity that will allow us to resist this horrific Jewish takeover of our entire culture? Can we reassert an identity that will take our culture back for us? That's the fundamental issue we're facing at the beginning of the Fourth Republic.
Yes, and I suppose this is when I mentioned that Washington said we must with caution indulge the supposition that morality can be maintained without religion, and Americans are supposed to be one nation under God. And
John Adams was more specific. He said we have no constitution that functions in the absence of a moral people. So America was based on a moral consensus shared by all Christians, even though their denominations separated them. This ended when the Jews undermined the moral consensus in America through the promotion of Hollywood films, pornography, abortion, feminism, sexual liberation, all of these things wrecked our moral consensus, and in doing that, it destroyed our identity. So the Jews have been guilty of identity theft, and I wrote this book to restore the American identity so that we can fight against this type of subversion.
But surely culture is a product of law and morality. And if you don't have a recognized, codified system of rules, such as the Ten Commandments or the Seven Noahide Laws or the Five Pillars of Islam, or something that people can instantly remember, you will not be able to subject your ruling classes to scrutiny and make them accountable for their actions, which is why they made marriage gay.
Let me get back to the issue that I've been bringing up. Why did you have to shoot Joseph Smith? If he
because he was a threat to American monogamists.
That's right. Morality. You're right. If he had said there were 4 people in the Trinity, no one would have bothered him. But when he undermines the chastity of the women of the United States of America, that's an intolerable assault on the unity of American culture, and he had to be punished. He was shot. He was murdered because of that.
So it's about resources. Women being part of the resources.
Are you a resource? I don't really consider women resources, if you want my humble opinion. I consider coal and natural gas resources, but not women. We're talking about morality here. A moral consensus did exist at this point of time. If you read the book, you'll see how Emerson, even though he was a Satanist intellectually, articulated this moral consensus. And once it was destroyed, we lost our identity. That's what happened.
Well, Christianity, does have a strong culture of monogamy, so much so that Henry VIII rebelled when he was told he couldn't divorce his wife. But certainly monogamy was quite oppressive to Christian kings. But perhaps monogamy is the ideal because it seems fair to men, perhaps.
Polygamy is a pernicious thing. We could have a whole program about what I learned about polygamy in Africa. Polygamy retards social development. There's no question. There are many reasons we could talk about this. But the consensus, whenever you have look, I hate to say this, but there's similarities. A lot of people point out the similarities between Muhammad, the prophet, and Joseph Smith. When these men get in charge of religions, polygamy is the rule. When women create religions, celibacy is the rule.
That's ridiculous. That's actually that's foundationally just gay, because the Prophet Muhammad basically united all the Arab tribes and then conquered Rome. So if Joseph Smith, united 2 or 3 states together and then took over America, then maybe he'd be comparable to Muhammad just in terms of the practical political achievements. Right, let alone, there's 1 billion people in the world who believe in Islam. There's not even close to that many Mormons at all. So, if the similarities are polygamy, there's going to be pretty ridiculous there.
Monsignor Knox said that. So we're talking about the moral law, moral consensus. Polygamy is a violation of that. First of all, it's only by a stretch of the imagination that we can call what Joseph Smith was proposing polygamy. It's every bit as much child molestation. I think child molestation is a better description of what he was doing than polygamy. You have to be careful about the categories you choose.
Yes. I was thinking of human resources and women being part of war booty. Because I think that is
Islam is wrong because of Joseph Smith.
That women are carried away and made into slaves and prostitutes and wives of their conquerors, while that the men are slaughtered. So I suppose that and I suppose the desire for women would be a way of encouraging our men to join the army. Perhaps that would be the incentive.
Yeah.
Well, I look forward very much to our next conversation, which will be about polygamy.
Inshallah.
Thank you for coming, and I've so enjoyed our conversation.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Mike. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, let's not forget that that Paul actually does not recommend marriage. He recommends to remain single as I am. He actually charges the other apostles for taking their wives with them. So, it's a strong recommendation against marriage, right? Which is, how is that for social development?
I mean, you know, and I don't think that most Muslim, at the time of the Prophet, they were fairly regularly getting divorced and remarried, but I don't think like polygamy became widespread because of Islam or anything like that. Right?
Christians would say that Paul was suggesting that, highly recommending that for those who wanted to be in service to the Lord with witnessing and other things.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing, is that, is like service. Why is service to the Lord always so distinguished with life in society, right? And that brings a lot of problems, I think, right? Or I can't solve that one in my mind. Because if you need a special class of people to be in service to the Lord, and they're the special ones, right? But then the question remains, shouldn't everybody be in service to the Lord all the time?
Well, I mean, sort of yes and no. Yes, for your faith. If your faith is your service is your faith, it's vice versa. But like for ministerial positions, that was probably. I guess that's where the celibacy came with the Catholic Church, was from that to some degree, but.
Yeah, that's another main thing, is the separation between church and state. And I think that is actually responsible for liberalism. And I think that actually is started by St. Thomas Aquinas and the Catholics, in my opinion. But yeah. So yeah, that's pretty good recording. I guess I'll end that.